What's up, Abdo?
What's up, bro?
What are you saying, brother?
I don't know, bro. I just want to listen to you. What your evidence? To be honest, I don't think the I don't know. I don't know if the Earth is flat or rounded. So I want to listen to the evidence. What are you saying?
Well, first of all, the major evidence would be there is no curvature, there is no motion of the Earth.
Mm.
Every claim that comes from the globe literally defies the natural laws of physics that we know of. So the globe model isn't present in reality. It's only by realizing that you'll start to realize what we mean when we say the Earth is flat. What
Mm.
we mean is the Earth is not a spinning ball.
Spinning.
It can't be a spinning ball because if it was a ball, there would be curvature, and if it was spinning, there would be motion. Now we have
Yes.
literally no way to detect either motion or curvature. So if it's not curving, what is it?
Flat, maybe. But if it's not curving, how our eyes can see? I don't know. When you feel the Earth is rounded when you like see the sea. You feel it's have an end, but it's not.
Yeah,
And
but
also, you
you
are
don't.
talking about
You
physics.
don't.
I didn't see any of these rules. You just tell me the physics is just proved that the Earth can't be moving. What is the math in physics that have said that? And
Take a look. Take a look at this photo.
yeah,
At what point are we
or
seeing curvature? You said when we look into the ocean, we see curvature,
yes,
but actually, that whole skyline there should be 2,400 feet behind and below curvature. So when do we actually experience curvature? I can send a couple more if you like, but we don't observe any curvature. The horizon is literally horizontal. It's not curved.
yes. Okay, you have a good point, to be honest. But I feel like we only see the huge buildings. I can't see any small building. If the if the Earth was flat, I can see every single building in this city, but I only see the huge building. So this means the Earth is curved and only showed me the huge building, and the small building is under the sea.
No, brother, we can show you small boats, we can show you large boats. Like that is 2,400 feet below curve. Can you still hear me?
Yes, I hear you. I'm with you. Okay. Do you have anything else to say? Like, to be honest, in myself, I tend to think the Earth is flat because when we see the ball that they draw for us when say NASA have crossed the atmosphere and take a picture for the Earth and this is our Earth. I don't know. I feel like they are lying. I don't feel this image is true. But yeah, how we can say to them, yo, you're not right.
You're on the right page.
Yes.
Well, if the Earth was curving, shouldn't there be some evidence of that? Shouldn't there be some height or some distance where we would experience curvature?
Can you repeat what you said? Please again. I couldn't hear you well.
Sorry, brother. I said if the Earth was curving, there should be some height or some distance where the curvature would be experienced. Yet we have line of sight instruments, laser tests. They go up to 100 miles with no curvature.
Yes. It's a good point. I have told you that.
So we have no evidence of curvature. We have no
Other
evidence
than
of
NASA.
motion on the Earth. Yeah, and we have no evidence you can have a vacuum of space in the sky. So literally all the claims of the globe are just it's unprovable, which makes the globe a belief, a bit like a religion.
Yes, this is the truth.
So I don't know about you, but I want to make my decisions based on logic. I don't want to make my decisions based on belief. I don't want to have to believe a model that cannot be proven in reality. There's enough lies in this world, so I want to be able to know things to be true. I don't want to believe them.
Mm. Yes, I have told you before. I tend to think that the Earth is flat because I don't believe NASA have crossed the atmosphere and take a picture from from the moon. But no, you can't tell anyone the Earth is flat. He will make fun of you. Why you don't have real evidence? You just show me a photo that's you told me there's no curve. See, there's no curve, and the one who say the Earth is flat can get other photo show you where's the other side of the country, like China and America. There's a sea between them. Why we can't see China from America? Something like that. Or Italy or Egypt, because I'm in Egypt. We have sea between us. I can't see Italy when I look at the sea. This is proves the Earth is rounded.
No, it doesn't.
I can't.
No, it doesn't.
What? It isn't. Yeah.
Whoever's making that claim, it just proves that they don't understand optics and they don't understand the atmosphere.
Optics?
So, yeah, there's a limit of how far you can see. You can't see forever. So, even if you had the most powerful camera that doesn't exist today, a more powerful camera than our most powerful camera, you still wouldn't be able to see that far because the atmosphere itself, but the atmosphere itself eventually compounds. It compounds and creates like an opaqueness. So eventually you'll be looking through so much atmosphere that the atmosphere will start to blur images out in the distance. So you wouldn't be able to see forever with an atmosphere.
Yes, and I got with the idea, man. If you have a telescope, if you put a telescope from like in Egypt and Italy, like I've told you, we have sea between us. If I put a telescope at the start of the sea in Egypt, and I could see Italy. This is proves the Earth isn't rounded, because if it was rounded, I should see the space, not Italy, because it's already rounded because I didn't see it.
No, you can't see forever, my friend. I'm sorry, I did miss what you said. Could you repeat it?
Yeah, I understand what have you said, but I told you if I have the most powerful NASA claimed that you have the most powerful telescopes that they can see stars from 200 years before or something like that. I will use one of these telescopes if I had the capability. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, but what are we really seeing? We're seeing lights in the sky, and they're telling you stories about those lights in the sky. We have no way to verify what we're seeing is anything more than a light in the sky. The rest is just a story, my friend. In reality, we have no way to prove that you can see forever. We know how light behaves. Light scatters. Light will attenuate. We know that through the atmosphere, you'll have turbulence. You'll have refraction. You'll have all sorts of atmospheric effects. And we know that the human eye can only see so far. So literally everything in nature tells us that we wouldn't be able to see forever and that there is limits to how far we can see and how far light can travel. But they will have you believe that you can see forever because they tell you they can see galaxies light years away. But we can't verify that. It's just another story.
Yes, I agree.
So what can we prove? The only thing we can prove is that the earth is treated as motionless and that every industry treats the earth as flat. We don't account for curvature in anything, whether it's ballistics, rocketry, building. We don't take account curvature to build bridges. There's nothing you do in reality where you treat the earth as a spinning ball. And I'd agree with you. People will ridicule. Some people do like to ridicule, but it's usually the people who are too afraid to actually ask questions and question their fundamental belief. Like those people
Mm.
are not really a threat to anybody.
Yeah. Or just believe anything, any rumors that NASA say. Yeah, yes, this Elon Musk man's the most rich man and most high IQ in the world. If he says something, it's true, just like that.
Yeah, and I would say most intelligent people, even in the fields of I don't know
Make mistakes.
astronomy, well, it's not just mistakes. They make assumptions. Most people just assume somebody's measured the Earth. Most people hear the story about the guy from ancient Greece with the sticks and shadows, and when they were told at school that that proves we live on a ball, they don't even they don't even think, well, is this possible on a flat surface? It's just something that's planted into your mind that the ancients thought the earth was flat. Silly them, they didn't have sticks and shadows. I don't know. People just make assumptions and then they never question. So there's plenty of intelligent people who will swear to you the earth is a ball, but they have no proof. They have no proof, and to even question it, they would laugh. But actually, this is just indoctrination, you know? They've been taught
And
only silly people.
indoctrination. What indoctrination means? I'm sorry.
Well, from birth, they show you images of the globe. They show you, the planets and the stars. They tell you the stories. It's the first thing they teach you at school.
Yes.
So because they get us so early, we become indoctrinated by the story. And
Yes,
human
it's
beings are a sucker
becoming.
for a good story, you know?
Yes, this is true. You are unwittingly believes that Earth is rounded and make fun of anyone that, or yeah, I can say words fail me. Like say a positive of your deep thinking. You can't believe him. Yeah, this is
Exactly,
true,
bro.
man. 100%.
And ridicule is always a sign of weakness, my friend. Whenever you see ridicule, there's always insecurity.
Yes, he doesn't
Nah,
have an answer to answer you. He just make fun.
there you go. There you go. Because in reality, like there is, and I'm talking every single claim of the globe, there is a logical flat earth answer. It's just we've not been taught the alternative to, you know, to long distance observations. It just so happens that the globe is the size of the globe is the exact numbers that you would use to show you the limit of how far you can see. So people will see a ship disappear on the horizon and they'll say, yeah, that's because the Earth's this big. But actually, those numbers and that distance is the same limit if the Earth was flat, just based on the resolution limits of
Right.
optics. So
Right.
the globe Earth has been backwards engineered from perspective. They've taken what we see in perspective and said that's because of a ball. But actually, when you actually do the math, you'll find that perspective has a limit. We see in a dome of vision, and everything will converge into the horizon, into what's called a vanishing point at the exact same place where there's supposed to be a curve. So people just assume, oh yeah, that's because we live on a ball. No, it could also be because of optics, and that's the limitation of your view, the limitation of your eyesight.
Yes. So this is a good point, to be honest. But what's your explanation for the sun? Like some places have sun and some places doesn't. Like when we have sun, America doesn't have light, have a moon. How flat Earth explains this environment or sun and moon things?
Very simple, my friend. It's a combination of the things we've already discussed. Light has a limit, and when the sun goes away from you, it goes beyond the limitations of where we can see. And when it moves, it takes the light with it. So that the sun would be a lot closer to the Earth than 93 million miles and will act like a spotlight. And if you take a spotlight in a very, very, very large room or, outside, and then you go far enough away, it takes the light with it.
Yes,
The
that's
sun
true.
seems to be on a circuit around the Earth.
It's a good point.
Very simple, my friend. Light will not travel forever because we know we have light attenuation. We have an extinction rate. Light will disperse into the atmosphere until eventually you'll get like a dusk. You'll get like a warm glow to the air. And the further it goes away, eventually it takes the light with it.
Yes.
I know it sounds too simple to be true, but this is what we do know about light. Like if when it comes to experiments and observations, this is how we experience the Earth. There are limits to how far you can see. There are limits to how far light can travel. There's no curvature. There's no motion. And you can't have a vacuum of space in the sky. So what we're actually seeing in the sky are lights.
Yes.
Do you know the original word for planet didn't mean
Why?
what it means today?
What the original
A
word of
planet,
planet?
a planet means a wandering star. That's the original meaning for the word planet, a wandering star. Now we think it means a ball of rock or a ball of gas in a vacuum far, far away. But it never meant that to begin with. The planets were always just known as wandering stars.
Mm. Well, to be honest, I don't have any question to ask. Really. This is so satisfying.
I just encourage you to, really focus on critical thinking and logic, because there's a story they tell us, but it goes against logic. It goes against the laws of nature. It goes against the laws of science that we have, whether it's gravity, whether it's space. There is a more logical explanation on a flat Earth, something that has actual tangible evidence here on the ground on Earth. Everything they claim can't be proven from Earth. And that to me is not logical.
Yeah. They are so ridiculous, to be honest. They told us the Earth is moving with a huge speed, and suddenly, I don't know, I feel against itself or introduct with itself. If the Earth is moving by huge speed, why the sun itself also doesn't roll between the countries with this speed? Why we can't feel this speed? Yes,
Yeah. And everything they'll tell you is because of things we can't prove. You have to believe. You just have to believe.
you have to put the people that say this is honest
Yeah.
people and didn't lie. Maybe this helps someone business. So, I don't know, because that they taught us this in school.
Well, I don't really like to speculate, but I can think of 100 reasons why they would do this, why they would lie. I don't like to give those reasons, because if you don't like my reason, you might think, oh, that's not convincing. I don't
No,
believe him.
no, it's not about the reason. There's many reasons, but I would like to listen. To be honest, give me one reason at least.
Well, one reason is that most people believe they're in the middle of nowhere in an ever expanding universe. It means that this place is not very significant, and that we should just be lucky to be here. It removes the idea of a creator. And people just think that they're evolved animals,
Mm,
on the edge of nothing, really. And I think that has a profound effect on your philosophy. I think that has a profound effect on your spirituality. And it's allowed them to build a foundation of lies on something that can't be proven either way. So now people are afraid of asteroids. People are talking about aliens. People think their great, 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 great ancestors was an animal. People think they're animals. And I think
yes,
the list can go on, brother. The list can go on. They've really taken away any uniqueness to us, when in reality, we observe, even in their own science, we observe ourselves as the center. We are the center, and there's an equivalence to the sky, whether you're heliocentric or geocentric, the sky would still work the same, right? So there's
this is
actually
a
no evidence for this.
this is a really really good point. Why they taught us this in school? No, yeah, they maybe also. I think uh, one of the reasons they didn't want anyone to escape their control. So didn't get out of their countries because of their control. There is no other way to go. The earth is so small. We have all the places. Yes,
Exactly. I didn't even say that one. Have you seen the Truman Show with Jim Carrey?
yeah, that's how they come up to my mind by itself.
And he says, I want to be an explorer. And the teacher says, oh, there's nothing left to explore. Shut him down.
Yes,
you know, imagine
you
if there
can't
was
go
more
anywhere.
land. Yeah.
Yeah,
Imagine if there was more land. But people don't think
yeah,
that, because they've been presented a map that they can't verify. They've been
and the people
presented
who
an
did it
idea that there's nothing
were not
else. Yeah.
Yes, and will not leave anyone control them like a president. La, I don't like your rules. I will go away just like that. No, you have to stay because there is no place Earth, another place on Earth. We all countries have take all the place. You have no other way to go. Yes, you're right.
It has a profound effect on us. We really start to believe our world is very small and that we're insignificant. And just look at nihilism. People moping around thinking, why do I need to be a good person? Why do I need to do anything? There's just no point to this existence. This has directly come about because of this belief, I believe. This belief has created a real nihilistic worldview in science, and people just don't care anymore. I genuinely think this is all because of the globe.
Yeah, I agree with you. Man. This was really, really, really good discussions.
But this is all speculation, brother. Like, we don't need to speculate and what the reasoning is. If there's no evidence, then the empirical argument, the empirical data will show you whether we live on a ball or not. And all the empirical data show us that we're on a flat, non-rotating Earth. That's what it is. Whether you like it or not, that's what the data shows. You know, being a flat earther isn't a choice. It's just a realization moment. Oh, I choose logic. I choose empiricism over a belief. It just is what it is.
Yeah. Yes, I agree with you.
And in all honesty, when it comes to the ridicule or when it comes to people fighting against it, most people here will tell you, like, you can believe what you want. It's up to you. We're just here to share that in the hope that people will start thinking more logically. We genuinely think that the more people realize where they live and the actual evidence, that it's going to encourage critical and logical thinking. And we think the world will be a better place with more critical thinkers. So whether you want to be a flat earther or not, it doesn't matter to us as long as you're thinking logically.
Yes, because it's not well. It's if you believe or not. Like if I discussion with someone, it's not well. It will not change anything for me. But if you believe, you're more logically thinking. Yes, it will improve your thinking or your brain. This is truth, 100%.
Yeah, it requires no belief. It just requires a questioning
Looking
of
at
evidence.
evidence. Yeah,
Yeah,
looking at
where's the
evidence. Just
evidence?
yes, not
Yeah,
just listening to some rumors some rich guy says about Earth.
a cult. A cult is that which is a group of people who believe something that they can't prove for themselves. It usually involves somebody special having this unique knowledge that only they can access or only they are privy to. That's literally what NASA is. And they've created a cult, and they call it culture. The world is literally in a cult of belief.
They think they are in a culture.
Yeah, it's become the culture. Yeah. And stepping away from that is seen as crazy because they invented this term conspiracy theorist. So they want to link direct evidence into like a conspiracy idea. It's not a conspiracy. It's not a conspiracy theory, sorry. It's just stepping out of the globe cult and being honest. There is no evidence for any of that.
Yeah, yeah.
Ain't no governors.
Hey, what's up, bro?
Just another day in paradise, my friend. How about yourself, sir?
Very good, very good. Having a good chat with Abdo. He seems very logical, very switched on.
Well, I like the sound of that. Can you give me just a hair of a synopsis?
We're just talking about evidence and making your decisions based on logic rather than belief. I mean,
I love
Abdo,
it.
do you
That's a great
do
conversation.
you yeah. Oh yeah. He seems quite logical, man. I mean, Abdo, do you know that there's a difference between belief and knowledge? Would you define them as different?
Yeah. I know there's a difference between belief and logic, but I don't say the difference. But it's belief when you think something is exist. The knowledge when you know by truth something is exist. I think this is the difference.
Yeah, exactly. And if you're going to go by that logic, something that you know something to be true means you've got direct interaction with it, right? You can go and verify it. And when it comes to the globe, unverifiable in every sense, my friend, every sense.
Yes, rather than the photos that NASA show you. Look, the Earth is rounded. We have to take a photo from the moon.
Yeah. There are people who get paid, hundreds of thousands of pounds to be creative and get sophisticated with this backwards engineering of perspective, like I told you. So now people think by looking at the stars is proof that we live on a ball. But like I told you, there's an equivalence to the sky. Whether you're on a flat surface or whether you're on a ball, the sky would have moved the same way. So it's like a sleight of hand. It's like a magician, the sleight of hand trick. It's amazing until you realize how the trick is done. So then it just becomes a scam.
Yes.
I don't know if anybody wants to add to anything or ask Abdo a few questions or anything.
No, to be honest, I don't have any other questions. In the discussions, I more believe or acknowledge more the Earth is flat. Like I have told you in the first, I don't believe NASA that they go to the moon and take a picture of the Earth because a lot of things. My English is fail me to explain it. Like the planet system in the Earth when you want to travel from a country to a country, like why there's when you like I don't know the two countries are so close to each other like America or China. They took you from one point to another point like for 40 hour in planet. Why we didn't go the opposite way? Just it's so close. They told you no, this is we can't cross this ocean or something like that. Yeah. I tend to believe the Earth is flat from the very beginning, but I don't have this strong evidence to say it loudly.
Well, you made a good point there. The flight routes don't make sense on a globe. I would agree with you there. They're not taking the shortest routes over long distances. Yeah, I'd agree with you. If you imagine the Earth, if you imagine the Earth to be portrayed in a flat orientation, we don't have a map, we don't have a model, but it definitely makes a lot more sense. Some of the flight routes that we see, if there was a different orientation. And there's a guy in here, I hope you get to speak to him one day, called Dr. Yoda. He can literally tell you how they built that map, how they built the longitude and latitude coordinate system. And it has absolutely nothing to do with the ground. You know, they can depict the Earth with a coordinate system that works and tell you this is a ball, but it doesn't tell you how far the distances between countries are. It's actually very hard to verify that.
Yes, this is true.
But yeah, I don't think Yoda can talk at the moment. But yeah, like come back. You know, we've got some really educated guys in the channel who can really like break this model down for you.
You are one of the educated men. Don't say that. You have a good points and you know what to say. You make my belief stronger a little bit.
Well, like I appreciate that, brother, but like in all honesty, bro, like I can tell you the general logic behind it. We've got some very smart people in this group, and I'm not one of them. So if you think I'm smart, dude, you'll be amazed at some of the guys in the Flat Earth community.
I will be willing to. I really will be willing to meet one of them. I will come later, inshallah.
Yep, you're very welcome, bro. Very welcome.
Thank you for this discussion. Bye.
Wait, is this presently recording?
Yep, we are live on YouTube.
Okay.
Yo, Roots, why you say that, bro? You're smart too, man.
So, what's the position that we're discussing today? Is this the discussion of Earth being flat, or is this a discussion of the Earth being
Earth is a
round?
globe, mate. It's a globe.
It's
Well, Earth. It's about. Is there any evidence for the globe? So we know that everybody believes it's a globe.
It's actually
no
a
evidence that
geoid
flat either.
with they say that it's actually a geoid. That's the shape with abrasions and a bit flatter on the around the equator.
Yeah, Mr. Tyson says it's a bit chubbier. Right?
Yeah.
But in reality, we don't have any evidence for that. We actually treat the Earth as flat and non-rotating in every industry. So even though that's the belief, there's no direct evidence for any curvature or any motion on the Earth.
Well, then how do you explain the circular movements of stars and the circular movements and repetitive patterns as exhibited by the sun that causes it to be the way that it is? If you are to track the pattern of sun over the year, you will find that it moves like an infinity sign that resembles more like a spherical band. And if you change the perspective on that band and think that it's a spherical shape that is revolving around the sun, then it makes it more easier and it fits the pattern as well.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but like, if we were geocentric or heliocentric, the sky could work exactly the same, and you'll find that even with a ball, they had a geocentric model, and all of the stars worked. There was a model called the Tycho Brahe model. If you look into that, you'll see there's something called a kinematic equivalence to the sky, regardless of if we're the center or if the sun is the center. So what I'm saying is it's not the only explanation for the patterns we see in the sky. In fact, I would argue if you really get into the Tycho Brahe model, you know, it makes just as much sense. If anything, it makes more sense. You know, you can actually see the patterns of all of the stars. There seems to be a connection between them.
No, you're right. I mean, since we are talking about the perspective, then I can flatten up the globe and still see that all the laws of the universe, as described by the spherical models or the geocentric and heliocentric models, still hold. It's just that it becomes more Euclidean. The laws become more Euclidean in the form that the angles and the derivations become more longer.
I understand what you're saying, but you're making the assumption that we see visually in a Euclidean manner. We don't.
Yes,
We know that
we
there's
do.
a limit to how far you see. And the reason why things merge into the horizon and drop on the horizon is because we see in a non-Euclidean fashion. So actually, by assuming everything in a Euclidean fashion is not really taking into account how vision works. You know,
I
we
mean,
don't see we don't see things in their actual position as they get further away. Things will
but
drop into your horizon and into your vanishing point.
yeah, but we do see it in the way that we see light entering from two sources, right? And then we try to model around and try to paint the picture of the of those points coming in, and then we try to superimpose the image, and then we see that how those images are interacting and interfering with each other. And as you're saying, the uh, talking about the ship, do you mean that the ship vanishing beyond the horizon is because of Euclidean um, perspective that we have?
No, I'm saying we see in a non-Euclidean perspective, non-linear. So yeah, like the reason why ships appear to go behind what you believe would be the curve of the Earth is because, and stars, for example, you know, the elevation to stars, the angles to stars, if you take everything as Euclidean, then the only explanation would be a ball. But we know we don't see in that manner. We don't see in a Euclidean way. We actually see in what's called a dome of perspective.
But how do you explain that using the Euclidean science, we have measured the distance of the stars, and then we have used spectrographic methods to measure the travel of time, of the decay of infrared light coming from these stars, uh, and these distances have been adjusted for parallax, and they are very accurate, thereby leading scientists to believe that it is by no doubt a circular Earth.
Yes, but we have no way to verify that these lights are as far as they say they are. If we could verify that these lights are, you know, I don't know, light years away, if we could verify the sun was 65 million miles away, or is it 95 million? I can't remember, but any star, we have no way to verify that. So all you have to do is make up a number that matches based on the assumption the Earth is a specific size. So once you've got your size, which is backwards engineered from perspective, then you make up the distances to the stars, and the whole model will work. But you
But that's
have
what
to
I'm
make up.
saying.
You don't arbitrarily make up the distance. That distance would be that because we've decided, okay, the light is taking X amount of time, but we have no way to verify that.
Right.
This is all based
But
on an assumption
but
that
that's how the
that we can
scientists are
verify
doing.
it.
They're using Euclidean mathematics to measure the distance of stars. They derive a point. They come with a number, and then afterwards they have devised instruments which can send signals up in space, and then they can measure the return time, or they can measure the time it has been based on the spectrographic methods, based on the heat map of how the the map of the universe has been and how much of heat is being generated by a star. They have measured the stars to be and the kind of heat that they're emanating to measure the time it has been that the stars have distance. Then they have used scientific papers to measure the distance based on the time of the universe that scientists have derived. And after all those measurements, they have come up with the distance of the stars as a number, right? I mean, I've not performed the mathematics myself, but this is what I read has happened.
But
And
you think that they can bounce light off something that's light years away and get a return bounce? Like, no, that's not what they're doing.
no, they're
You're kind of
measuring the
just
light that is coming from these places and the intensity of the infrared lights that are coming, the cosmic rays that are coming from these cosmic what's the
my
word?
friend. We have
Entities, yeah.
problems though. We have problems. Like when it comes to spectroscopy, I'm not an expert. I can't sit here and debate the methodologies of spectroscopy, and maybe
No,
one of the
I'm
flat
saying
earthers can. But
there is
what I
this
can tell
gamma
you,
sickness.
yeah, but
Yeah.
hold on. What I'm telling you is none of that is consistent. None of that is consistent, and we get so many outlying numbers when it comes to even when it comes to trying to bounce things off the moon. We can bounce things off dark patches of sky and get a return. At the end of the day, we don't know what's up there. There could be something up there that's bouncing the light back, and at a certain point, you get a consistent bounce back. Yeah, great. But there's a lot of outliers, and there's a lot of data that isn't included. Like, we are not verifying that we are bouncing light off any heavenly body in the sky. There are so many outliers and there are so many mistakes that are not taken into account that this is no way to verify that, the lights in the sky are planets, and you definitely can't bounce anything off any star in the sky. So, there's a lot of stories around this, but there's no verification. I mean, when it comes down to it, we're arguing whether the surface of the Earth is curving and spinning. And in reality, we have no evidence of that whatsoever. We've got to keep this logical because otherwise you're just in the realm of belief. You're having to believe some data, some blips on a screen, and the data they're using is so cherry picked and so inconsistent, but they don't tell you that part of the story. I mean, we need to stay on the ground, my friend. Do we have any evidence of curvature? Do we have any evidence of the Earth spinning on its axis?
Okay. I'll try to. So you're saying that there needs to be simpler experiments that can actually prove these, that can lead us
No, there
to
needs to be
find.
real.
Yeah.
There needs to be
Re-
real experiments. These things you're describing are not experiments. In order to have an experiment, you need a controlled environment, and then you need to be able to verify it. What you're talking about is taking and cherry picking data and already pre-assuming we're on a ball. There's no variables. You need a controlled experiment. You need a dependent and an independent variable. Then you need to be able to manipulate your independent variable to be able to do an experiment. So what you're talking about is not experiments. When it comes to experiments on the Earth will tell you we're not on a spinning, curving surface. And when it comes to the laws of nature and the laws of science, that'll tell you we can't have an out of space. You can't have a vacuum next to an open system. And the lights in the sky are just observation. Step one of the scientific method. But an observation isn't any way to prove anything. You need an
Okay.
experiment for that. So what I'm telling you is, in reality,
I mean,
The logical
this is.
answer.
Mhm.
Let me
Right.
just finish though. It's that the logical answer is that the Earth is non-rotating and that the surface isn't curving. That's what logic and knowledge will tell you. In order to believe we live in a heliocentric ball Earth paradigm, you're going to have to
Hmm.
go into belief, like a
No, the
religion.
deductive reasoning, as has been enshrined by that human beings have come up with, that has led science to find answers to the questions that logic could not provide, has led us to a lot of answers that are simple enough to understand.
What deductive reasoning can we use to prove we live on a ball?
I mean, let's say that the shadow of uh, any building falling on the earth with the rotational uh, movement of the sun, right? There has been a shift that has been observed in it. So by simple mathematics, we can find how time used to, how much time has elapsed between the changing of the shadow and the changing of
Okay,
the
using
movement of the
okay. I
sun,
want.
right? And
I hear your
Mhm.
claim. So let's put it in a syllogism. Let's use this deductive reasoning. So premise one is what? Premise one. Your premise is that what the shadows of sticks or whatever from the sun is
I mean, this is not a
caused
premise, but
by what?
this is a fact that we see that the sun has been moving in the sky, right? This is fact one. Then the second fact is that
Okay.
by the by when light hits an opaque object, it does not pass through, but it forms a shadow on the other side because there is absence of light there.
Oh, okay. So what's your conclusion? That's the ball.
These are the two facts, and so we see that movement of the sun can be recorded by the use of buildings or opaque objects dropping shadow on Earth, right?
Right. Okay. But is this only possible on a ball?
No, but when you measure the same shift of shadows on two different locations, right, and you measure that there can be less th- then you measure the differences, if there are any, in the length of the shadow because it's the same angle that it should be falling on. If it's a flat earth, if it's a spherical one, then the angles would be different, right? Because the height of
No,
the
no. But hold
buildings
on.
can
That's
be
false.
different, right? How
But
come?
that's false because if the sun was X amount closer, you could get the exact same shadow length on a flat surface. So you can recreate this whole Aristophanes experiment because I think that's what you're alluding to. You can recreate that on a flat surface with a more localized light source.
Hmm.
So if the sun's 95 million miles away, then yeah. But if it's not and it's closer, then no. This is not a logical deduction. This is not, you don't have the clear premises. You don't have a conclusion that this can only happen on a ball because we can't verify the sun is 95 million miles away. So when it comes to the sun, what's more realistic? A 95 million mile away sun that's creating corpuscular rays through clouds, or a more localized sun? Because we see these corpuscular rays. We see these light rays coming from a source that looks a lot more local than 95 million miles away. So it's not even logical to assume that Earth is 95 million miles away because we're supposed to be receiving parallel light rays. Somebody's just put a picture in the chat. It's Matrix. If the sun was 95 million miles away, we should be getting parallel light rays. And if we had parallel light rays, that first image on the split screen image there, that's how we should be seeing the sunlight. But instead we see the sunlight coming through the clouds in a crepuscular fashion. So it's not even logical to assume that the sun would be 95 million miles away. Never mind verify it. It's just not even logical.
Hmm.
All of the observations we have in nature show us that we live. The sun is a lot closer, but also that we live on a flat Earth, and that the Earth is not moving. That's what logical, that's logical deduction because of the actual evidence we see in nature and what we know about the nature of life, what we know about the nature of measurement. When we take the measurements, the empirical data shows us we live on a flat Earth. So if you used to use actual logical deduction, you'd be a flat earther.
Okay, but what if you measure this anomaly when there is an anomaly in the sky, like sun covering the moon and the sun coming in between their paths? I mean, I'm sure that there has been those events as well. And during those times, if you measure the same, would the light remain in the same position? Would that shadows not be measured at a specific time change the result? I mean, I've not performed the Aristotelian experiment myself. I didn't know that that was the name of it. Thanks for that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
And
it
it's
depends
nice
on the
to.
sun. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, if
I
you
was just going to
record
say it depends on the sun being 95 million miles away. Yeah.
95 million miles.
I think it's 95. I hope I'm getting that right. But yeah, it all depends on the Earth being a certain size, and it all depends on the sun being 95 million miles away. We don't have verification for either of those claims. We don't have a radius. How did we determine the radius of the Earth? You know what? You're going to hate the answer.
It's estimated.
It's based on the exact method that you've just told me. Shadow angles from the sun. But we can only do that if we already assume the Earth is a ball and that the sun is 95 million or thereabouts mile away in a vacuum of space. But if we can't verify that, that means we're using circular reasoning. We're using a logical fallacy to make the claim. We don't have a measurement of the Earth's radius. We don't have a measurement of the distance to the sun. So they've used circuit, and I think it's 93 million miles away. Yeah, thanks, Tactical Droid. So we've used circular reasoning to assume the Earth's a ball, and then we've used the same observation to give it its size. Circular reasoning, not logic.
Okay. Yeah, I understand that there is a circular reasoning around the deductive logics that have been used to find the find the way of the planet, but we know more about. We have discovered more about science has progressed more because of the circular reasoning with the with the elliptical orbits, the Kepler laws, and such things being put into place, and scientific accuracies. And we even have been able to. I mean, we've even have been able to send human into space. I mean, humans in space have come down, and they have given the verdict that yes, it is a spherical space that we see from the.
But how do we know they've sent a human into what's called space? Because space itself violates the natural laws of science. Science isn't space exploration or cosmology. Science is a way of testing claims, falsifying claims, and proving the causation of phenomena. When it comes to men in space or cosmology. You're dealing with belief and philosophy. So I would argue, no, they haven't advanced science. They've changed science and turned it into philosophy. But when it comes to science, science is about experimentation of the natural world. And like I said, experimentation of the natural world will show you we live on a flat, non-rotating topographical plane. And I know this is probably, hard to hear because we were taught this from school. This is the first things we learn. But because we were so young when we were told this stuff, we never really thought about it.
Hmm.
But this isn't science. How do you know they put somebody in space? Because NASA sent a video? These videos get debunked by Globers. There's Globers who don't believe in the moon landings. There's Globers who don't believe in space travel.
So, Roots, are you like
Hmm.
arguing just for the sake of arguing, or you disagree with something here?
No, I want people to use logic and discernment and critical thinking, because when you actually apply the real laws of science and the real empirical data, everything shows you that the Earth isn't spinning. Everything shows you that the Earth is not curving. You cannot find curvature. You cannot detect motion. And even the idea of space violates the laws of thermodynamics and the gas laws that we understand. So all I'm trying to point out is that the globe is illogical. I'm not trying to push an ideology or a cosmology. I'm not trying to replace any ideas, but the globe is illogical. It's a religion. It's a cult.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that. Like most people say, Earth is spherical and the Earth turn around the sun, and it's like this. And shame on people who think differently, but they're not able to prove it. And if you ask them to prove it, then they have no arguments. Basically, I agree with this. Yeah.
Yeah. Is it so hard to believe that what we've been taught isn't true?
I would not say it's not true. It just is. But like I have something that that might help the debate. I've realized, like, now it's been a few years, but it took me most of my life to realize this. Most people think what they think because they trust some people who believe what they think. So, like, because most people are not scientists, so they will believe that everything, like biology and all the things they've been told, just because they trust their teachers and the teachers told them those piece of data or things. So they will take it for granted. And this is like through history, through evolution, this is like the fastest way humans have learned things. And when those things are true, then it's like super useful. But when those things are false, then it can lead to ideology and yeah. It's the same with politics. Like most people, because some people that trust told them that, like, they are, and religions as well.
Right. It's belief. People have to rely on belief, and nobody has, like I said, nobody has verified the curvature. Nobody has verified the motion. We can't even verify that you can have a vacuum in the sky called space. We can't verify that there is a force of gravity. We can't verify that there is a Coriolis effect in respect to the Earth. Yeah. We can't verify
I
that the
disagree
map
with that.
is correct. The map, you disagree with what?
I did agree when you say nobody. Like I would say very, very few people, but I would not say nobody. Like some people do experiments and and you can even find like YouTube videos that will teach you how to prove such things, and some are very
Like
technical.
what? Like, are you talking about Corey? What are you talking about, Corey? What are you disagreeing with me with? Coriolis?
No, just with nobody. When you said nobody as
No,
tested,
but
like there
no,
are
but
some.
it depends. It depends what
I
you're
would say
talking
most
about.
of people,
Are you talking about
like the
gravity,
curvature of Earth.
curvature,
Yeah,
curvature?
yeah, yeah. For
But
instance, curvature is a simple one.
Yeah, but this is what I'm telling you, buddy. Nobody has verified that there is any curving of the Earth. There is no verification that there is a drop in elevation over distance. Okay. Check this
Yeah,
out.
there is.
Okay, like what? Give me one example. Because you
Yeah,
can say that.
you can. I don't remember his name, but you can take like the historical example of this scientist in antiquity, or yeah, like thousands of years ago, that put a stick on the desert, and that proved that the the Earth was bending because there was like this well. Do, do you know the experiments I'm referring to? Or
You're
with
talking about you're
the
talking
sun.
about Aristophanes and his sticks and shadows, right? The Greek guy.
Yeah, maybe it may probably, yeah, with the well, like this, the sun shines, um, the sun rays in the well that was like perpendicular
But
to the
you
Earth.
you missed
But
you
yeah,
missed
that's
I
probably it.
addressed this earlier. I addressed this earlier. You missed it. There's no way to
Uh,
verify it.
sorry.
That is circular reasoning. Because the only way you can assume that the Earth is curving due to the shadow length made by the stick is by already assuming we live on a ball and that the sun is 95 or 93 million miles away. Without that assumption, we can have the same shadow length if the sun was a lot closer. So if you don't assume that the sun is 93 million miles away and that the Earth is curving, then there's a perfectly reasonable explanation for why we get those shadow lengths. It just means the sun is a lot closer than they've told us. So this isn't evidence. Like, this is just an assumption, and you're using circular reasoning to get the experiment or the observation, and then you're trying to use that observation to prove the premise. That's illogical, especially when we don't measure curvature of the Earth. We don't experience curvature.
Okay, so in the experience, so I'm trying. It's a bit late where I'm. In the experience I am visualizing right now, so you had this well, and at some point there was like this well that was just right on the equator, and so the sun rays were going like completely at the bottom of the well.
Yeah.
But this was not the case on other place on Earth, and so anywhere like beside the equator, like the sun rays could not reach the bottom of the wells because of the curvature. So if you Yeah. So.
Wait.
So now, so I'm
It's not
visualizing the
because
thing.
of
Yeah.
it's not because of the curvature. You can do this with a
Yeah,
Lego
it
set.
is.
No, but you can do this with a Lego
Okay.
set. You can put a lamp or a light above the well in your little Lego model, and the well on the other
Yeah.
side of the table, the light won't reach the bottom of the well. You're already assuming the sun has parallel light rays coming in from 93 million miles away. If the sun is a lot closer, we're going to get the same
Yeah.
shadow length at X amount closer. So the angle of the sun hitting the well is recreated. You can recreate this on a smaller model with a local light source.
Okay.
So it's not proof. It's not proof of curvature. It's an assumption of curvature. You're assuming this is only
but
possible because you envision the sun being 93 million miles away.
No, I'm not. Like, even if it's very close, how would you explain that at some points on Earth, like the sun rays can go to the bottom of the well, and like in other areas that are further distant from the equator, like the sun rays can't get to the bottom. Like, how would you explain this?
Because the sun is closer than 93 million miles away. Can you not imagine a light source, directly over a model on a flat table,
Yeah.
and then across the table, the light, which is on one side of the table, will now reach the other side of the table at an angle. Yeah, so the light source is not vertical to the whole table. Do you understand?
Yeah, I see.
So with the light, and we can confirm this because we see these divergent light rays. We see these corpuscular rays from the sun when the sun is behind clouds. When the sun gives off its light rays, we can see the almost the source point of where the light's coming from. So we're not seeing any parallel rays coming in from space. We're seeing the evidence that the light's a lot closer.
Okay.
So the
I see what.
The logical
I see it now,
explanation would be to follow the evidence, follow the corpuscular rays, follow the fact that we don't see parallel rays, and recognize that this would work perfectly fine on a flat surface. You have to use circular reasoning to use this as an evidence that we live on a ball.
Okay, so we just need now to prove that this is not the case. Like, the sun is really far away, and if we manage to prove that the sun is very far away, then we're all set, right?
Well, not really, because the globe is the claim, right? We experience these corpuscular rays. We experience no curvature. So isn't it really the globe's claim on the table that needs proof? We don't have any proof that we live on a ball with a 93 million mile away sun. In reality, we have plenty of observations that the Earth isn't curving and that the Earth isn't spinning and that the sun isn't 93 million miles away. That's what the logical answer would be.
I agree with this.
But wait, if you're saying that you need an experience of the Earth being round, then how about the circular nature of you driving a car and seeing things around you moving backwards?
What?
When you look out of the window when you're driving a car, don't you see the things moving backwards?
That's only because your perspective and your position in relation to those objects is changing. That doesn't mean that it does not mean that the trees are moving into the rear. Okay.
But it's quite easy to validate that. Jump out of your car while it's moving and watch what happens.
Yeah, for real. Like,
Not that I'd recommend doing that, of
even
course.
though Einstein said, hang on, even though Einstein said that there is no difference in making the claim that the cart is moving and the earth is still, and the earth is moving and the cart is still, it's only philosophical. He did not prove it with experiment. It is not validated. Relativity was created so that you could still have a ball that's spinning when you don't experience it.
I'm not sure this is totally true.
He wrote it in his own writing. He said it in his speeches.
My physics courses are very kind of far away now, but you have like, but you have this concept of Newtonian and non-Newtonian referential, right? Have you heard about this? Like the
When did I say
some
Newton?
reference.
Everything I said was in relation to what the current form of relativity is. I wasn't talking about Newton. Somehow, riding in a car and watching the objects around you go away from you in the back direction because you're rolling in a forward direction, that means the Earth is moving, I guess.
This is the name.
Or did I misunderstand what you said?
This is not like Newton. This is non-Newtonian.
Okay, I read about the Aristoteles experiment, and here it goes. He measured the distance, the shadow of the Earth on the summer solstice on two different locations. That is, and then he got the surveyors to measure the distance between the two cities. And using that distance, he measured the he found the direct distance, that was the straight distance, and then he found out that the circular he assumed the globe to be circular, and based on that assumption
So that's not measuring the globe, that's assuming you're on the globe.
Yeah, he measured the
No, he didn't.
Circumference.
That's assuming he's on one in the first place. You just said it yourself.
Yeah, what?
I'd like to point out that AI sure has updated self lot now. Now it's got him measuring it at 2 different times and having surveyors now go and survey how far it is when it used to be him walking with a camel. How did you guys get that switch so fast?
Yeah, where'd these surveyors come from?
Now we got a surveying crew there. We've got different times of the year or different years it's done on. So you guys, it all has to be done at exactly the same time on the same day. Instantly, you have to go ready, 3, 2, 1, read. And that ain't going to help you either.
He made a lot of assumptions, didn't he? The distance between the two cities, you said, was a straight line.
No, it wasn't a straight line. He used the surveyors to...
So if it wasn't a straight line, how was he doing triangulation without a triangle with 3 straight sides? Because last time, I don't want to put words in anyone's mouth, but last time I checked, triangles had 3 straight sides, not 2 straight and a curved.
I mean, distance between 2 cities is always a straight line, but the surveyors definitely must have had measured not in the straight lines. They would have had provided him a map of the measured distance, and then based on that map, he would have had found out the distance using...
Why are you adding to the story? of all these cool things that they might have, should have, would have, or could have done.
Yeah, right. Right. There is no story to this. I mean,
It is just a story. That's the problem. You try to look this shit up and find out any information on it, and you get these vague references to this guy who got camels who people paced out. One says it's an obelisk, one says it was a well. There's just broken stories. There's not even any data, any written documentation, not even a cousin's best friend's dog carried a letter from. There's nothing, mate. There's absolutely nothing about this guy. It's just a really cool story. To me, it sounds like a really cool story that they feed to kids at school just to give them some bullshit to cling on to. So when you go through it and have a look at all of the assumptions that was made,
Also, what surveying tools were used?
He assumed the distances between the cities were correct. He assumed that the light rays were parallel. But that's only two. What is there? There's supposed to be six assumptions that were made in order for him to get this right in the first place. He assumed he was on a ball in the first place. There's three. This is not very scientific, is it?
And you claimed surveying tools. What surveying tools did he use?
So are you recommending that we perform the Aristophanes experiment again in order to find out whether what he did was right or wrong? Because it is a story and it has not been done.
Said repeatedly that you're begging the question. You're saying the Earth is flat first, when you could make the same assumption that the Earth. You could assume that the Earth is flat and that the light source is local and dispersing from a single point out into all directions. Or you can assume that the sun is infinitely far away, infinitely larger, and that all of the light coming in is parallel on a spherical surface. And then you'll have these angles of light giving you your elevation angles to the sun. All you did was change a set of assumptions. You're begging the question. Because you can have a local light source dispersing in all directions in your dining room over your kitchen table. You can place objects on your kitchen table at various locations, and you will see the same effect as if you was to post some nails onto a sphere and then cast a light source from it, and then read the angles that's cast upon that sphere. You're just assuming assumptions to be true first.
Yes, that's what I said earlier. If we prove that the sun is very far, far away, then the experiment is valid, right? Because
you can't prove
it's
anything
like
about where the
another
sun is at. So if and all those other things you want to use, ifs and rainbows and unicorns, they're not going to work here.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if we send like a spaceship to the sun that has already been done, by the way, like
space is fake. No, space is fake, dude. Yeah, get out of there with the spacecraft. That space is all fake. We're going to stop using that right now. First, you got to prove you live on a ball before you can go flying around in outer space. Got it?
Okay.
All right, validate outer space. How are you going to validate outer space? They claim it is an infinite expanding vacuum and that you're living on a gas liquid covered rock with no barrier, and none of that is rushing off to fill the void or the lack of.
Yeah, because of gravity, right?
Okay, You have gravity already, right? Now, make an example where gravity is containing liquid and gas in a vacuum without a container or a barrier to separate them in order to stop entropy.
I'm not visualizing the challenge here.
Okay, the claim is ever expanding vacuum, low pressure, extremely low pressure, and liquid and
Yeah.
gas isolated to a single location without a physical barrier. Replicate it. Can you do it?
Mm, no, I can't, because I can't recreate like an object that is as massive as Earth. Like I can't. Gravity works like like the more massive. So if I'm in my laboratory and I try to create like an object like a vacuum, and I put a ball and I try to make water stick on the ball, it won't work because the ball won't be massive enough compared to the gravity of planet Earth.
All right, so now hang on. So maybe it's the case that you have some false assumptions. Necros, hang on. Maybe it's the case that you have some false assumptions. Are you able to identify the cause of gravity? Can you manipulate gravity to prove that you know what the cause is?
I'm sorry, guys. I need to step out. I hope you guys have a good conversation. Good day.
Bye.
See you later.
What was the question? Can we manipulate gravity?
Yeah, can you manipulate gravity so that you know what the cause is?
The cause of gravity?
Yes, can you manipulate the cause? This way you know that you know you're manipulating the actual cause of gravity. Can you do it?
Yeah, there's some. I will refer to like a very old experiment in the antiquity or whatever. Maybe it was not that old, but some people proved a difference in gravity with a mountain. I remember this experiment. Like the mass of the mountain changed the the angle at which a pendulum was whatever. Like it was like very very tiny change in the angle of the pendulum, but they somehow managed to estimate the mass of the mountain this way. The the, the gravitational force.
Did they manipulate the cause? Or did they just say
that? What?
Therefore, it must be true because my assumptions include that it should happen. It happens. Okay, so my assumption is true. Or did they manipulate the cause?
What do you mean by manipulating the cause?
Okay, manipulating the cause. I see a thing. There's a natural phenomenon that's happening, not man-made. I see this. I think that X is the cause, okay? I'm watching water boil.
Yeah.
I need to know what the cause is. So I start manipulating the cause, or what I think is the cause of the water boiling.
Yeah.
And whenever I manipulate that cause and the water begins to boil, I've identified the cause of the water boiling. I have either increased heat in my source containing the water, or I've created a vacuum and caused the water to boil.
Okay.
Are they manipulating the cause of gravity so that they can verify that this is actually the cause? Or were they just making an observation and assuming that what they think is true without manipulating cause?
Yeah, I'm not sure I grasp this concept of manipulating the cause, but I think it's the second hypothesis. They had a model and they wanted to show that to predict some new
they have
behavior.
they have a philosophy on what gravity is, and then they claim that this is the cause, and then they give you a reification fallacy and say, look, the cause is true. The philosophy of the cause of gravity is true. And they never manipulated the cause of gravity.
So what could be the cause?
I just want to add
gravity
on.
for you?
There could be other causes, and I just want to add a few things in here. The air density is different. The temperature is different. The electrostatic potential in the air is different at higher altitudes. The magnitude of reasons, the multitude, of reasons as to why, alternative reasons as to why a pendulum would swing differently at higher altitude. But like Droid is asking you, how do we know that it's a magical force called gravity?
Because I can give you a replication of contained gas having gradients, right?
Yeah.
I cannot give you cannot give me, and no one has ever given the cause of gravity, the reason why things fall down. There's no cause. There's no experiment that was done to identify whether mass attracting mass or bending and warping of space-time is true. It's pure philosophy. So
yeah, but we have models, right? This is what science is about. You create
you are
models
unable
and
to manipulate gravity to show the cause of gravity. How is it that you can reify that liquid and gas can be contained to a single location without entropy causing it to release into the vacuum or the low pressure area?
Can you ask this question again?
How do you have gas next to a vacuum?
Yeah, but you have a gradient, right? You have a gradient of particles. Like it's not as if it's a.
Yeah, you can
it
have
fades away in space.
You can have a gradients inside of a contained environment. Also, you don't have pressure readings above the mesosphere. So, verified extreme low pressure like they're claiming in outer space because they never measured it to begin with. They calculated. They said, well, the rate of change is this, so it must be this at this distance away from Earth. It's calculated. It's not measured.
Also,
My
on top of that,
hang on. My question is, how, if you can't show the cause of gravity and reify that gravity is the cause of gas and liquids isolated to a single location amidst the vacuum, how is it that you know what you believe is true?
I don't understand the problem here. Like, yeah, you can call gravity whatever you want. There is a force that attracts like things, right? So there is like this force that attracts particles in some direction. That is the center of Earth, and the stronger this force is, the more the particles will stick to it, right? And then you have vacuum, and so particles that are far away enough from whatever you name you give to this force, if they are far enough from the center, they will get ejected, or they will go away of the main mass of like the ball or whatever you call Earth.
How do we validate that? How do we validate that mass attracts mass?
Yeah, you don't validate it. This is like you experiment it.
Yeah, how? How do we prove? How do we prove that mass is attracting mass?
Yeah, but it's not like it's not how science work. Like experimental science work. You build model and then you try to prove them wrong. And if your model somehow predicts things in a useful way, you just take it as a valid model and then you update it next time. Like this is just like you can call it whatever you want, but the moon is attracted by Earth, or it's kind of sticking to the Earth for some reason, and you can call those reasons whatever you want. You can call it forces, or you can call it like divine energy.
You're going off into the weeds a bit here. You can't demonstrate a gas gradient without some sort of container, not a stable gas gradient. You can't validate that we have a force holding or pulling anything to the earth. This can all be explained. This can all be explained with other means. You will need to validate it in order to call it science. You're going to need an experiment. They've had you believe that a model and then building a model and then reifying it with assumptions is science. It's not science, my friend.
It's experimental science, yes. That's why you have like some models that are kind of useful, but like the Newton mechanics, for instance, it's kind of useful as long as you don't do like relative mechanics.
Well, if it's experimental science, what experiment do you have to validate it?
Yeah, I mean, you can predict things. You can predict the movement of planets with those models. You can predict, and it kind of works. And so you say, okay, this is the more massive the objects, the movement of planets.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm sorry, but you could predict them before the heliocentric model. You could predict the movement of the stars in the sky and the wandering stars you call planets. You could predict them on a flat Earth model, on a geocentric model. It's not exclusive to a heliocentric model. That's why it's not science.
Yeah,
it's
and according to the mainstream, the Greeks had the system of gears that would track the stars and their movements throughout the year. So it's long before the globe ever existed. People already knew what the stars were doing because for years prior to you and me, people have already been observing and plotting and calculating the stars. It's a post-diction. It's not a prediction.
Yeah, it's not exclusive to a ball heliocentric Earth. It's not
it doesn't
exclusive
use
evidence.
any model. It's not about exclusivity. It's not using any specific model. It just calculate those cycles. So, for example, for an eclipse, just date the when it happened, and you start counting the number of days and years till that same exact eclipse will just repeat itself again. And that's the Selenian, not zero cycle. So, for example, eclipses, they repeat themselves in 18 years, 10 days, and 8 hours. I don't remember how many minutes.
Anyways, trying to get you to prove was the outer space vacuum. And somehow we got into, if you have a model of the stars, you have reified how outer space exists. when what we're saying is you're breathing gas pressure in supposedly a vacuum, when every experience you have of high pressure sitting next to low pressure, the high pressure tries to fill the low pressure and equalize pressure. You have a hole in your
Yep.
tire, which is 36 psi greater than the air around you. You get a hole in the tire, the air comes out because the high pressure is trying to equalize with the low pressure outside the tire. If it's an aircraft tire, it's going to be 100 psi. And when that gets a hole in it, it explodes. Violent equalization. And you can't stop it.
Yeah, but it depends. Like in the example of your tire that has a hole in it, if you imagine that at the center of your tire you have like a pumping, like some kind of force that uh, bring the air at the center.
It's story time. How are you going to try and validate real life and give me a story? I'm showing you, or I'm referencing real life. And you're trying to say, well, this could be the case if the rim of the tire actually had more gravity and then the air would stay within inside the confines of the rubber, even though there's a hole, because the gravity would be great enough. It doesn't happen.
Yeah.
A gentleman had asked a physicist, hey, can I contain gas into a shoebox inside of a vacuum chamber and prevent the air rushing out of the shoebox? The gentleman said, no, you can't do that. Gas pressure doesn't, and entropy doesn't give a fuck, at all about gravity. Gas pressure is releasing into all directions once it's released from its confined space. Your bottle of 120 psi, right? You get a hole in that, the air's rushing out and it's going out in all directions. It's not coming out and coming down. This is experience. This is real life. It is opposite of what the globe is telling you.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe my English is not good enough. But I don't see the problem really. You imagine you assume there is a reason why it works, right? You need to assume that there is some kind of force that makes the things the way they are, right? Otherwise,
no.
You need to explain reality. At some point, there are some assumptions.
No.
Okay.
No assumptions. Only observations. So we don't assume anything. So gas moves freely and randomly in all directions. We give no causal mechanism for that. We make no assumptions. We make no claims. That's what happens. That on its own, that one observation, entirely destroys any concept of gravity or what it might even be.
Yeah, but even observation, like your sensors, your eyes are all biased. You can't even be sure about what you see. You're assuming that what you see is reality. And
I don't want you to gaslight me. Your problems are your problems. If you think that your senses are lying to you constantly, that's your problem. Don't project that onto me.
We can't see some ultraviolet light. What's this? Infrared as well. There are many things we can't see and we can't really grasp.
Yeah, I know. We're talking about those things right now. We're talking about this idea of gravity. What is gravity, by the way?
Yeah, it's just a name. It's just a name. It's just a word. It's something
It's
we
just a
call.
word.
Yeah, it is. Like there is this philosopher. I like Pascal. It's a great. It was a great mathematician, and he says whenever there is something we don't understand, and it's what we do in mathematics. You just put out of nowhere a variable like x, and you say, "Oh, this is what we're looking. We're trying to define on finding what is the truth." And so is gravity. Gravity is a word that means there is some force that ties things together, and
Yeah.
this is not.
And that's a foolish hypothesis, right? Because why would you assume that there is something there when you have no evidence for that thing?
Because when you jump, you go down for some reason. At some point, you return to Earth. So this is what gravity is. Like,
yeah, but because I returned to Earth, it doesn't mean there's anything pulling me towards the Earth. You realize that?
How so?
Well, why would I conclude that there is something pulling me towards the surface of the Earth when the gas is moving freely and randomly in all directions? There's nothing pulling the gas to the Earth.
Yeah, that's what gravity is. That's why there is some gas, and it's not all in space.
What space? See, we're just going to go in this loop. What space are you talking about? Are you talking about a space for the gas to fill, that it's not filling it quickly?
Yeah, it is filling somehow. There are some particles in space, but very few. But
okay, can you validate any of these claims for me? Because see, right now you're starting to go into Never Never Land, where you're just telling me about the fantasies that were told to you. Oh yeah, no, there's gas molecules out in space. There's a few, but most of them are here on Earth because of gravity. But gravity doesn't affect gas. Gravity has actually no physical properties.
No, it does. It does affect gas.
No, it doesn't. Show me in an experiment where they used gas as their gravity as the independent variable to make gas do something.
Yeah, you can take like a hot balloon, for instance. You change the density of the air, and then suddenly your hot balloon move up.
What's the density of air?
Okay, so the cause is the density.
What's the density of air?
You mean by the value or the definition?
Yeah, you said you got to multiply it by the density of air. What is it?
No, I didn't say that. I did. The density of the air is different.
And
again,
so it's different now. So now density is different. Now what?
Yeah. So locally, you have less forces.
No such thing as locally.
Like inside your hot balloon, you have less particles because the density is different. You have, but this is like the model. Like I can't prove you things.
Well,
like,
then we're not going to use what you're saying. Then we're not going to use what you're talking about. The second that you say, I can't prove anything, I say, we're not using it.
Yeah, but because I don't have the tools, I don't have the time.
Then you need to find somebody who has all the tools.
Yeah, I could. But
please do that. Please find somebody who has all the tools. Post the link, and I'll repeat exactly what they did. I'll go buy all the tools since you won't do it.
Okay.
Awesome. Now we don't. Now we can move on to something else, like the Earth is flat.
No, I didn't get earlier what you said the fact that we are kind of returning to Earth when we jump, it doesn't prove that something attracts us towards the surface of Earth. I didn't
Exactly, it
catch
doesn't.
this.
Yeah,
It
it's
didn't prove anything.
yeah. If you check out my hat in my profile picture, it's because I'm a gnome wrangler, and part of my job is I have little tiny gnomes with cowboy hats and lassos, and they grab things and pull them to the ground. Can you debunk me?
I didn't understand. What
Yeah,
you?
I know. There is no such thing as you can't do anything with gravity, so you got to throw that out now, and you're all done with that. You can't do anything. You said you can't prove shit. You can't prove anything. So just staying in here and telling us stories about what other people did doesn't help us.
Yeah, I'm not trying to be I'm not trying to convince anyone, or I'm just interested by the conversation.
It sounds like you're trying to convince yourself that the Earth is not flat because you already know that we're right. Now you're trying to convince yourself that these other bullshit things you've heard in the past have to work, and now you're trying to make them work.
No, I think right now I think you're projecting things on me.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Not a projection at all. I don't think the Earth is a ball.
Yeah, this is what you think, and you're allowed to think what you think. Personally, I have like a Bayesian approach regarding knowledge, so I don't consider anything I have in my brain as true. I just put some probabilities on things, and I think we have a disagreement.
No, you can't just take a story and decide, all right, that's true, and everybody else is wrong. You can't just do that with stories. You can't come in here and say, I heard this story, so I'm going to repeat it. So now it's true, and you guys are wrong. That's what you just told me you do.
No, this is you misunderstood. Maybe I wasn't clear enough. My English is not my first language. I'm not native. I just said I have a Bayesian approach regarding knowledge. So I don't consider anything as true or false. I just consider things as being potentially true or having like a more like being more likely to be true. But like I don't I'm not 100% sure about anything. Maybe I'm 99% sure about some things because I've got some experiences and it seems to be logical in some sense.
Let's see
But
if I'm 99%. Let's see if I'm 99. Let's see if I'm 99% sure about this. I'm predicting that since you've been here, you have went from being a glober, learning that the Earth is flat, to now you're only 99% sure about everything. You can't be sure about anything anymore, can you?
No.
You can't be sure of anything. You can't be sure of anything, can you?
I can't be sure about anything. Yeah, true. But this is my general approach.
So what I call you, what I call you is you are a brain in the jar. You think you live in a hallucination. Only 99% true. There's nothing that can ever be real. Everything's fake. You see where you went? You went from being a glober to losing your mind to being a brain in the jar. I do that. I have that effect on people. I'm sorry.
No, I think you're projecting right now. I've always have this was about to be wrong. No, not always, but since I studied probabilities and statistics, I have a Bayesian approach.
What's the probability of me being? What's the probability of me being right that you think you're a brain in the jar?
Again, sorry. What is the probability? Hello. What is the probability that I think or you think?
Hello?
No, that you
Is
think that
somebody
you
here?
think you're a brain in the jar. You think that you're
Hello?
only 99% sure because you think that where you're not even really here. You're not even sure if you're talking on Discord right now. Am I correct?
Yeah, you're correct.
All
There is like a
right,
very
I win again. I'm always good at this.
Radwin,
You
I don't
win
know how you
again.
do that. Hey, Radwin, I don't know how you do that, but you always freaking know how to call those guys out. It's weird.
I love it, dude. I love it.
Yeah, but this is already a conversation I had with some friends many years ago. I am not
Oh
sure.
yeah,
Like
but your
we
friends
are
are
not in.
stupid. Your friends are stupid. You just came into a room
Right.
full of smart people.
No,
Yeah,
I mean
bro,
I
if
haven't changed.
if your life is based on probability, okay, then there's no reason to have any conversation about anything. There's no way for you to know anything true. So why would you have a conversation with something or with somebody about something that may or may not be true based on probability?
Because it updates the weight of the probabilities. So you have like
No, it doesn't.
then you have approximate. Again,
Hello?
sorry.
Probability has to do with, essentially odds. It's like gambling. You can't all of a sudden increase the odds just by saying from your subjective position that I think this carries more weight. Now you've gone into the subjective realm. You decide which gives the better probability, and there's no way for you to know that, especially in this case when you're affirming the consequent. That is an illogical approach. So you actually are doing the opposite.
Again, why is this illogical to reason in terms of probabilities?
Because you have no
It's
way
not.
of quantifying.
Yeah.
You have no.
Go ahead.
If you don't mind, I love getting into this thing. Okay, the shit about probability and being able to weigh the odds of something. Like, dude, you have no way of quantifying this shit. Okay, you have an internal sense of what something may be true or not. Okay, you got a little gut feeling or whatever, and then you trying to assign, or people trying to assign a number to that. Like if one were to say, "Oh, I'm 99% sure of this," or "I'm 80% sure of this other thing, but 20% sure of this other thing," dude, those numbers are shit that you pull out of your ass. Okay, in reality, what you have is a gut sense. You're uneasy about this, or you're more uneasy about that. It's an internal sentiment. Okay, that's all you actually have. These numbers that people throw out there, there's no way of you actually quantifying that. Okay, so when you argue from that standpoint, hold on. When you argue from that standpoint, it's creating this air that you actually have like some sort of metric or some intelligent aspect, or something in this. When you don't, if you do, I'd like to see those numbers. Okay, but at the moment, most arguments people come up, bring this up with, there's no real way to quantify that. Okay, so stop it, please.
I don't know what I am supposed to stop. Okay.
What I'm saying here, dude, what I'm saying is, if you're trying to weigh the odds of something being true or not based on off of a gut feeling, okay, which most people do, right? But then try to attribute a numerical value to that. Okay, you can't do that. That's the problem.
Yeah. I agree. I can't. I can try to assess it, but it's more like a rationalization than true numbers. I agree with that. But depending, there are some like when you do science, depending on the assumptions, you can be 100% sure if you prove things. You can say, oh, if I assume those assumptions at first, and based on those assumptions, I'm 100% sure that some things are true, if those assumptions are true. But the assumptions are always like axioms, right? Like you you define
how science works. Science does not work that way. You must experiment, and then we're talking about natural science here, of course, right? So your assumptions mean nothing. The experiment means everything.
Yeah, it might not have the same definition of or approach of science, but
there's only one natural science in the scientific method. There's only one science, natural science, and the scientific method. Only one.
Did you read the scientific method? By the way, the book?
Yes. The book? No.
Yeah,
I'm talking about the actual scientific method. You know, the steps that you take to adjudicate cause and effect in the natural world.
Yeah, but this is from a book by Newton.
I could give a shit. I could give a shit.
Okay, but this is actually a book written by Newton.
Who cares?
Nobody gives a shit about a book somebody wrote.
But this is the name of the method. So when you say the scientific method, it's from this book. It explains his method. So you
it's my method. It's my method now. I updated it to 2025. Now call it Professor Triangle's scientific method.
Okay, but you don't have to adopt this tone. We all here to learn things and to push our brains further in further scientific rules. Let's not be.
There's no realms. There's no scientific realms. The scientific method is what it is. It cannot be reinterpreted. It's a method.
Yeah, but the method has been invented by someone, right? It's not like it didn't exist before human beings. It's kind of
it's been invented before human beings were invented. Wow, bro, where are you going with this?
Yeah, I don't know what to say. You're referring to a method. There is an origin to it. There is no shame for that. I don't know.
The origin of it. We just want to go ahead.
No, I was just going to ask him. So, with your what I've been listening to, you don't really know if the Earth is a globe, right?
I didn't catch it. Sorry, again.
You don't really know if the Earth is a globe, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is. But
No. Wait. By your standard, you don't really know if the Earth is a globe.
Yes, I agree. The probability is not.
So you don't really know, right? Is that the case?
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, so is there any way that you say that you can argue for something that you don't really know? Wouldn't it be better to say, I don't know?
But I'm not arguing.
Yeah, I know. I understand this, but I'm saying when they ask you if the Earth is a globe or not, you can say, I don't know. You don't have to include some kind of percentage value to how much you know or you don't know. You could just say, I don't know. That would be better, right?
This would not be like, there is like this notion of usefulness. I would feel not useful to.
I know.
For my understanding of the world, if I.
I know that. I know that, but that's the point.
Okay.
The point is, if you can't arbitrate whether you know or not if the Earth is a globe, you can't say that you have a contribution to the conversation of the Earth being a globe or not. You cannot contribute because you don't know. There is no contribution from somebody that we need if they do not know. It's better if you say, yes, I know the Earth is a globe. And then you can tell us how you know the Earth is a globe. But right now, you don't even know if the Earth is a globe. So you cannot have a contribution to give us information about it. Does that make sense?
Okay, so you want me to stop talking? That's what you're saying,
No,
right?
no. You need to stop talking. We know that the Earth is flat. We can tell you how, but you don't know the Earth is a globe because you don't know. So that's on you.
This is what I just said. You want me to stop talking, right?
No, listen. If you have nothing to contribute, why would you keep talking? I'm asking you this. Why would you keep talking if you don't know either way?
Because I'm a scientist.
Okay, so that's great. And are you studying
Liar.
to be a
You're not a
scientist?
scientist.
Are you studying to be a scientist, or are you already a professor? Like, what is your position right now?
This is not relevant, but like my definition of a scientist is someone who asks questions and try to go closer to the
Excellent.
truth.
Excellent. My 3 and 5-year-olds are now scientists. They ask me questions all the time. Why did the glass break when I dropped it? They ask me all kinds of scientific questions.
Right.
Yeah,
but
they are.
Listen, you're yeah, that's great.
So now they did the hold on. Now they did the scientific method. My grandchildren did scientific method at 3 years old, you're claiming.
No, not the scientific method. It's a scientific approach to try to understand things.
Sounds like something you just learned growing up all by yourself. It doesn't sound like anything you have to learn.
Yeah, well, let me just say this. You said so that you can understand things. But the problem we're having is you don't understand things. So you've never had a conclusion to anything in science because you don't understand anything. That's the problem. You're saying that with your mouth, you're saying on the one hand, you can use science to understand things. On the other hand, you don't know anything. So how can you use science to understand things when you don't know anything? You see the problem here, sir.
Okay.
That's a big problem.
Yeah, I see.
If you're using science, you see how funny that sounds? If you're using science to understand things, you have to understand things. Problem is, you don't understand things.
You don't have to be contemptuous or whatever.
I'm being very clear. I'm being very clear, and I'm speaking very slowly so you can understand if you're having trouble understanding. So now that you know science and what it's supposed to be used for, so you can understand things, as you said, but yet you don't understand anything. So how can you use science? You've never used it to understand anything, according to you.
No, because it's not black and white. It's about creating models that are useful. So understanding is having some models
like what?
that enables you to predict some useful output. So you understand that things go down for some reason, and so you have an internal model within your brain that predict things. And
okay, you're saying a lot of words. Hold on, wait. You like to talk. You like to talk a lot of words, but you're not making any sense. What do you mean? What model specifically are you talking about that you use to understand something? Go ahead and tell me specifically. Don't say words that don't mean anything. What specifically?
Okay.
Yes, I know it's funny, but I want you to be specific.
Yeah, maybe I don't make sense because I'm not native. Also, be aware of this.
No.
Okay, so they are like I also studied biology, so I have like this double hat. I also see things in terms of patterns in the brain. So there are things that are like models are also patterns of neurons that are interconnected together. So I understand like how I don't know, like I make sense of what I see. For instance, my brain somehow understands that someone is someone, even though it's like it might be a conceptual things like what is a human body, but I somehow have a model in my head that tells me, okay, so when something has a head, 2 arms, 2 legs, this is a human being, and this is a model I have in my brain.
Yeah. Okay. So hold on. What science did you use to do that?
It's not science. It's
Okay,
not. I
then.
don't know.
No. Wait.
So
No,
you don't
if we're not
believe
using, hold on,
space
sir.
pictures?
Hold on. Yeah, hold on. I'll answer you in just a minute. If we don't use science,
It's empirical models.
hold on, sir. Sir, we need to use science. I asked you for science, and you said we don't use science for this. So I want you to use science to tell me how you understand things, as you said earlier.
Yeah, but here it's
what?
It's a semantic.
It's what? I'm asking for science.
Yeah, but science, you have like this word in your mouth that you're just repeating, but it's such a word.
No, wait a minute. No. Don't you say I got this word in my mouth. You have the word in your mouth, and you think you can understand things. But then when I ask you, how did you understand something? You're like, oh, I don't know. I can't know anything to be 100%.
Okay, so
I'm asking. Yeah, wait a minute, sir. Hold on a minute. I'm asking. Wait a minute. Wait, no. I asked you for science. I'm only asking for science. If it's not science, I don't want it. Okay. So give me science, something that you've understood to be true using science.
Okay, my turn to ask the question. How do you know
you
that
didn't
you
answer my
understand
question.
things?
You didn't answer my question. Now I want one thing that you can tell me that you use science to understand.
This is a bit tiring.
No, you just don't want to. You don't want to admit that you don't know what you're talking about. You don't want to admit that. So I'm doing this rigmarole to show how you're being a false person that says that you're making a claim to science and you don't know what science is, sir.
Okay, if you want.
You're a liar. You're a liar.
Okay. But yeah, okay.
Okay, well, that's fine. If you say you're a liar, that's fine. But now we know that you don't know what you're talking about.
No, I'm not saying I'm a liar. I'm just I'm just sad for you because this is not.
It's not something to get sad about. You lied.
Yep, you lied. You said you knew what science was, and I asked you what it is, and to give me one example, and you couldn't do it, sir. You couldn't give me one example of science.
Okay. Bye. I'm leaving. Bye.
Later.
That was easy.
Okay, sir. Whoever was waiting in the wings, you can ask me a question.
Yeah, he took off.
Nah.
Yeah, he couldn't.
I like when they come right in the middle when people are talking and go, hello.
I really wanted to talk to him about his pictures. That would have been
like
good.
they're on ham radio and they don't know people are talking and they just start babbling. Well, at least I got him to admit he doesn't know anything is real. That one probably will never come back in here.
But that was pretty quick how you did that, though. You connected it like you didn't even give him a chance to think about it. So I think that's the best way. When they don't think about it, they're just trying to answer, and he gets caught up in it's.
Oh yeah, because they're trying to be all big wordy and try to give them some time to think. I don't give people time to think. You either know it or you don't know it.
Yeah, exactly.
When people ask me shit at work, I either know it or I don't. I'll say, I don't know. Let me go ask. I go like this. I don't know. Go ask someone else. That's exactly what I say.
Yep. I mean, you're being honest, 20 cups came in, dude. I was listening to you, man. That was good. I like that. You're telling him that he just has a feeling, and he was trying to put it. He was using a numeric value. Like, dude, who does that?
Yeah. Dude, I've caught on to this over the last year or whatever. People try to, this whole 99% certainty thing. You know what I'm talking about? they're not coming up. There's no method to quantify that, but everyone repeats it. But in reality, you know what I mean? Like it's a, you know when you're certain about something, you get a little, little gut feeling about some shit. That's all it is. But then they give a number. It's like, where the fuck did that number come from? What's your method to you know what I mean? It's on it. Everyone's saying it, and it's fucking frustrating because there's no one's provided a way to get like the way they quantify that. Then they throw in, I'm using Bayesian reasoning. All right, show me your map, show me your flow chart, and they don't. It's like, fuck off with that, man. I'm sick of it.
Well, we're gonna need more.
Argumentation works inside the religious conversations. I can't know anything for 100% certainty, so then I'm okay in saying that there's no God. Except whenever they come in here, they'll say, well, I can't trust my senses. Okay. And then they'll also go in the religious community and then have an argument with them and say, well, I can trust my senses. I called a motherfucker out on them. And they muted me because they were... No, I'm just pointing out your personal dishonesty.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it was good. It was good. We don't often get into that, but like I see your point. I know why you did.
Yeah, it's just an attempt to sound smarter or to try and sound smarter than it otherwise might sound. Right? If you're trying to convey something, I got a hunch about some shit, right? It doesn't sound as appealing than if you give a number, right? But people look past that and they're like, the number, the guy must be, onto something. But when you inquire where that came from, they can't provide a meaning.
Yeah, it's like saying 9 out of 10 doctors agree, and then you would ask somebody, which doctors? Well, just doctors. Like they don't tell you which group of doctors, like where and what state, or like they're not being specific. So it just sounds like they're coming from a place of intelligence, like some kind of focus group.
At least in that situation, in that circumstance, you have the 10 doctors, so you have the whole. When these 99%ers come in, they don't have the whole. They don't. They can't even give it a 1%.
What I'm telling you is that when somebody says a numeric value with attached to like something specific, it's still ambiguous because they didn't give you a qualifier as to which doctors. So you can make something up. Just saying 9 out of 10 doctors agree. Like which 10 doctors? Like nobody asked those questions. And if you agree that that's okay to say, then you're falling into the same trap as the 99%er. Same thing.
Yeah, the average person would not be able to cite that. You know what I mean? So they're going on faith that whatever commercial that they heard, that they've got that they've got the source, and odds are, well, actually, I can't even say that, right? But you would think, right? One might think that, if a company is going to put that out there, that they've got some sort of study. So at least in that sense, there might be some paper trail. But the average person, like they're just parroting it,
Right.
Anywho,
when people start talking about Bayesian reasoning, and they talk about their arguments having more, like they carry more weight or there's more probability, what in the world would they base that upon? That's a subjective position. That's them saying, I think that when I jump up and fall down, that increases the probability of there being such a thing as gravity. So it is a personal preference. It is a bias. It's subjective. It's stupid.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I got to get down to the fundamentals. You just got to start from there.
Yeah, I agree with that statement. Yep.
Can we bring this Almanator up? Lyle was been trying to get him to answer if he claims that he lives on a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles, and he can't answer that for some reason. whether he
Because he
claims that
says
or not.
it says it's a flat Earth room. It's up to us to prove it's flat. So if you see what I type back to him, which I tell him every time, that we named the room. We named it 24/7 Flat Earth to trigger you freaks. It works because this place is nonstop packed. If we named it The Earth is Not Curving, nobody would come in here.
I guess he just wants to chat skank.
Yeah, I mean he's yeah, probably. Yeah. Yeah, he's asking for proof of if somebody's asking for proof of flat earth. This is, this is when it goes back to the fundamentals. If you're going to prove anything, if you're going to prove that there's drop or rise, the earth is concave or the earth is convex, then you're going to need to implement a straight line or a horizontal plane of reference. So getting back down to fundamentals, in order to have your globe or your concave or whatever it is you want to think that you live on, you're going to need the tools in reality, like the water level, that establishes a horizontal plane of reference to have your globe. But if that's the case, you can't have your globe. So, I mean, that's all that matters is the fundamentals. So any proof that he's looking for are going to require level to be horizontal. And if whatever conclusion he gets to destroys level being horizontal, then he can't have his globe, he can't have his concave, he just can't know anything. He can just be a 99%er.
Everything else, fire folder, fire we get it together.
Well, he doesn't want to open up his mic or what?
No, he just wants to chat skank.
Oh well. At least he's in the call. I've seen his name in there before.
Yeah, he's doing that just so we won't kick him for only chat skanking.
Yeah, I suppose it gives the people who don't speak in the chat like someone to challenge. But he's got to be in the voice chat at least. So if he's not even in here, then that'd be even worse.
They're in here.
Yeah, I mean, we can't throw everybody out of the chat. We won't have anybody in.
I wouldn't throw him out. I'm just saying he's just here to chat skank. But
yeah,
he's behaving overall. I mean, I wouldn't want to throw him out.
And we got the chat warriors on our side will handle him on the chat if he's too afraid to open up his mic. Oh shoot, Cyclone's in there. What's up, Cyclone?
Yo, what's up, Miggy? What's up, boys? Can you hear me?
Popping in there before you go to bed or what?
Yeah, pretty much. It's my nighttime shift. Get like
Nothing
40
really.
minutes, an hour maybe.
See, we can't scare you up a Glover. You got
Shit,
Almanator in here,
come
but
in here and they're all dead. So the
I'm
room's a
not sure.
bloodbath.
He doesn't speak up. So Almanator would be the guy you probably want to talk to.
They're all the same. No offense, Globies. When you spoke to one, you've spoke to them all.
Eli in here. What's up, Eli?
Yes. Yeah, I need to get some globalists in here. Is my mic coming through? Because this cuts out sometimes, so if it cuts out, let me know.
Huh? Oh, yeah. You're coming in.
I thought you're messing with them right now.
What happened?
No, I said I thought you were messing with them. Like he said, if my mic cuts out, let me know. And you're just over there like, huh? What'd you say?
Oh, yeah.
I'd be asking for that.
You got me, lads.
Do we have any Glovers in or no? What have they been doing?
We have 1, 2 that aren't talking. Maybe 3.
They've been scared straight. It's like that TV show. Where we click
Scared.
Yeah, there's this Timbo guy I have.
What was that show? Was that show Scared Straight and they put these like wayward youths into prisons and just let them know, hey, you keep fucking up. This is what it's going to be for you. Kind of like what we do for the Globe here.
All right, Almanator's asking for a 1v1.
1v1, man. 1v1, man.
Here, Cyclone, talk to you. Almanator. Everybody else will meet up.
Pick your flavor, man. Like dealer's choice around here.
Wow. Been a while. Why does it need to be a 1v1 over there? Is it a 1v1
He says that.
to the death?
Yeah,
he says that no one will get muted when I speak up on the server because
listen,
this
bro,
server doesn't like FE questions.
Listen, man, you can do the 1v1 like you like. Just pick whoever you want to challenge. Look at all these names in there, man. You got so many people you can choose from. It's like a candy store.
But Almanator, you better not be one of these people that's like really obvious.
So you don't have to worry about me. I'll bow out. I won't take on the challenge. I want you to last more than 1 minute.
What kind of conversation are you trying to have, Almanator? Like a serious, proper, good faith conversation, or are you just like full of tactics and rhetoric and all that kind of shit? Don't tell me you're one of those.
Pattern.
He's talking about getting muted, and he said he's gonna mute Lau. Oh, never mind. He changed it to ignore.
Bro, why are you so salty when you got all these flavors, bro?
Yeah, I won't mute you, Almanator, unless you're being very annoying, which I'm sure you won't be. It's honestly, it's too much of a pain in the arse for me to mute you. I'm not looking at the chat right now, so you'll get away with it more with me than you might with some others. Don't tease us though. If you're gonna talk. Don't be like, hey, I'll talk to you. It's one-on-one. If we set up a neutral platform, why don't you join me in my own little room I've created? Flat Earthers are dumb. None of that
I'll
shit.
talk to you if we can sit across each other at a candlelight dinner holding hands.
Sweeten the pot.
250 USD, Almanator.
No, Radwin's a cheap date. He'll pay for everything. Yeah,
Radwin will do it for free. He is cheap. He's desperate.
That's awesome.
I've got a premium, you know. Right, so he's not talking then, I guess? Or is he like laying down 1,200 conditions? In order for me to speak,
exactly.
you have to all
I need to be a
on
mod.
mute. No one's allowed to talk.
I have to
Do
speak
we
for
have
10
any-
minutes straight.
Yeah, do we have any attorneys in here that can read through everything for both sides?
I actually am, but I'm off the clock. None of that. These are my client's
Yeah, what up?
conditions. He insists you do not ask him if there is curvature. What's up, bro? Who was that? Was that Alminator? Or was that someone else?
No, it was me. Sorry.
Matt.
Sorry.
All right,
I was looking at the side chat.
Oh no, sorry. I thought you said you were Alminator.
All right, man.
Oh,
I need to get my. Hold on, I need to get my popcorn. Wait, don't start just yet.
No, but he's not gonna open his mic.
Any rush?
Oh wait, you got 30 minutes left. Oh yeah, you don't have that much time.
Sure.
Hurry up, Alminator. We only got 30 minutes.
Oh no, I wish I could. I only have like 6 minutes left before I gotta go.
Alminator, maybe you can help me out. What I don't understand what gravity is or how it proves Earth's a ball. What is gravity? I don't know what that is. Help me out.
Oh, that's easy. Oh man, you gave me an easy one. He might win this one.
Yeah, because a lot of the Globers, they know a lot about gravity, and I'm a bit confused. Or maybe they can help me out because I don't understand how dropping rocks tells you live on a spinning ball. So I need some help.
He might win this one.
I hope so.
Is he deafened? He's not like responding to anything we're saying.
Well, he's not deafened. He's just, he's getting his mind right for this debate.
But he's only responding to people in the side chat right now.
It's like, like before a fight, the fighter, is getting, ready in the locker room. That's what he is right now.
What kind of shit's he saying in the side
Just
chat?
bouncing up and down. Let's see. He's on voice many times. You weren't.
He's flexing his voice credentials. I've been in voice many times. That's what you're saying. I mean, I've definitely spoken to the guy. The name rings a bell, but honestly, they all blur together. I can't remember which brain in a jar I've spoken to from one day or the next.
He's changed his name a few times.
Alminator, what kind of jar do you think your brain is in?
Peanut butter jar, probably.
Peanut butter.
Nah, dude, I love peanut butter. Maybe a pickle jar. You could be in a pickle jar.
Yeah, it would be pickled. At least. Oh, well, that's a shame. That's a shame.
Good thing we're not on.
The opportunity.
Good thing we're not on Glover time, man. Nothing will ever get done. He's like, yeah, let's have a debate. 3 hours later.
Yeah, and they'll like talk about something for 30 minutes, and then you're like, all right, what's this got to do with the globe? I didn't say it proved the globe.
Yeah.
So why the fuck are you talking about it then? I'm just saying.
Yeah, right. Why are you bringing up the sextant? I don't know, just to bring it up. Like, does it have anything to do with the globe? No, just bringing it up. Like, dude, what the hell?
So we always have to
Because
get.
they want to invoke. They want to invoke Professor Triangle. That's why they do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you get in there early and just be like, just before you continue waffling about a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, are you saying this proves Earth's a globe? No. Okay, well then let's not bother.
And we're just gonna have Radwin in the back in case we ever need to shut the conversation down. We're just like, dude, just go ahead and close it up, man. Well,
yeah, we had a good one the other night. Who was that, Radwin? Some guy was in and he actually brought up triangles as a globe proof, and we were just like, all right, let's do the triangle test.
Oh,
did
I
the
took
triangle
right
test.
over. As soon as he mentioned triangle, I said, "Hold on." He called my name. I said he just summoned me.
No, I
something like
handed
that.
it over. I said,
Oh
well,
yeah,
you know
you
what?
did that
We've
one.
got Professor Triangle in the house. Brought up Professor Triangle, gave him the triangle test, and then like a few minutes later, he was like, all right, maybe you guys are right. Maybe I'm retarded.
Oh yeah, that one. Yep, that one.
Yeah. That was a good one.
We do that so many times. They just run together. I can't remember who did what anymore.
Dude, where the hell is Clipcord, man? It needs to be clipping all those. They put like a stream of all the triangle tests.
Lately. We've had so many good ones lately. I mean, just in the short times that I've been in, there's been some funny, decent conversations, and I don't know if they're getting clipped.
Yeah, if we just went through for the last, I guess, almost year now, we'll go back 6 months, we'll say, and somehow could just pull out the word triangle, you'll find most of those have popped up with the triangle test, and nobody survives the triangle test. You can't answer it correctly if you're a glober. There's no right answer for you.
I swear we've had a decent amount of people very recently that have actually like conceded and been like, oh, actually, you guys have got good points. I'm going to look into it. I've heard a few of those lately. Those are the ones we need to start clipping and just pulling out into a little playlist so that other new people can hear other normal people just agreeing to be reasonable and listen and actually concede when something logical is said. Just so they know it's not the end of the world to agree that flat earthers are pointing out very ordinary, mundane, obvious observations of reality. Wouldn't kill you. We need to get better at highlighting when those are going down so that Helio and Chris and Imagine and whoever else is clipping can clip it. So we've got some playlists, because we've got like thousands and thousands of hours, but we don't really have that much targeted content, like separated streams for specific decent conversations. Which would
that would be good to have one stream that is, the one stream is on subjects and the other one is live. That would be kind of cool.
Yeah, well, actually, Helio spoke about doing like a best of the week roundup at the end of a week and saying, right, here's the best conversations from the week. And then we could play some of it in the chat and comment on it and stuff.
No, I made up my mind. I know what I want for Christmas. I want a video with nothing, like a funny video with all the triangle tests put together for the past like couple months.
Yeah,
all the ones from that go from 15 seconds all the way to 30 minutes, because there's some triangle tests that they fought and fought and fought, and they became some of the best ones on there. In fact, it was some of the first ones.
Yeah, man, that would be so great.
As soon as I
Are you sure of that?
Gone out and never heard proper flat earth arguments. They've never seen the long distance observations. They've never questioned the globe. When they go to their advanced university classes, right, to get these very specific degrees about a specific area of a topic, they're just basically regurgitating the information from the textbooks, memorizing it, and then parroting it down onto their exams to get the results, not questioning the core foundations of that information, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. I imagine they did some kind of experiments to see like how gravity functions of Earth, and it functions the way it is because of the curvature of the Earth.
All
or they referred to someone else's experiments, which is more realistic.
Yeah, they also make a bunch of assumptions, right? They already assume certain things. So when they're talking about gravity, they'll be like, look, this we've got a vacuum chamber here, and we drop some things in the vacuum chamber. They roughly fall at the same rate due to gravity, right? And that's proof of gravity. It's kind of like circular reasoning in a way, or begging the question, because they're saying the cause of this effect that we're observing is gravity, but there actually is no scientific experiment that proves that gravity is actually the cause of the effect. They're only able to see an effect, right? Even scientists at the high levels will say that. They'll say, we have no idea what gravity is. Where does gravity come from? We have no idea. We just, it has to be there to have this globe Earth heliocentric model that we live in. So we know it must be there because we know that the Earth's a globe.
It seems to me like there can't be anything that you can know 100% for certainty.
Well, this is what we can do. This is what we can. Yes, sorry, Shaggy. One thing, I'll go on mute in a second. So, things we can know is things that we can physically measure, right? Things that we can repeat the measurements over and over again. So, if the Earth's a globe, then there would have to be certain characteristics within nature that would have to be present. Okay, so they tell us that over 70% of the globe is covered in water. So that's a great place to test for curvature, because due to gravity, the water would have to be curving at a specific rate. So if we go find a 10-mile body of water anywhere on the Earth, ocean, lake, whatever, okay, we can calculate over this 10-mile distance, there would have to be approximately 66 foot of curvature, based off the globe math, okay, the radius value. So we can go and start conducting different tests, because along with the Earth curvature comes byproducts of the Earth curvature, such as a geometric horizon and obstruction of things in the distance. So if you set up an optical device like a camera or a telescope at a certain height, say it's 1 foot above the surface of the water, and you're looking across to a distance marker 10 miles away. Okay, so you've got an oil platform out in the ocean or a long lake where you've got the shoreline 10 miles away in the distance. From 1 foot observer height, the horizon, right, the geometric cutoff point of the globe would be at 1.2 miles away. And then you can calculate how much the target in the distance should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. Okay, so you can determine that, say, the shoreline on the other side of the lake would be hidden by about 50 foot. Okay, that's like a 5-story building. Now we go out and conduct tests using high-powered lasers, high-powered zoom cameras, infrared cameras. It's been done over and over again, and we can zoom in across from 1 foot observer height. We don't see that horizon at 1.2 miles where it would have to be, and we can see the shoreline on the other side of the lake. Okay, then we go and repeat it, and repeat it, and repeat it. Go to a 20-mile lake, go to a 30-mile lake. Use different spectrum laser beams and just keep repeating, and we can't find any curvature.
What's the largest body of water in the world?
Probably, I don't know, the ocean. The ocean's like the Pacific Ocean and whatnot. But we don't need that much distance. When you have too much distance, we start having to deal with all kinds of crazy optical effects due to pockets of different temperatures and things like that. And then you've got the visibility, because the air is not perfectly transparent. It's semi-transparent because we've got dust and pollution and gas and fog and mist and all kinds of things in the air. So it has a limitation on how far you can see through it. So under optimal conditions, like perfect conditions, it would be 200 miles or 300 kilometers. I think it's that, or 300 miles, one of the two. That's like just technically under perfect conditions. Usually if you go check the weather report, like what's the visibility rating where I'm at, like where I'm at here, it's about 15 kilometers, so 10 miles or something like that. So it's really not that far. That's the maximum distance you can see. Anything that goes beyond that's just going to kind of fade off into the atmosphere. Kind of like when you stand up on a big mountain and you can look out over mountain ranges.
Yeah.
Each one that's further away gets more opaque.
Yes.
Yeah, so it's that, and also things in the distance get smaller as they move away from you. So you've got the angular resolution limitation to worry about then. So I mean, if you've got a cruise ship, say there's a cruise ship in front of you and you're standing at the beach and it starts to sail away from you, it's going to get smaller and smaller and smaller until it gets below 0.02 degrees in size, right? Angular size. And then the human eye can't resolve it anymore. Okay, you can pull out a zoom camera and zoom it back in again, but eventually it's going to fade off into the into the opacity, the opaqueness of the air.
So you said that we can't really see the curvature because there's pollution, there's like if you go very far, it will be difficult for you to see, and even with cameras, it's not as accurate.
Not really.
Because you would have...
we could see if there was curvature there, we can see like more than enough distance to be able to detect that curvature, right? So over 20 miles, there should be 266 foot of curvature. That's
what about using the satellite?
Well, now you're going into the realm of things that you can't validate. Okay, so satellites don't have like photo cameras on them, for starters, and you can't validate. Like, you'll have to trust the satellite information. It's not something you can go validate. What's easy for you?
GPS?
GPS is just, you're just getting information from a ground tower onto your phone. Okay, and you're not able to determine exactly whether that's where that's coming from. If someone wants to say that's coming from a satellite that's in outer space, you're not ever going to be able to verify that information. Okay, it's just converting that information that you're getting on your phone into a coordinate system, into a particular coordinate system. Okay, you could transfer that data into any coordinate system, and it's going to work. It's going to get you where you need to go. It's not reliant on the Earth being a globe.
Okay, so let's assume that the Earth is flat. Okay, what's the edge of the Earth? Like, which part or country that lies?
I should have covered that first. So when people think about flat Earth, usually they have like a complete misconception of what flat earthers are claiming. People think of the globe Earth version of outer space, right? Like the space vacuum, and then you've got all the round planets and balls of gas like stars and whatnot floating around in the vacuum, and then the Earth is one of those, okay? And then they, in their mind, they kind of swap out the globe for a flat disk or a flat planet. That's not what flat earthers are claiming. That would be ridiculous if that's what we were claiming. You've got to erase the heliocentric model from your brain to think about this new way of looking at it, okay? So you could think of the Earth more like the floor or the foundation of the system that we live in. Okay, so the Earth isn't moving, right? The Earth is like a topographical plane, right? Like we have hills and valleys and mountains, but most of the surface is covered in water, which is measured flat across the surface. And then we would be within an enclosed system, just like all the ancient cultures depicted. So a stationary Earth within an enclosed system. Yeah.
Yeah. What does that mean?
Well, have a look at what Shaggy posted in the side chat, right? That's not what flat earthers are claiming. But when you Google flat Earth and hit images, it's going to come up with a bunch of images like this. Okay, to try to, this is like propaganda to make flat Earth seem ridiculous and stupid, because if this is what we were claiming, that wouldn't work. That would mean that we were idiots, basically. So what we mean by flat Earth is like flat or smooth or bumpy, that kind of thing, is the description of a surface area. So in this context, we mean the surface of the Earth, primarily the surface of large bodies of water, isn't curving over distance as it would have to if the Earth were a globe. We're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth or where the Earth ends or anything like that. We're talking about what we can empirically test. Okay, so flat Earth is completely different to what it means to say globe Earth, right? Because that's a shape claim and whatnot. It comes along with a whole heliocentric model, but we're not claiming that. We're not claiming to have a counter response to every single claim the globe side makes. We're saying, look, we're testing the globe We're testing what we all kind of blindly believed from a young age, and it doesn't match up when we test it in reality. And we're repeating the tests over and over again. And this is not, it's not something that's just random people going out and doing. We've had PhDs go out to try to debunk flat Earth, right? PhDs in optics using extremely expensive, high-powered laser equipment, different spectrum laser beams, infrared photography, all sorts of different things. And a lot of these people have been forced to become flat earthers in the process because they couldn't find any sign of curvature whatsoever. So there's tons of stuff. This is all documented. We can present all of these long distance observations and laser tests that we're talking about. And the good thing about this is it doesn't require you to believe it, right? Anyone can go out and actually repeat these tests themselves.
It's interesting. I mean, I definitely heard some people in the past, like maybe 300 years ago, who said or believed the Earth to be flat, and our solar system is different. All the other planets circle around Earth instead of the sun. And
yeah, man. Well, if you'd like us to, present some observations, like what DJ just stated about long-distance observations, and we can present you with them.
I can give you a quick example of one if you want to see one.
Sure, of course.
Can you see the side chat?
Wait, yeah, I can see it.
Yeah, okay, I'll just... okay, so what I'm going to post in the side chat, it's an observation that was done in the United Kingdom by a guy named Dr. John Dee. He's a PhD, and he actually went out originally to try to debunk flat earthers. So he does a bunch of long distance observations using super zoom cameras, and he does long distance laser tests with different spectrums of light, trying to basically do the same thing, shoot the laser across the surface of the water to hit a target on the other side. So this is one of his observations. So this is just some clips and screenshots pulled from his video. His video is really comprehensive, but it's an hour and a half long. So I'll post the video after as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll send that as well. But just to give you a breakdown quickly. So here's a GIF, right? So what he's done here, he's gone to the ocean on a really, really calm day where there's no waves and really good weather conditions with good visibility. And he set his camera up on a tripod, just 3.5 foot above the surface of the water. And he's looking out into the ocean. Okay, so if you were just looking out into the ocean and you didn't have any kind of distance markers, you would have no idea how far you're seeing.
Yes.
Okay, so he's gone to a place where there's a wind farm out in the ocean. It's called Rampion Wind Farm. Okay, and it has this section of the wind farm that he's zooming into, it has 6 windmills. The windmill on the left, when he zooms in, is 8 miles away. And the windmill on the right is 11.2 miles away.
And what's the building behind them?
The building, it's not a building, it's actually a boat. Yeah, there's actually a boat out there, which he tracked on the ship tracking radar that's 14 miles away. But you shouldn't be able to see the boat at all. It should be way behind the curvature of the Earth. But don't worry about the boat just at the moment, because the wind farms are the main focus at the moment. So now, if you go onto Google and you type in Earth curvature calculator, there's tons and tons of different calculators. They're all going to give you the same result. And what they do is they're going to calculate how far away the horizon should be from a certain observer height and how much things in the distance should be obstructed behind the horizon. Okay, so you can do the math yourself if you want, but that's just an easier way of doing it. So here's a screenshot from just one of the random Earth curvature calculators. Okay, so the distance to the distance to the object, 11.2 miles, right? So that's the windmill tower on the right. Okay, so I put that in, and then I put in the eye height level, 3.5 foot. And then it calculates the distance to the horizon, okay? So the distance to the horizon would be 2.29 miles. Okay, that's the key thing to note, because that's what this test is testing for, that geometric horizon. Okay, so here's here's a diagram he made from his video, just to illustrate like what.
Can you also send the link?
Yeah, I will send the link. Okay, so as soon as I finish doing this little presentation, I'll drop the full link in. But it's an 1.5-hour video, right? He goes into everything in extreme detail. You can go check that out after if you want to double check what I'm saying. But I'm just giving you just a basic breakdown of it.
Yeah, it is definitely interesting.
Yeah, so look, a man standing on a sphere would observe the physical geometric horizon at a certain distance, which on this diagram is represented by the red and yellow circle. Okay, so you shouldn't be able to see any water past the geometric horizon cutoff point. Okay, and that
just
distance
like 7
would
kilometers?
Well, it's based off the height of the observer. So if you do it from 1 foot height, that cutoff point would be 1.2 miles. If you do it from 6 foot height, then the cutoff point would be 3 miles, and so on. Okay, so it's going to go further away as you go higher in height. But from this height, it's 3.5 foot. So the cutoff point, right, the geometric horizon line, should be at, what would it say, 2.29 miles. Okay, so you shouldn't be able to see any water beyond that point. And then the bottom of the windmills should be cut off behind that horizon. And the bottom 52 feet of the 11.2 mile windmill tower should be cut off. Okay, so here's a close-up of the windmills that you can see in the observation, just so you can see what they look like close up. Okay, so he did this at low tide, because when it's low tide, you can see that little black section at the bottom where it's corroded the paint off. Okay, so here is a screenshot just from the observation, just for comparison. So yeah, we can see the base of the windmills touching the water, and then we can see the water carrying on past the windmills, and you can actually see that boat 14 miles away as well. So we're not seeing the curvature that would have to be there if the Earth were a globe, right? Remember, over 10 miles, you should have 66 foot of curvature. So based off the 3.5 foot observation height, the geometric horizon should be at 2.3 miles away, and then the bottom 52 feet should be missing off the furthest oil platform, and I think about 30 foot off the closest oil platform. But we're not seeing these geometric features that would have to be there if the Earth were a globe. Okay, so he goes out and he does this observation on different days as well, different weather conditions, different observer heights, different locations as well. And then we've got people that have done these in different places all over the world, whether it be on a frozen lake in Canada or a lake in, all different places, right? United States, California coastline, Great Salt Lake in Utah. We've got even longer observations than this, where we could see like 20 miles across a lake and see the shoreline on the other side of the lake, where there should be hundreds of feet of curvature obstructing that shoreline. So this is where we're coming from. It's like just going out and actually testing the globe mathematics, and we can't find any curvature. And then that gets us to the next question, right? So surely someone throughout all of history has gone out, and surely there would be tons of observations that would counter these observations and match up with the globe. And that's where it starts to get interesting, because you're not going to find a single one. What you're going to find is calculations based off assumptions. And that's essentially what you're going to realize over time, if you look into it, that's what the globe is. Right? It was a theorized way of depicting the Earth based off the celestial sphere originally. And then they assumed that because of the way that we view the celestial bodies, then the Earth must also be like that. And they basically inverted the celestial sphere into the terrestrial sphere. That's a whole other conversation. I don't want to get too confusing. But basically, look, this is what it comes down to. We can't find any motion of the Earth, right? So the Earth is meant to be spinning at 1,040 miles per hour at the equator. And then at the same time, it's orbiting around the sun at 66,000 miles per hour. And then it's also going in a different direction, chasing the sun at 480,000 miles per hour. And then it goes even higher from there, right? Then the whole system's going sideways at orbiting around the great attractor at 1.3 million miles per hour. It adds up to millions of miles per hour of movement that they say that the Earth is making constantly. Okay, so that can't be validated, and then we can't validate that there's any curvature. Okay, so no motion, no curvature, and then the third one would be that we have gas pressure. And then that's a whole different conversation as well.
I was going to say that. Let's not go into gas pressure just yet.
No. Just throwing it out there. But yeah, that's a whole nother conversation that we would have to go to in detail to go into gas laws and thermodynamics and all that kind of thing.
I guess to be fair, you have to acknowledge that everything is almost everything holds some kind of assumption. Like you can't not have any assumptions.
Yeah, but we can test those assumptions. If someone's assuming that the Earth is a ball, then we go test and we can't find any evidence of that ball existing at all. Then, we can kind of dismiss that assumption in a sense.
Yeah. We appreciate your honesty, man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's a lot of information. And
yeah. I'll post that full video. I forgot. If you want to check it out later, because he does go in, because he's got a PhD in optics, so he goes into all of the extremely technical details about the atmosphere and whatnot.
What prompted you to research or investigate this kind of issue or discrepancy, I guess you could say?
Yeah, it was someone that I respected a lot. Started telling me about it. I thought that they'd lost their mind, but I knew that they were a very, very intelligent, critical thinker. And they recommended some videos to watch. I still thought that they'd lost their mind, but out of respect for them, I decided, okay, I'm going to go watch these videos that he's like, just check them out, see what you think, critically analyze them. And I was like, damn, there's a lot of good points being made, right? It's kind of similar to the points that I'm making now when it comes to being able to see too far and lack of empirical evidence of the primary claims of the globe and that kind of thing. And from there, I started sort of researching and actually learning more about the globe, because most people, they just kind of believe that the Earth's a globe and they know a little bit, but they don't know much of the technical information. So I did a whole bunch of research into that. And then I started looking for evidence. I was trying to prove the globe and prove this guy wrong. And then I couldn't do that. So then I'm like, damn, I'm going to have to go out and start doing some observations myself now. And luckily, I lived on a giant lake in Australia called Lake Macquarie. And I had a boat and I bought a camera and I did stacks of different observations. And we had a 20-kilometer stretch of water across the lake. And I could confirm that I could never find any sign of curvature whatsoever. I could set the camera up basically at any height and zoom across the lake and see the white sand shoreline on the other side. And and then, after that, it's just, there's unlimited research to do. There's so much to learn. You start getting into how optics work and how the human eye works and how light moves through a medium and how temperature can affect different things that you're looking at in the distance. You need to learn all about miraging and gas pressure and all sorts of different things, right? So that's kind of how I got into it. Here's the video in the side chat. He's got some other good stuff on his channel as well, like the laser tests I was talking about. That's another great way of doing it. We've literally had teams of field engineers go out with a $30,000 laser, and instead of doing the observation, they're actually shooting the laser beam directly across the surface of the water and trying to hit a target on the other side of the body of water, I think they were doing them up to about 40 kilometers where there should be many hundreds of feet of curvature. Okay, so if you shoot that laser beam horizontally, if the Earth were a globe, the people at the target distance should see the laser beam right up in the air, hundreds of feet up in the air, because of the drop over distance.
Right.
But the laser beams are hitting the targets every single time. Okay, so say you shoot the laser beam from 5 foot height, and then you have a target at 5 foot height on the other side. It's hitting the target at 5 foot height. And then, so they have an hour-long documentary and a 180-page PDF document where they go over all of the technical details and all of the specifications of the laser and all of that sort of thing, right, to present their experiment or test, whatever you want to call it. So yeah, tons of this stuff's been done.
Is it possible that the distance was not long enough, so that's why you don't see it above the ground?
Well, no, because with the globe you have a radius value, right, which is 3959 miles. Okay, so it's slightly bigger around the equator than it is pole to pole. But it's such a small difference that when they're calculating drop over distance, they just use the average, which is the 3959 mile radius. So you can calculate, right? You can go on a ChatGPT, anything like that, and say, look, how much curvature would there be over 40 kilometers? Okay, it's a geometric calculation. It's not something that can be, argued over. It's just based off the geometry of the globe. That's why we're doing it over large bodies of water, because they call it mean sea level, right? Because it's level. It's a level surface. So look, I'll put it into the calculator right now. Okay, 40 kilometers, eye height level 5 foot, and right. So yeah, over 40 kilometers, there would be 395 foot of drop over that distance. So 395 foot, that's like a 40-story skyscraper building, 39-story skyscraper building. Huge amount of drop over distance over that distance.
Yeah, and one thing we want you to know is we don't want you to come here and just believe us out of faith.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I will research this.
Yeah, we
Definitely.
want you to read, because, like your previous question, what made you look into this harder is because you owe it to yourself to know, the realm you live on. If there's a possibility of a lie, wouldn't you like to debunk that? Like, if there's any slight possibility, wouldn't you like to go, hang on, I want to know the truth. So, like, dig into this, man. Like, look harder and go, these flat earthers could be lying. I'm going to prove them wrong. You try and prove us wrong. Go ahead. We
I will
challenge
try.
you. Yeah, man.
What do you think the value of knowing this, what you know, that the earth is flat, like, did it serve any kind of value to you? Was it valuable to know the earth is flat?
It was. I think it's valuable. I think knowing where you live is pretty important. And I think I think it's important to wake up that critical thinking ability that we all have, because I think in these modern times, people have kind of been put into a mindset where they put aside that critical thinking ability, and they've been taught to just believe that they're not scientists. I'm not a scientist. I'm not smart enough. I'll just trust in what I get told at school. And they've basically made it that if you go against any of the core fundamentals, then you're a science denier, you're a tinfoil hat wearing conspiracy theorist, blah, blah, blah. And they've made it very unpopular for people to go against the grain or against the mainstream. So I think it's very important to know where we live. It goes extremely deep as well once you start digging into, it's a big difference whether you live in a, on a space ball flying through space, right? Where they teach this is what they teach in the mainstream accident, right? The Big Bang happened, right? The heliocentric model was basically banged into existence, and then we have evolution, right? And basically what it stems down to is that we're here by accident, and we're on a big baseball inside a vacuum, hurtling through space at 1.5 million miles an hour. We're tiny little specks on this space ball on a universal scale, right? Like tiny little specks of nothing, here by accident, lost in space, going nowhere for no reason at all on a temporary Earth, right? That could at any moment just get killed by a giant asteroid like the dinosaurs, and one day the sun's going to burn out, and right, that's kind of what we're told is our existence. Whereas if it's much different, if it's a flat Earth system, completely different, right? It would lead way to there being some kind of specific designer. I'm not saying that's God or anything like that. I'm not, I don't bring religion or anything like that into this, but it's just a completely different way of looking at this whole place that we're in. I don't know. I think it's important to know where we live. But it's different. Like, it's more meaningful for some people and less meaningful for other people. It's not going to completely change your life. You still have to go to work and do all of those kinds of things. But it definitely steers the way that you think and the way that you perceive this reality that we live in, and the research that you'll do in the future, and the way that you'll live your life, that kind of thing.
It kind of reminds me of if reality is a simulation or not. Some people say it doesn't matter if it is, or if it's not. You still have to wake up in the morning and go to work.
Yeah, exactly. So that still has to be done.
Yeah, but you're going to work, at least you know why you're going to work. What you're going to work on. You're going to work on a creation. I'm not referring to a god. I'm referring to this realm has been created by something or someone or some others. We don't know. We can only speculate. We can only try and find out the truth. But the point of the matter is, if it's not just a coincidence flying through the cosmos at stupid speeds, then it's stationary and it's flat as observed, and it's created because
it's going to lead to a lot more questions. A lot, you're gonna go deep. Can't wait till you can get home from work and do some more research, that kind of thing. It will lead you down other rabbit holes as well, like looking into history, right? And then you might start finding that, okay, there's actually a lot of deception as well when it comes to mainstream history and what happened in the past. Okay, so and then after a time, you'll start to notice that it's kind of all connected. And it is definitely an interesting rabbit hole to go down. That's for sure.
Hey everyone.
Hey, what's up, man?
I'm great, bro.
Good.
So are you flat earther or something?
There's a mixture of people in here.
Okay. I'm also flat earther, I guess. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What is it? Yeah. Go ahead. Dexter.
What?
Well, someone just was.
Yeah, it was me. All-Star.
Yeah. All-Star. Yeah. Cool.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you think that other planets are similar to Earth, like in shape and in environment and things like that, or Earth is just special and there's only one of a kind of its, like, the environment.
No, that's a good question. So that sort of goes back into the first thing that I was talking about, where people try to kind of insert the flat Earth into the heliocentric space vacuum model that we have been taught that we live in. And they've told us big stories about the planets and stars and things like that they're these huge distances away and they're giant, like, balls of gas or gas planets or whatnot, right, in a space vacuum. And people say other planets, kind of insinuating that we're also similar to these things that we can see in the sky. Whereas in reality, if you throw away that story that you've been told about what we see in the sky, what we see is a series of essentially lights in the sky that move in cycles, right? Like all the stars will move in a particular cycle and then they'll reset back into the same position each year. It's kind of like the sky is like a big cosmic clock, so to speak. And we tend not to make claims about things that we can't empirically validate. Like what are the stars? What medium are the stars in? What size are the stars? That kind of thing. We try not to get into that, but everyone sees the same thing in the sky. So if you look through a telescope and you see a blurry little light in the sky, you've been fed a huge story about what that is and how far away it is. We can't validate that, but what we can validate is that the Earth shares no similarities to the things that we're seeing in the sky. Okay, so it's, say we see the moon, kind of looks like a half a sphere. You know, that's kind of what we see. It would be logical
earlier
to say
I took a
that.
picture of the moon, and it looks like it doesn't look like a circle. It looks
Yeah, it looks
like
spherical. It looks like half a sphere kind of thing. But then again, it's kind of difficult to say 100% exactly what it is. Okay, so there were scientists in the 60s that were speculating that the moon is actually made of plasma. I'm not saying that I agree with that. I'm just saying that was a big, speculation, along some mainstream scientists back then. And he said no one would ever be able to land on the moon. That's ridiculous. That's impossible. That will never happen. And that kind of thing. So I think there's a lot of mysteries behind the moon, but I agree with you that when we look up at it, it looks kind of like a half a sphere. So does the Earth share any similarities to that? Okay, and when we observe the Earth, when we measure or take long-distance observations and laser tests, it doesn't have any signs whatsoever that it is spherical or anything like any of the things that we see in the sky. Okay, kind of like if you've got a flat floor and you have round lights on your ceiling, that doesn't mean that your floor is also round. Okay, it's only because we've been taught this heliocentric model that we think, oh, we're also floating around in space like these other things that we've been taught about. Whereas I think you could more think of the surface of the Earth like the floor or the foundation of this system that we live in, and then we've got other things in the sky. Okay, we don't go out into the forest and see trees everywhere and say, oh, I must also be a tree. That would be silly logic. So I understand the logic, right, because of the way that we've been fed the globe model. Okay, so it's understandable that people will say, what about the other planets? It's a good question. But I think this is a completely different way of looking at it. And if we want to think, okay, are we like any of those things we see in the sky? What evidence is there for that? And there isn't any.
Yeah. And if you look at the post I just posted, then you can see that you can't assume, the shape of something with such a vast distance.
Yes, good point, Shaggy. Yeah. Any light, right? Any shaped light at a distance looks like a round light. You look at a tube light or a street light, which is like a long, like tubular like light in the distance, it just looks like a round light. You look at a train coming that has a series of lights on the front of it. In the distance, it just looks like one round light, but once it gets close, you'll see, oh, actually it's 6 lights. So with the stars, we have no idea what we're looking at. Could be anything, because at a huge distance,
You're right. When you zoom, you get more clarity, and now we
stars.
Now we have telescopes that are very strong that you can zoom a lot into the object.
But exactly, but it's a light, right? So when you're zooming into stars, right, you still just see the magnification of the same thing. You're not zooming in; you're just magnifying. That's all you're doing.
Yeah.
So we don't know exactly what we're looking at when it comes to stars. But hey, have a look at this example in the side chat here.
May I make a quick point? Yep. Like they say we can zoom into distant planets that are millions of miles away, and yet we can't zoom in on the flag on the moon, on the American flag.
I don't think that was true.
That is true.
Yeah, no one can put a telescope in their backyard and zoom in on the American flag, and yet you can zoom
on the
in.
moon.
Yeah, exactly right.
They might say the aliens
James
took it.
Webb parked in your backyard, you still wouldn't have the zoom capabilities to see a poxy little flag.
Anything left on the moon.
Let me just show this example quickly. See the 4 objects in the side chat there.
Which one?
I just posted them in the side chat. 4 red objects.
Yeah. I
Okay,
see them.
only one of those is a sphere. Okay, so let's just say you were looking up in the sky and you can see these 4 objects. Kind of looks like 4 balls, right? It looks like 4 balls.
It does.
And, okay, so one of them's flat. One of them's a bowl, right? One of them you're looking at a bowl. One of them's half a sphere and one of them's a sphere. And you can't even tell by looking at this which one is which. They all just look like balls from a distance. Now, if I show you the actual GIF of this test, right, you'll see the lady,
Maybe we'll be able to notice the texture of the sphere.
Okay, so which one of these is the sphere? You'd have to guess.
The third one from the left.
Yeah, that's incorrect.
Yeah, I've already put the GIF up, just so you know.
You did?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, Shaggy, if you just scroll up a bit to 25 minutes after the hour, yeah, you'll see which one's which.
Oh, it's a video.
Yeah, it's like a GIF. GIF's a video. But yeah, see, we can't tell exactly.
You're right.
Yeah. Look, the only point of this is just to say that, like, we can't make definitive claims about things that look a certain way because we've been told a backstory about it. So if you get told a backstory, like if I told you these are all spheres, but they're at different distances, and can you tell which one's bigger than the other sphere? Right? You would already have in your mind that they're all spheres, and you wouldn't even be questioning that they're spheres. And then you would try to work out which one's further away and which one's bigger and which one's smaller. So I was like, we need to question what are they in the first place. And we can't tell unless we can actually empirically validate that. So you'll see in the GIF, she empirically validates it by lifting them up and physically inspecting them. So the whole point is, there's a lot of speculation when it comes to things that we're looking at in the distance. That's all. Can't be completely sure when it comes to things in the sky that we can't access. We have to basically trust the mainstream narrative or not trust the mainstream narrative when it comes to that kind of thing. What we can all test is surface curvature. That's something anyone can go out and test. So that's the prerequisite, the requirement for the Earth to be a globe. That curvature has to be there, and it's not there. So all of the additional claims, they need that pre-requirement to be validated in the first place. And if you look into it, it's not even claimed to have been measured empirically in the first place. It's based purely on assumptions and mathematics and models rather than empirical evidence.
Okay, so let's take a moment because we know that people went into space, right? So they had to calculate things like the air pressure, the gravity, and all those things. If they are basing their information on a curved or a globe Earth, but the Earth was actually flat, then there would be a mistake. Or the rocket wouldn't fly into space because there's a mistake in the calculation.
Correct.
But people have went into space. That must mean the scientists are correctly calculating all those things that you need to know before going into space.
Yeah. Yeah, if that were the case, maybe America faked the moon landing. Right. Look at have you really? Most people haven't looked at the footage that they've been presented from the Apollo missions, right? Remember I said earlier, only 26 people have ever said to have gone to above low Earth orbit to space, right? High enough to see the curvature of the Earth. That's the Apollo astronauts. The same ones from this footage here. That's clearly like ridiculously fake looking footage.
Right. The last one? The last one you sent?
Yeah, I'll post a bunch of, like, these are all taken from NASA's YouTube channel. Okay, this is Apollo footage. Apollo 11 footage.
Looks like I'm watching Star Trek.
It's worse, dude. If they used this footage in Star Trek, no one would have watched Star Trek. This is like Thunderbirds footage. Okay, so I'll post a few more clips.
You're gonna blow his mind, DJ. You're really gonna blow his mind up.
Well, most people haven't looked at the footage. The footage is just laughable footage. Like, maybe it looked cool back in the 70s. People were like, whoa, that's amazing. But now, it's kind of like looking at a video game from 1995 and you're like, oh my god. Right, just look at the movement of these things as well. Like, I would speculate that this is probably more like miniatures and models on strings in a studio, right? Like a animation type setup with a very large budget like they had, rather than actual footage of a spaceship, that looks... The spaceship itself looks kind of like a grade 6 science project where they're like, all right, kids, you need to make a spaceship. Here's some tinfoil and some sticky tape and some curtain rods. And then they're like, look, teacher, I made a spaceship. And then it looks like this crappy looking NASA spaceship. Yeah, have a look at it.
On this video on YouTube, I thought it was interesting. I haven't watched it yet. But it's like 15 minutes long. Yep.
Yeah, so there's a documentary called American Moon, and it's 3 hours long, and it goes over everything, all of the technical impossibilities and glitches and clear fakery behind the Apollo missions. It doesn't prove the Earth's not a globe or anything like that. It's just, they were in like a space race with the Soviets, and they wanted everyone to think that America's untouchable and can do things that no other nation can do, blah, blah, blah. Also, there's a whole list of reasons why they would have faked the moon landings, but they definitely faked the moon landings. If you do enough research into it, you'll at least be skeptical that America went to the moon.
And I wanted to just touch on something because before you even go into all that, all right, so Ulster, I heard you say, we know that people have gone to space, right?
Yeah, because we've seen rockets fly.
We've seen rockets go into the sky. We don't know where they went. There's no way for you to verify where they went. You see a rocket go into the sky, you watch some stuff on TV, and you listen to their story about what they're saying they're doing. You believe the claim. That's a claim that someone's made to you, right? But you are left with nothing but the choice to disbelieve what they're saying or believe them. There's no way you can verify for yourself that what they're saying they're doing is true or not. That is not knowledge. That's belief, my friend. I'm sorry. I can personally say to myself honestly, I don't know that people have been to space. I'm told they have been, but I don't know it.
That's right, but I also think that knowledge is a justified true belief. So if you believe something, you obviously believe it to be true in the first place, or else you wouldn't believe it.
Yeah, it's fine if you want to have a belief, right? But if you want to take that to the next level and turn that into something then you would have to do a stack of research to make sure that belief is actually nothing more than just a blind belief. Have a look at this last GIF that I put in the side chat. I kind of like this one, right? This is a 1959 movie. Side by side, SpaceX Falcon 9. It's just a funny one. It kind of looks just as bad as the 1959 footage.
If I may add quickly, so the gentleman, who invoked the justified true belief thing, I've heard that a lot too. I think there's contention on that definition, but that doesn't matter, right? In this context, if you want to run with that, you might want to ask yourself, what is it that you are using to justify that this thing that is being presented to you is true? Right? There's 3 parts to it, right? Or two parts, one with a qualifier.
Yeah.
Right? You're believing the material. You think it's justified for some reason, probably because it comes from an official source and all this stuff. And you think what they're saying is true. So just because you believe it, and that's your criteria, unless you investigate the criteria, it looks satisfying. It looks legitimate because, but have you really checked that out? You know what I mean?
Yeah. I get that.
Right, which is like where that's when the footage like that DJ's been showing you comes into it. It's like, yeah, like a lot of people, they've only just seen little things here and there, little clips, little glimpse, just a glimpse, right? But when you look into it, you like even as a glober, right, with the moon landing, you could look at it
Close your mouth.
and go,
Close your
wow,
mouth.
that does not look real. Thanks, Greenflower. Thanks for your input. It was really helpful.
If you question everything, then nothing truly can be trusted, even your own
Nothing
senses.
should be immune from scrutiny. Now, if you come to the end of your scrutiny and you say it's solid, right? There's solid foundation for this being true. I can rest on it easy, and good for you, man. That's fine. You go with it, right? But nothing should be immune from questioning. A famous physicist once said, "I'd rather have questions that can't be answered than answers that can't be questioned." That was Richard Feynman, renowned physicist.
But even if you find your answers, you still need to question them. Even if you established or experimented, you still need to experiment.
Yeah, exactly.
Because it could be
There's nothing
changed
wrong with
or
that.
something. Yeah.
That's a good thing to do. It's being I can't think of the exact word, but you know what I mean. Being thorough.
Right.
Extremely
including
thorough.
what we say, right? When I said nothing should be immune from scrutiny, including what we say, man. Everything we say should not be taken on face value.
That's why, like many of us, we didn't just look into this for a year and then just stop doing research and then start saying, "Oh, look, like this is our conclusion." Like some of us have been looking into this for over 10 years, and there's still so much to learn and to research. It's like, and the more you look into it, the more the evidence just keeps stacking up, like stacks and stacks of evidence that don't align with the globe. And that show that NASA can't be trusted, so to speak, or that people have a misconception of what NASA's showing you when they're saying, look, here's a photograph of the Earth from space. Is it really? Okay, how come there's copy-pasted clouds all over the image? How come you used the same clouds in 2007 Blue Marble and the 2002 Blue Marble? And then you do a bit more digging and you'll be like, oh, actually, NASA actually admits these aren't photos of the Earth. They're actually composites. And they're made in Photoshop, and they actually put the clouds in later on after they stitch together a bunch of low-altitude images of the Earth and wrap it around a ball in Photoshop. Then they add the clouds in, and that explains why they've got the same clouds in Blue Marble images of the Earth that are 5 years apart. So NASA wasn't lying. Most people just, they haven't looked into it. So they think, oh, there's all these photos of the Earth from space that from NASA, I saw them. It's a ball, but they don't realize it. Go look into the raw imagery that they used to stitch these together. None of the raw images that they used, and they're not even images, they're scans of data. None of the raw scans of data have any sign of the Earth being a globe. Okay, so they get data in from these radio telescopes, apparently. And then it's like 4 months worth of radio telescope data, and then they have an artist, okay, a guy named Robert Simon, who works for Goddard Space Center, and he takes that data and he converts the data into what looks like images. And then he stitches the images together into a big giant flat map of the Earth, like a collage. And then he wraps it around a ball in Photoshop. And then it's his job to make the Earth meet people's expectations of what the Earth should look like from space. That's exactly what he says in the interview when he talks about how he makes these. And then he says that, you know, it still looks kind of flat, so he adds in like specular highlights and hotspots and colors it all in, and he keeps working on it. He says it's a lot of work to make it look like a globe and what people think the Earth should look like from space. And then he puts the clouds in, and he has to copy paste them and all sorts of different things like that. So Matrix just put like a write-up there. It's like actually an audio interview as well with him. So these images that we're getting from space quite often are admitted by NASA just to be composited images, not actual photographs. That's a whole nother rabbit hole in itself. Is like you could still be a globe earther and go deep into NASA fakery. Like a lot of globe earthers are just huge NASA critics. They know that NASA didn't go to the moon, but they still think the Earth's a globe.
I guess that's a fair criticism. But what do you think about the people who own telescopes that you can just buy one and look into the sky and make your own pictures or images?
Yeah, so choose Mars as an example. Yeah, choose Mars as an example. Like, look up the best quality telescope that there is and say, you know, show me what the raw images look like from this great telescope, right? And what you're going to see is a blurry little red circle. Okay, blurry little red thing in the sky. And then you'll say, well, hold on, that doesn't look like the processed images that I'm seeing. And then you'll learn that, okay, well, what they actually do is they do a whole bunch of magic in post-production where they stack thousands of images on top of each other. It's called image stacking. And then they'll just keep tweaking it in software until it kind of starts to look what they want it to look like, or kind of look like what these NASA CGI images look like. Okay, and then you'll see the final product and someone will say, look, this is my picture through my telescope of Mars. But really, it's being processed like crazy in post-production. The actual raw image just looks like a blurry little dot in the sky.
Yeah, true.
And then you've got a whole story attached to that dot that you are thinking of. That goes for everything we see in the sky that's too high for us to really test. You have to start using mathematical models and concepts and things like that. Leaps of logic, basically. Like that's what.
Is it really matter? Is it really matter if Earth is flat or spherical?
It's flat. It's definitely not a globe.
It's matter?
Does it matter?
Yeah, it matters. Yeah, it's important.
Well, how about you go home and sitting at the table with all your family and say to them, I'm a flat earther, and you'll see if it matters or not.
I don't think it's matter.
Really? Oh, mate, you'll understand soon enough.
Listen, for me, Earth is spherical, right? For you, Earth is flat, and we live same life, right?
So, how did you come to the conclusion it was spherical?
Just intuition.
Intuition?
Yeah.
So, you came to this conclusion all by yourself?
Yeah.
Nobody ever told you it was a ball. You just woke up one day, looked outside and went, well, I'll be. It's a ball.
Yep.
I don't think so.
You know, like, for example, I have my God, right? You have yours, for example. And what does it matter?
What's that got to do with the shape of the ground?
It's a belief, right? You believe in one thing, I believe in another.
No, that's where you're wrong. That's where you're wrong.
They're not comparable, dude.
Yours is a belief.
So if
ours is
for
actual
example,
measurements.
For example, Christian.
No, he's missed it. Hold on, Semi. Yours is a belief. The reason yours is a belief, you have no knowledge of this.
Listen,
for us saying the Earth is flat, it's not a Semi. For us saying the Earth is flat, it's measured flat. It's not just hey, I believe it's flat. It is actually measured as such.
And can I add to that? The guy, it sounded to me like he was trying to make a comparison to
tells another man that his religion is wrong, right? And it's okay.
Hey,
this is not religion.
Am I? Carlos de Tabarnak, can I speak? You guys hear me, or am I not coming through?
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, he keeps
God damn
you.
Yeah, Semi, like manners, bro. Okay.
How?
What I was getting at, dude, is when you invoke that comparison between God this, God that, worldview or earth view this, that, they're not the same thing, man. Okay? One is strictly a faith-based topic or subject. The other thing is a geometric question. It's like asking me, I have this pizza on my table, or this basketball on my table, or whatnot. What is it? Oh, I don't know. I think it's a triangle. Oh, well, I think it's a cube. Oh, you're allowed to believe that because, I believe in God and you don't. So it's just like, what the fuck is that, man? Excuse my language, but hello? You just take out your tape measure and you measure the damn thing. Get the angles, if there are any, et cetera, et cetera. Like, what is this comparison, man?
We all experience the Earth as a flat and stationary plane. Okay, that doesn't prove that that's what it is, but that's the starting point. That's the beginning of the thought process. Okay, we go to a large body of water, and there's no curvature, right? If there's no wind, we see a perfect mirror on the surface. Okay, then when we go and further test it, right? Because it could just be a big globe, right? And you're too small to be able to see the curvature. So you experience it as flat, but then we go and actually test over the distance. Okay, say we got 20 miles. If it's a globe, there would have to be 260 feet of curvature over 20 miles. We can go test it over and over again and validate that there is no curvature at all over this distance, right? So it can't be the globe, the size that they're telling us. That's not possible because we went and measured it. You can still believe it's a globe if you want to, but that's just going to be a blind faith, a blind belief that defies empirical evidence.
Is it just limiting your view and imagination?
One more thing to that, DJ. At best, Semi, okay, you can critique the measurement. You could argue, right, that, whoever's doing the measurement has a belief that what they did is sufficient to let them arrive at the conclusion they did, right? But you can critique that, and you can get in. You can get into it, investigate, and find where there may have been mistakes made or information omitted, et cetera, et cetera. You can investigate that, right, and discover whether or not your suspicion is true. Right? It's not just a raw belief type thing like you would have in some sort of higher power. Like, it's not without scrutiny, dude. You know what I mean?
For me, flat Earth believer, it's like a man in a cave who lives all his life in a cave and saw a world through shadows.
That's you. You're in the cave.
Okay.
No, spherical Earth believers, it's that who
it's a belief. That's it. It's just a belief. You seem to think it's something greater. It is just a belief. You have never verified, validated, or proven you live on a globe. And until you do, it will always be just a belief.
Well,
here's the thing, though. The topic of discussion, right? The topic itself, okay, can seem like that, right? Plato's cave, where you have limited information, you're restrained from really verifying anything or the source of anything. I get that kind of analogy, okay? But it's like in one context, you're kind of like you're chained to the rocks or something like that. You can't leave the cave, so you don't know what's going on. And the other context, you have gentlemen or ladies what's going on outside. You see what I mean? Like, it's not, you're limited, but not entirely. You can ask the questions, like, you don't have to, though. That's up to you.
I would suggest if you don't like what we're saying, go out and check it for yourself. Prove us wrong. Go and measure it. See how you come back. If it comes back as a globe after you've measured it, lay your data down and we'll shut up and leave you alone.
Isn't I believe it's a start point for everything what human achieved. Like seamen's, on the ships, they believe there's somewhere Earth, another island, and just starting their journey, and eventually they found out there is another Earth. But if they just sitting still, not believing that there is another island, and I don't know, maybe human beings just live in a small area of, islands of planet.
This is what we've done is gone out and actually tested for the Earth curvature in countless different locations over huge distances all over the world. Okay, and we can't find any curvature. And then when we go seeking for who throughout all of history went and found the curvature of the Earth, we don't find anything. We don't find any empirical evidence, right? We find philosophical decisions and theoretical models and calculations based off those assumptions, not empirical evidence of Earth curvature. The more you look into it, the less you'll be believing that the Earth is a globe, right? Because the evidence doesn't match reality. You can go and test it yourself as well.
I think it's a question of scale, like an ant on a...
Yeah, we take the scale into account. So it's so big. Okay, so that's the
two-dimensional world. But for us, it's...
Do you think we didn't take scale into account? Do you think that we were testing a smaller globe?
I think you didn't.
Really? Okay, so how much... Okay, so I guarantee that every single flat earther in the room here knows the rate of curvature on a globe, and you don't.
No, you're applying mathematical formulas into small areas,
Yeah, so if you've got a basketball and you get a basketball, okay, and then you put a tape measure around the basketball and you say, okay, this is the circumference of the basketball. Now, based off that circumference value, we can determine the radius value of the basketball and the diameter of the basketball. And then we can calculate how much over a certain portion of that basketball it should be curving. And then we can test the basketball, right? And say, yes, the measurement over this smaller section matches up with the overall circumference, radius, and diameter of the basketball. And therefore, it is confirmed that this basketball is the size that we first measured. And now we can start doing other things with the basketball. We know the size of it, blah, blah, blah. That doesn't work with the globe, okay? Because they tell us the circumference, diameter, and radius of the globe, but it was never measured. You're not going to find anyone that measured that, okay? It was assumed. And then when we go and test over the smaller section, based off those values that we're told, it doesn't match, okay? There's huge amounts of curvature that would have to be present over these distances that we're testing. So if you're doing a test over 20 miles, there's 260 foot of curvature over that distance. That's like a skyscraper building. Okay, if I'm on a 20-mile lake and I've got the freaking Titanic boat right next to me, and it sails across to the other side of the 20-mile lake, you can't see it. You can't see the boat, right? It would be completely hidden behind the curvature of the Earth if the Earth were a globe. But when we go to a 20-mile lake, we can zoom in all the way across the 20-mile lake and see the shoreline on the other side of the lake. Okay, there should be hundreds of feet of curvature over that distance.
I don't know where you got those numbers, but I really appreciate if you have some researches with these calculations, you know.
Yeah. So you can look up so this is all based off the circumference, the diameter and the radius of the globe, right? I can give you links to, say, Washington University, send you links to Earth curvature calculators where they will tell you this is how we calculate how much curvature there should be over a certain distance. Okay, and that's what we're just getting the numbers that we're testing from the mainstream. Okay, this is the mainstream belief that the Earth has a radius value of 3,959 miles. Okay, then we can apply an 8 inches per mile squared formula, which works fine over distances that we can measure. And we can say, okay, over 10 miles, there should be 66.67 feet of curvature over that distance. Then we can start doing different tests to try to detect the curvature. And it's not there when we test for it. So we're not making up this mathematics. We're given the mathematics by the globe side, the mainstream, and then we're just testing.
Is there article, not just, result picture, but...
Like you want to see one of the observations that we're doing? Is that what you mean?
Like ordinary article in chemistry, for
example. About what?
About this calculation. About this calculation.
The calculation? Yeah, sure. I can give you a link to Washington University, and I'll explain how to calculate the distance to the horizon. And then we can go test for that distance to the horizon and see if it matches up with reality. Okay, so I'll grab you the link right now. Okay, so this is sites.math.washington.edu. This is a PDF from Washington University directly off their website. Okay, so Matrix has posted the Pythagoras theorem formula to calculate how much curvature there should be over distance. And then here's the Washington University PDF where they will explain and show diagrams about, okay, so if you're 5 foot high, the horizon would be at 2.73 miles away, and so on. And then we can go test for that. We can show you real-world tests where we're testing the globe mathematics against reality to see if it matches.
How about read together this article and you explain me if I have a question? Hello, are you here?
Who are you speaking to?
I opened this article, how far away is the horizon, And that's what I read. When we stand on the shore with our feet just at the sea level and look out the sea, we may ask how far away is the horizon. We start by making the simplifying assumption that the Earth is a sphere with a radius r. Then the line from our eye to the horizon is tangent to a circle of radius r, representing the Earth as shown here in the picture. But we must be not in a sea level, we must be in the center of a sphere, right? To correct this radius line. But we stay on an external layer of sphere. It's not a radius, right?
You're on the surface of the circle. Or the sphere.
Yeah.
Right. So
in the middle of sphere. That's right. But we stay in the circle.
No.
Hold on, Semi. Just let 20 Cups explain it to you. He's very good at math, right? He can explain it to you perfectly.
Check this out, right? So if you picture this, you take a basketball, and you put a little Lego man on top. You know what Lego is? You know, a little toy for kids, little blocks.
If a basketball would be the size of a planet, then that's okay.
Sir,
but
can you answer my question, please? Do you know what Legos are?
Legos?
Yeah, like the toys.
I believe I know.
Okay, so what I'm getting at here is, analogously speaking, okay, if you take a basketball and you put a little Lego man on top, and you have him walk around on the surface of the ball.
Okay.
Now, obviously, this is not to scale or anything. Okay, I'm not trying to insinuate that, but the analogy holds. So what they're talking about in the article is this little Lego man. He's standing on top of the ball, and he's looking out over the surface. So from his eyes, right? Let's say he had a little camera on his head or something, right? From his eyes outwards, what would be the limitations of what he could see? And the math that they use in this article go to depict how that would apply in our context if we were on a giant ball also. The scale would be different, but the math is the same. So you don't need to be at the center of the ball per se. You're measuring from the center, right?
Central sphere, right?
In this case, yeah. This is how they get the radius. Yeah.
Okay.
Or their claimed radius in this context, right? And notice what you said earlier before in the reading. They have to assume they're on a ball. So if they use that assumption, take that assumption into account and work with the math that is appropriate for that assumption, this is what you would expect.
What is the age height of our eye?
Height.
Right. What is it?
Height of eye, meaning the head. Basically, in the Lego context, right? How high the guy's head is off of the surface of the ball, or how high his eyes are off the surface.
Well, are we in a central of sphere or on the surface?
On the surface.
Then why is this radius line exist? It's not radius. If we
because
surface.
The reason why it's important is because the radius is what dictates the rate of curvature. Okay.
No, radius.
So if you take that into account.
Radius, it's a distance between the central of the sphere
exactly.
and its external line.
I understand that.
Right. But
if you want to calculate, Semi, if you want to calculate how far away the distance to the horizon is on a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles, okay, you need to know what the radius is first. That's what we're questioning. We're saying that that's bullshit. Okay,
In
but
this
they're saying that
example, we
it's they're
already
saying the
know that
radius
it's
they're saying the radius value is 3,959 miles. Okay, so if we assume that the radius is correct, like they do, right? That means the horizon should be a certain distance away. And that line that you're looking at is the tangent line, not the radius line, right? We're doing the mathematics to test if the radius is correct. Does that make sense? How did they
let's
measure the
go for
radius
that.
in the first place? That's the question. They didn't do it.
So,
It's an
okay,
assumption.
we have a radius assumption. We have a radius. Okay, we stay on the surface. H, our height of Ri. Okay, L is the length of the line connecting our eye directly to the horizon. Can you explain me what is this? Length on the line, connecting our eye. Length of the line connecting our eye directly to the horizon.
Here's a good example, right? Go back to the Lego.
L, it's our horizon, right? Distance.
No, well, just to make it clear, right? The best example would be going back to the Lego on the basketball. If you take a ruler and you put one side of the ruler on the guy's head and you put the other side on the ball, the distance between where the ruler touches his head or his eyes or whatever and where it is the tip of the ball, that's what they're describing here.
Am I right? L, we want to find L, right? Distance horizon.
Pretty much.
Okay. And as small is the arc length. Arc length. Okay, the distance on the surface of the Earth to the horizon. Okay. The angle. Theta is the angle made between our position and the horizon. Okay, made our position and horizon. Okay. Since the triangle in the figure is a right triangle, is it right triangle?
Mm-hmm.
How can we be sure is it right? Mm. From what rule the endpoint of our eye capability and the line from central sphere to this end makes 19 degrees? Why not 89, 91? This is assumption, right? But I don't understand why is it right.
This is trying to calculate how far away the horizon would be based off how high the observer is. That's all. It's very simple.
I understand, but I don't understand this sentence that the triangle is right. You know, why this angle between L and R sides is 90 degrees?
What it's saying basically is this, okay? If you want to do the exercise, feel free. If you have the tools or whatnot, if you draw a circle, draw a radius line, okay, maybe from top to the middle, okay, and then form a right angle triangle between at the extremity of the circle, okay, where the line meets it, okay, create that 90 degree. To the left or the right, it doesn't really matter. Okay. However long you want to make it. I'm asking you if you want to do the exercise so you can better understand what's being described here. Okay, you'll see why it's important. Okay. So if you draw that 90 degree, okay, however long you make it,
And then on that, the other point on that, how do I put it? The line that you just drew to make the 90 degree, okay, if you connect that to the center point of the circle that you created, okay, what that's going to tell you is in order to see that first point that you drew the first line from, okay, you would have to be however high necessary that you see, okay, on the other line from the edge of the circle upwards. There's a relationship between the furthest distance and the height.
Look, for example, my age height, right, would be 10 times bigger, for example. Then this L length would be much longer, right?
Oh yeah, like in these diagrams are just for illustration. Yeah.
Yes, I will find the angle between R and L on the right side of this circle, right?
Let me double check.
Would it be also 90 degree?
There's only one 90 degree angle there, dude. Go ahead.
What are you trying to determine at this point? Whether Washington University and every other university is getting their math wrong?
Yeah, it doesn't understand why.
I'm trying.
If you want to go and learn basic mathematics, right? Because you can't understand the way that they're describing how to do this, then go do that somewhere else and come back after you understand. Okay? Because Washington University, have a look in the side chat. Have a look in the side chat. This is the determination here. Okay, this is from the PDF. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. It says that from a height, dude, shush.
You know,
from a height of 5 foot. This is the problem. You're dragging the conversation into the weeds right now. Okay, Washington University clearly says that from 5 foot observation height, the horizon would be 2.7383 miles away. They show you the math on how to get that. If you want to say that they're doing their math wrong, go and write them a letter. And then you show them how the Washington University's got their math wrong. And their math matches up with every Earth curvature calculator and also any AI that you put it into. Okay, so if you want to think this basic math is incorrect, then go take it up with the whole rest of the scientific community in the rest of the world. Okay, and then you show them the correct math. You're trying to drag the conversation into the weeds, right? So do you agree that if you go to the surface of the water, right, and you're 5 foot above the surface of the water, if you were on a globe, the horizon would be 2.73 miles away? Yes or no? Do you agree or disagree with that?
I don't understand your question.
Okay, if you were 5 foot height, right, and you went to the shore,
can you translate
what don't you understand?
SI metrics.
To me, the guy sounds drunk. I don't know about you guys, but this is actually starting to get very aggravating.
So you want to
let's go nice and steady. Semi.
Do you know what a tangent to a curve is?
Age what?
A tangent. In mathematics, in geometry, a tangent. You draw a circle, a straight line touching a circle. Tangent.
Let me see.
Could be a language barrier, I'll grant you that.
Straight line or plane that
Why isn't it knowledge? Why is it a belief?
Can you walk off the edge of the earth?
No. I'm asking you about your belief that the earth is round.
I mean,
okay, let me tell you something.
Why is it?
Been to space.
Why is it a belief?
Listen.
So it's knowledge then.
All right, mute the guy who's been to space. He clearly hasn't. He's not here for good intent. We'll concentrate on the other guy, T-Dub.
I have a question.
Right, let's do that.
Who here believes the earth is flat again?
Frisk. T-Dub.
T-Dub. T-Dub, hello?
He's on mute.
Okay, let me just tell you something, T-Dub, okay? So basically, you can't have a flat Earth, you know why? Because we live in gravity, which means the aerodynamics of this world cannot conspicuate to the forces of the
Are you using words you don't understand?
Conspicuate? Did he say conspicuate?
Yeah, conspicuate. That's a new one.
No,
he does.
Let me give you an observational question. Let me give you an observational question. If you really believe the Earth is flat, then why does horizon disappearance? Why do ships disappear or hull first over the horizon instead of shrinking evenly?
Good question. Are you looking for a lot of air when you look at boats far away?
Sorry?
Are you looking through a lot of air at boats far away?
How would you be able to look at air?
No, are you looking through?
Through? Am I looking through air?
Yeah.
Because we can't see it.
You can't see air. What do you mean? Am I looking through air?
Do you know what a mirage is, dude?
Yes, I do know what a mirage is.
What causes that?
Mirage clone. Di open.
What causes that?
What course is it? Or what does the mean? What does the word mean? What does the word mean?
Mirage.
You want me to tell you what a mirage means?
No, I don't want you to tell me what it is. I want you to understand what causes it, because we're looking far away through the air, and
a
it
mirage
causes
is
lots of
the temperature
phenomena
difference.
to happen. And when you ask a question, don't talk through me.
Oh,
first of all,
I'm sorry, boss.
It's like I'm dealing with a bunch of clowns. What is this?
No. You cannot debate with me, as you're clearly losing.
I can't debate with three of you talking through a
What
fucking
causes the
answer.
mirage is hot air near the ground.
Thank you. So, hot air. I'm asking you about the air that you look through. A boat that's far away. Now, the air is going to cause and can cause, because as you rightly pointed out, because of the temperature and the density. Why are you fucking masturbating through? I'm talking. Why?
Jedi.
All right, I'm not going to engage with you if you're just going to fucking banter me through the background. It's not a good faith conversation. You should go back to kindergarten.
No,
I mean, you clearly cannot conversate with me, but okay,
Go back
whatever.
to Pakistan.
Preschool, not kindergarten, preschool.
Jedi. Do you know what an after image is?
Jedi.
Like flash.
If you're saying it's just a mirage effect,
Right?
listen.
One of you calls my name to ask a question, and then another one says Jedi to ask another question. You guys need to sort yourselves out. You need to figure out which one of you is going to talk.
If I'm gonna talk, let me talk. No, I know what a mirage is. I know what a mirage is. Listen. If you're saying it's just a mirage effect, why can't you tell me which exact effect is it? Inferior, superior, looming?
Well, because within all of the definitions, you'll notice that in relation to the horizon. You've pointed out a boat that appears to be sinking. This comes under the classification of sinking. It's
let me give you a real word
through the air that we breathe, and it's classified. I'll describe it to you. You've got a direct line of sight to the object, that'll be the boat, but because of the weather conditions, it appears to be sinking in relation to the horizon. I'll say that again. You have a direct line of sight to the object, so there's no Earth curve in the way. It just appears to be sinking because of the meteorological conditions.
Okay, so let me give you a real world counter example. Ships disappearing hull first over the horizon happens even on calm days with no heat haze, so no mirage is involved.
Sorry,
how would you
is this with the human eye or is this with technology? Binoculars, zoom, telescope, what?
This is with the human eye.
Okay, so if I was to get a camera back out, would I see the same thing?
You should.
No, we don't. So when we get the camera out, the horizon moves in distance beyond the thing that we couldn't see. Would you like demonstrations of this?
Is flat.
Because I'll just make the point. Because when we improve the technology, we see a horizon much further than it should be if the surface of the Earth was curved. Just to be clear, that mathematical calculation based on the radius of the Earth is 1.225 multiplied by the square root of the observer's eye height in feet. So if you're 6 foot at the beach, shush, and the horizon is 3 miles away, approximately, according to that calculation, then the boat must go over the horizon at 3 miles away. When we get technology out, high-powered zoom cameras, we see the boat 8, 9, 10 miles away, and the horizon well beyond the boat, demonstrating the horizon's an optical phenomena based on the angular resolution of the human eye and the optic that you're using.
Okay, so let me know. Why can people in the southern hemisphere see the stars that aren't visible in the northern hemisphere?
What do you mean by in the southern hemisphere? What, like 1 degree south? I can still see northern stars at 1 degree south. What are you talking about?
No. It's what I'm talking about is the question. If you don't understand, let me give you another one.
No, I understand the question. I'm trying to be more specific. You said in the south. So what?
In
1
the
degree
southern
south
hemisphere.
of the equator? Be more specific, sunshine.
No, I'm being as specific as I could be.
Well, I'm asking you to be more specific because if you understand what I'm asking you, you should understand.
No. Let me give you a simple question. Let me give you a simple question. If this is the most simple question you could ever get. If the Earth was flat, why isn't sunrise and sunset at the same time, literally the same exact time?
Because the sun moves throughout the year. That's cause.
The sun moves.
Hold on, you've asked a question. Shut up.
Let me continue.
Clearly, doesn't it? My God,
yes,
it's talking through me. I can't stand it.
Yes, it does move.
Okay, thanks. So the sun moves clearly. This is what creates seasons. You said if the Earth was flat, what, the sun wouldn't move?
That doesn't matter. The sun is
the surface
how
of
many
the Earth
times
is
bigger
flat
than the Earth?
underneath the sun that is moving.
But the sun
surfaces can be flat, right? And things that are not on that flat surface can be moving, right?
Yes.
Good. So the Earth is measured to be flat, and the thing that you said would be moving is the sun. Rises and sets at different locations throughout the year. It's what causes seasons, dude.
Let me tell you something.
Oh, you're going to tell me? Okay. What?
On a flat Earth model, even if the sun moves in circles
on a
above
flat
the
Earth
plane,
model?
it cannot reproduce the precise
Sorry,
sunrise
what
and sunset
flat
times
Earth
across different
model?
longitudes.
What flat Earth model?
Hold on. I'm getting a phone
If it's a disc, right, with Antarctica around the outside, I'm going to flip. I know that everybody sees this on social media, on YouTube, for example, TikTok. This isn't what real flat earthers say. I guarantee you this is not what real
Cannot
flat earthers
account
say.
for a 12-hour difference between, say, New York and Tokyo.
Mumbling. Are you listening to what I'm saying, Sunshine, or not?
Simple proof. Check any sunrise, sunset app on our website. The times line up perfectly with a rotating spherical Earth, not a flat
Show
one.
me okay. Show me that model of a spherical Earth predicting sunrise and sunsets, please.
You want me to tell you the app?
This is folly that I'm asking you, by the way.
You want me to tell you the app?
Shut up. You've made a claim that I know
Do
that
you want
can't back.
me to tell you the
I'd
app?
like you to do is go and see if that you can back it. So give me the
I can back it. Go to timeanddate.com/sun/. Go to time and date.
Time and date. That's not a globe.
Do what? What do you want me to do?
It's not a globe.
What do you want me to do?
It's not a fucking globe. You said it's used to predict the globe. Timeanddate.com's not a globe.
No. It's used to predict.
Fucking idiot.
Oh my. Oh, this guy's a clown. You're a clown. You're a clown. The Earth rotates.
What's the equation that's used to predict and use
the guy speak?
That rotation means the sun is visible in different locations at different times. Exactly what we observe in time zones, shadows, and sunrises, sunset.
Do you know what
you're using timeanddate.com that's using the equation of time. It has no globe in it.
You're actually using it wrong. You're actually using it wrong.
No, time and date has the equation of time in it. There's no 3D globe within that prediction model. You idiot.
No, wait, hold on. Listen.
Sorry, listen.
Stick to two vertical poles or stick far apart like in two cities. At the same exact time, measure the shadows. On a flat Earth, the shadows would be the... You're talking about the shadows. Listen. On a flat Earth,
I'm
the
not
shadows
talking
will be
about
the
shadows.
same.
What the fuck you want to?
On a round Earth, they're different, exactly as measured. Why is it unbeatable? Simple, repeatable, and anyone can do it anywhere.
Stop talking.
Yep.
Are you listening
I
to
just won
anything
the
that I'm
argument.
saying?
I just won the argument. I just won the
Sorry,
argument.
I need to
won the
understand
debate.
this. Hello.
Debate's over.
Are you going to
Debate's
listen
over.
to what
Debate's
I fucking
over.
say? Right, I'm just going to mute him. What a prick.
No.
No.
Yeah, now you're running. Now you're running. Yup.
No,
I'm
not
using
running.
This as my content. This is my content. This is
your content. Then your
evidence.
fucking viewers need to understand that you.
No. That's wild. That's crazy.
He's just saying no. Listen. What?
That's
Take him as some kind of authority? Fuck you.
Hey.
Listen, but you keep asking loaded questions, full of assumptions that you're just expecting us to take as true, right? Why don't you present your argument for your positive claim instead of asking us to explain this and that as if it's already explained and already proven from your side? Why don't you explain how it's shown to be true and proven in the first place, indicating that Earth is a globe?
Okay, let me say something. We account for fuel planning, cruising altitude, and navigation systems that already factor in Earth's curvature. The idea that airplanes don't occasionally fly off a flat edge stops being a mystery and starts being a contradiction.
All right,
Why?
say that
When we
first
fly an
part of your
airplane,
statement again, please.
when you account for fuel planning, cruising altitude, and navigation systems that already factor in Earth's curvature, the idea that airplanes don't
Can you show me
occasionally
that,
fly.
please?
Sure.
Thank you.
In the meantime, why do like airplanes not fly off the edge of the Earth? Like, why do they keep
Because
those
they're
going?
following known routes because they want to get to fucking airports.
Okay, let's
What's the
say-
point of what's the point of booking an aircraft that hasn't got a destination? All right, guys, just get on the airplane. We're going to fly off somewhere, and who knows what will happen. This isn't available to people like me and you, right? We just get on airplanes to go to airports. That's what we do.
Right.
We don't fly around the unknown world. We think it's known.
Okay, let me tell you something. Let's say you...
Oh my God, I've got somebody else telling me something.
What?
Right, it's just the way some of you people speak. It's weird. Carry on.
Okay, you gotta picture something. Let's say you start from the middle of the Earth and then go to
Where's
the
that
edge.
then? Where's
Let's
that?
say America to Russia. You keep
okay.
going. Where do you end up?
Okay. Hypothetically, if we live within a contained system, the limitation of that contained system.
So that means?
What do you mean? That I've answered your question. You go in any direction. I don't know. You're asking me to explain to you something I've not experienced.
I mean, you can just search it up everywhere because planes go a long way, you know?
Can I just quickly explain something to you, bro?
We've been on this Earth for ages and you've never heard about like a plane going missing.
So
like,
you
in
think
the
that
air.
I'm going to get on an airplane and fly off not to an airport?
I mean,
you
can just search
understand
it
there's
up.
laws
That's how
and
you learn that.
regulations, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, good. So we're not going to be doing that, what you say, then, are we? We're not doing that.
Now, let me tell you something that you probably won't be able to tell.
No, Arpens, let me tell you something, okay? What we're here to do, right, is to point out that the geometry of the surface of the Earth that we do experience, not the parts that we don't experience, okay, shows no convexity, right? Shows no deviation from horizontal, right? And when it does, it's in the form of land above sea level. But for all intents and purposes, we're talking about the surface of the Earth being arranged horizontally. All right. Now, does that necessarily mean we understand the extents of the plane that we live on? That we know the exact layout of all the land masses? That we know all these, like how far up you can go? No, we don't know all the answers, right? We're not presenting to you an idea of what the Earth looks like from a long way away or anything like that. We're not trying to explain seasons. We're not trying to give you an understanding of what the sun is and how it operates exactly. We're not doing all that. We're just just pointing out that as far as we can tell, right, and we can learn and gain knowledge from our experience directly with the Earth, it's not moving and it's not curving.
Okay. Let me tell you something as well then. The existence of time zones and simultaneous sunsets at different angles only makes sense on a rotating sphere, because on a flat surface the sun would have to behave inconsistently for different observers at the same moment.
Okay. Do you know what a line of meridian is?
Tell me.
Do you know what a sundial is?
Tell me.
Okay, so a line of meridians, when your back is to north, 180 degrees facing south, and it's an angle measurement of the sun across the sky. Your line of meridian is that line. It's an imaginary line. To the left, to the east is AM. To the west, to the right is PM. Anti-meridian, that's
You're looking
before.
fitting bars.
Pardon?
My bad.
You understand what I'm explaining, right? Time zones work because of the path of the sun across the sky, a line of meridian or a line of longitude where this circle is segregated or separated into equal parts. And this is what causes time zones. It's like a sundial. It's the sun that does that. Now, when you said the different angle to the sun at sunrise and sunset, you have to understand that all of these measurements to do with the sun and you describing its angle above the horizon require two straight lines that meet at a vertex. That vertex is you. One of the straight lines is the one up to the star that you're looking at, the sun. The other one, that's the earth that you're standing on. The horizontal plane, the observer making the measurement is standing on to describe angles of the sun above the horizon. And especially with time zones, the sun does that, right?
If the Earth was flat, every Deepwoken player would have fallen off the map by now. The word
It's
literally
weird.
has
It's
layered.
like, why are you not responding to what I said?
Because you give me knowledge and I give you knowledge. That's how we debate.
No, I want you to respond to what I said. You haven't given me knowledge.
Well, I'm about to do that right now. I promise you.
No, you just complete non sequitur. Address what I said. Time zones would not work on a flat Earth. I've described to you that that's exactly how they're measured.
I mean, I think you're right about that. Like, I don't have much knowledge on that topic, so that's why.
Jedi. Could you show me a map? No, listen. Could you show me a map?
No, not listening. You're jumping into another conversation. Shut up.
I think he wasn't taking
talking
it
to the other guy.
Listen to him. He was mentioning a game.
No,
I addressed that. I addressed that already, Boomin. I addressed that with my last statement. If you didn't pay attention, that's your own bad.
I wasn't here.
Shut up, then.
If the Earth was flat, every Deepwoken player would have fallen off the map by now. The world has layered depths. You don't just hit an edge, you know? You descend. That's basic knowledge. Sailing across the sea and then ending back up where you started, that's called the world curvature, my guy. Even the compass.
That's called circumnavigation.
If the Earth was flat...
Sorry, sailing around the world and ending up back where you started is not Earth curvature.
Could you not interrupt me? I was not
dude, stop it. That's called circumnavigation, right? And do you know what a circle is? Of course you do. And I'm assuming that
I know what a
comes from the fucking word circle.
I know what a circle is.
I mean, if the Earth was flat, navigation would be as broken as a fresh level 1 with no map rules.
Shush.
I'm sorry, sir.
East and west, the directions of travel around poles are by definition circles. So you could travel in a circular path on a flat surface and end up where you started from. It's like, wow. It's amazing, right? You can do things on flat surfaces like travel in a circle and come back where you started from. Do it all the time.
Okay, I would like to ask you why you interrupt me even though I let you speak. Because I find it very disrespectful.
At the moment, it feels like I'm swashbuckling a bunch of idiots. If you're getting caught up in the crossfire, then I do apologise. I want to have reasonable conversation. At the moment, it feels like I'm having to be forceful where I really shouldn't have to be. So if I do apologise, we can have a reasonable conversation if that's what you want.
All right. Stars, domes are lights on domes. The astral seas exist.
Yeah, you're not.
1 second, my mom's in the room.
Meet this guy.
Jedi.
Okay, she's
Can
gone.
you explain
now.
how GPS works?
Nova, shh. The star positioning changes depending on location, okay? And time, just like a spherical world, if it was a dome. The stargazer talents will be useless.
Sorry, what? Try and say that without giggling.
Your uppers are onto you, bro.
So, am I dealing with a bunch of children? Yeah, this guy can be muted. What a prick.
Wait. Okay.
Yeah, I'll give you the rundown, Berman. Okay, we're not here to explain to you how things that aren't the Earth work. We're here to explain to you that when we observe and measure and use the Earth, it's flat. Right? Now we can get into discussions about whether, like how other things operate then according to that specific geometry. But we're not necessarily going to have the answer for you.
Could you explain how a GPS works?
Yo.
Only works on a flat Earth.
And how is that?
There's no flat Earth model that makes a GPS function.
Yeah, there's no globe.
Do you know how?
There's no globe Earth model. There's no globe Earth model that makes anything work.
So, Berman, if you were asked, right, if you were challenged to give a presentation on how GPS works, could you do it?
I could, yeah.
Go
how
on,
a
then.
GPS works?
Let's hear it.
I mean, I was just asking because I
Well, we were just. I thought you said you could give a presentation on it.
Hey, that was not me. That was not me though.
Nova, let me handle it, Nova. So basically, we have a GPS. It has water in it, which contains iron-sing. Iron-sing is a metal that contributes to the whole Earth sphere. Okay, if you have this GPS, I'm sorry.
Okay, listen. So how
Hey
a
guys,
GPS
please
functions?
continue the
How a
argument.
GPS functions. It works by using satellites orbiting Earth.
No.
Each satellite
You said-
constantly.
tell me how GPS
Listen to
works.
me. Let me speak.
You can't
Each
say it goes
satellite-
around the ball.
Dude,
it only works
can you
on
let me
flat Earth.
speak, please. I was just trying to speak. Let me speak. Then you can tell me if I said something wrong.
Oh, okay, go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you. Speak when you're spoken to next time, all right? Each satellite constantly sends out a time.
all right.
Yeah, all right. Good one. Yeah. And you interrupt me again. Please be quiet. Each satellite constantly sends out
Try
a
not to
time.
interrupt you anymore.
Yeah, you're not funny.
Okay,
Is it okay if I just jump in?
No,
Is it-
No, I mean,
Frisk,
I mean,
quiet.
why would he interrupt me? I'm just trying to ask you a
Nova,
simple
I got
question.
you. I
I'm
got you.
trying to- No, listen, Arpin.
No, let me
This
got. I
This
got
guy,
this.
Professor Triangle, thinks he's so cool in front of his nerdy friends when I'm trying to explain how a GPS works. Please, for the last time, a GPS.
Arpins, talk.
Yo, what's up? Okay, so basically, if the world was flat, tides wouldn't behave the way they do. The moon's eye influence literally affects the seas.
Whoa, that's a new one.
How do you know that?
Well, that's that one.
Is it okay if I voice my opinion?
If it's relevant.
It is very relevant to the topic. I just want to say, if the Earth was flat, imagine you're on an inclined surface like a mountain. How are you climbing up that mountain? If the Earth was flat, you would be falling down due to gravity, right? So how does that happen, bro?
Oh, you fall down anyway, don't you? If you don't hold on.
Hold N?
Yeah, don't you? You can't just walk up the side of a mountain, can you? Don't you have to like climb it?
Yeah, you're climbing the mountain, right? What does
All right, so you say you can't climb mountains on a flat Earth?
I'm not sure what you mean by hold N. Do you mean hold G? No. Okay.
I didn't hear what you said.
I said, if you were to climb up a mountain and the Earth is flat, right? How would you not fall off? Because gravity works downwards. If the Earth was flat, then you would just fall down off the mountain.
Are you one of those people who think we say literally flat? We think all the mountains are flat and everything. I mean, you understand. We understand.
Well, to be honest, you haven't shown any evidence. You haven't shown any evidence that you don't believe in that.
Have you asked for any?
You haven't asked. You haven't
Yeah,
asked.
have you asked for any yet?
All right, can you voice your opinion?
No, it's not an opinion. Do you want evidence or do you want opinions?
Show me evidence.
Oh, evidence?
The Earth
What
is flat.
kind?
So show me evidence that the Earth is flat.
Well, I think he already gave us some. I think he gave us some already, right? Because he said up a mountain and down. You can't have up and down on a ball.
No, that's flat. You have up and down only works on a flat surface, horizontal surface.
Sorry to interrupt. We had evidence for a flat Earth when we explained life.
Oh, you can't. Could you repeat, please?
Yeah, so those were elevation angles taken from a horizontal plane. You know what an elevation angle is, right?
Yes, of course.
Yes, an angle taken upwards. I'm not patronising you. I just wanted to make sure you're following along. So when we're measuring, like was asked earlier about time zones, these are in relation to the sun's motion across the sky, in relation to you, the observer, when your back is to north facing south. So that imaginary straight line to the left, to the east is AM, to the right, to the west is PM, and every angle segregation will give you a time zone or time of day. If you get a sundial, you'll see a cast shadow. Now, this angle measurement requires a horizontal plane to take place. This is a measurement requiring a horizontal Earth.
Wait, you said angular, right? Angular.
Yeah, two straight lines meeting at a vertex. That vertex is you making the observation. The adjacent, the angle's the Earth. The imaginary hypotenuse is the line from you to the...
I just said angle. You know a compass, right? A compass which has 360 degrees.
Yes.
Which is the same compass that works on the Earth, if I'm correct, right?
Yep.
So
Do you have to hold it horizontally to work?
Wait, I'm not finished. Let me get to my point.
That's a 360 degree circle around you, isn't it?
Is a 360 degree circle, right?
Yep.
That which would only work if the Earth was 360 degrees.
No,
Holy cow, dude.
Just to be clear, right? The compass, when you hold it, that's again an imaginary circle around you. When your compass faces north, we'll call that 0. To your right at 90 degrees, we'll call that west. This is a circle around the observer. We use it for navigation. Yeah, we use it for navigation. These angle measurements also require a horizontal plane because they're angle measurements across a horizontal surface, right? So north and east, that 90 degrees, meaning at you, the observer, making it when your compass points north, then that's on a horizontal plane. For you to then measure and navigate to things in the sky, those are going to be vertical elevation angles taken from a horizontal plane. So all of these things are to do with a horizontal plane at the moment. There's no requirement for the Earth to be a sphere.
Are you sure?
Yeah, they're angle measurements, dude. Where's the curve in this? At the moment, we've got an imaginary circle around you, the observer, with your compass, and we're making angle measurements to things in the sky. We've pointed out the sun. We can use the stars.
For a compass to work, it needs rotational force.
No, for a compass to work, it needs a magnetic field line to follow.
Okay, wait. Let me ask you something. What? Hold on. Yeah, what is the shape of a magnetic field? Is it not circular? Because the poles are pointing from north to south, right?
Dude, the magnetic field lines converge and diverge all over the place. It's a very wobbly magnetic field line we have. Right? It's not perfect at all.
But
there's at least
wait.
three
you said
convergences.
it's not perfect.
Yo, dude, please, I'm still answering.
Okay. My apologies.
You said it was equal, right? you maybe don't know, so it's fine. There's at least 3 divergence and convergence points on the Earth for magnetic fields. There's 2 in the south and there's 1 in the north.
Okay.
Right? The magnetic field is very complicated, dude. But it's not going to prove either way that the Earth is a sphere or the Earth is flat. We just observe the phenomena of the magnetic field.
Can I talk? Are you done with your point?
Yeah, I finished, dude. Yeah.
Okay. So you said the lines they were weak. I think is that what you said?
No.
What did you say? You said something about
I said they diverge and converge.
Oh
They're
yes,
all
yes,
over the place.
yeah.
They don't even always face north or true south or true north.
It's erratic.
Yeah. So, but at the end of the day, they do point from north to south, right?
No.
No.
No. Okay, so magnetic north isn't the same as true north because true north is defined by celestial north. That's the thing in the sky. Yeah, I know. But magnetic field lines, they wiggle all over the place. For example, I can be somewhere near the equator and my compass could be, as I've orientated it, north. But within navigation, because of my latitude and longitude, I will have to make a correction because the magnetic field line isn't directly pointing to north. I'd have to correct for that deviation of that line. So we can get you some magnetic field line maps if you want. You need to see it visually. But the magnetic field lines of the Earth are all over the place, dude. Yeah, for the most part, isn't it? Face north and south, but not really, not always.
When you say they go all over the place, where exactly do you mean? Do you just mean?
What do you mean, dude?
F1.
I'll see if I can get you a magnetic field line map.
Wait. You said across the Earth.
It's constantly changing too.
Yeah, across the Earth, where you've got your compass.
So, do you agree that for it to go across the Earth, it will have to come back around?
No.
Is that what you're saying? It can.
No. Do you know what a bar magnet is?
Yeah, obviously.
Okay. That's good.
Okay. What's your point with that one, though?
Magnets aren't spheres, dude. You must understand this, right? You just have poles for magnets, right? They're not spheres. Magnets come in all shapes and sizes, dude.
Bro, I'm not talking about the actual magnet, bro. Come on, man.
We're talking about magnetic fields,
we're talking about the field. We're talking about exactly.
Yeah, exactly. What the fuck?
Yo, it's taking you 10 minutes to understand this.
My friend. It's conversations divulging, right? It's not going anywhere. So what now?
Do you admit that you're wrong?
We've got compasses that we have to. We've got compasses that we have to, if we're navigating, take declination corrections for, because the north isn't actually true north, right? No problem with this.
All right, let's deviate from magnetic field lines, because right now you just talk about north and true north, and I feel like we weren't really getting anywhere. Do you agree?
Well, no, somebody said that about evidence for flat Earth. I was talking about when we're measuring things up in the sky, and you brought up as a muffle angles, north, south, east, and west, taken around compasses. These require a horizontal plane because we're taking angle measurements. So we got there. I think it's a good place to remember.
Jedi, your magnetic fields were posted. Yeah, so they're not straight lines at all. They're all over the place.
Yes. You are correct. But wait. What's this? At the same time, they're still circular, as I said.
What?
They are circle spheres.
Well, no, but.
Oh, okay. So what does that have to do with anything then?
A sphere has circular properties.
Take that map that was given to you, pull it into your computer or phone, and circle all the circles that are on there.
Have you realized what you just said?
Yeah, circles aren't spheres, dudes. Don't get confused all of a sudden.
No.
You can draw circles on flat planes, right? You've drawn a circle with a compass before, I presume.
Yeah.
Or around a jam jar lid, maybe, when you're at school. Right.
I have a question.
Circles are, by definition, two-dimensional fucking shapes. Come on.
Okay. Again, a sphere is made out of many circles. Would you say I'm wrong?
No, a sphere is a three-dimensional curvilinear surface, equidistant from a central radius.
And a radius is radius. Wait. Circles have a radii.
Yeah, we know.
So what you're saying is
when you brought out the compass, and when you brought out the sun, the center of those circles were you.
The sun? Yeah, I don't know about the sun, bro. I'd be pretty dead if I brought out the sun.
Yeah, I know. You forgot. It's fine. But these are circles. Okay, and you can draw circles, can't you, on flat surfaces? Right.
Yeah, I never said you
cool. Okay. So when we start changing from two-dimensional to three-dimensional, we have to understand that even though we've got a circumference around the circle, we have a curved surface. Right. That means for point A to point B over the distance of the Earth, it is curved, a rate of change of slope. Right.
Yeah.
Okay. When we try to observe and measure a rate of change of slope over distances of the Earth that, according to the model, should have a rate of change of slope, we measure no rate of change of slope. 0. That's horizontal. So when we measure the surface of the Earth, we measure it to be horizontal. 70% of the surface of the Earth, we're told. So if that is horizontal, then the Earth is flat. It's flat.
You cut out a little bit there.
You cut out, yeah.
Cheers. Yeah, do apologise.
Could you just repeat the last bit again, please?
If water is measured to be surface, surface of the Earth is.
You cut out again.
Be a sphere.
Yeah, this guy cut.
I'll go ahead and let you know.
I don't know what's going on, but you keep cutting.
If 70% of the Earth's surface is water, and that water is measured flat, then 70% of the Earth's surface is flat.
Well, no, because water's a liquid, no? You can't.
Yeah,
that's like me saying, that's like me saying I put water into a circular object. Oh, now part of the Earth is circular and the Earth is sphere, bro. That's literally the same logic, bro. That's literally the same logic.
Dude, can you calm down for a minute? What is the surface of the water in any container? What is the surface?
Define a surface.
The surface.
Oh my gosh!
When
Stop talking to him. He's a troll.
Water.
No. I was just saying define a surface, bro. If you feel threatened by that, you can leave.
Extremities of a three-dimensional object or contained volume.
Okay, so you agree that you can contain the volume into a spherical object, right?
Yeah, inside.
We're talking.
Yeah.
We're talking about the natural properties of a body of liquid, the surface of it, right? Its natural properties.
He doesn't know what surface means.
When a body of fluid, right, of liquid, has come to rest, you need to demonstrate that its surface is curving, because that's what would have to be. It would have to be that if the Earth is a sphere, as it's been presented to us, where it has a certain radius value, gravity's pulling everything down towards the center, etc. Right? The surface of a body of liquid at rest will be curving.
You said it'll be curving, right?
But can anyone demonstrate that? Because when we attempt to measure it, we don't measure any curvature. As pointed out by Jedi earlier, we measure it to be horizontal. Right, and now
that's because you can't look at water from a three-dimensional plane. That's why.
3-dimensional plane. How many dimensions does a plane have?
Maybe 6, maybe 7. I don't know.
Oh, here we go. Control.
Weird now.
But as I was saying, look. Let's define flat, right? Flat is having a smooth or even surface, right? If the Earth is flat, then how can it be curvy? Exactly.
We're just going to deal with very simple geometry. Do you know the difference between a straight line and a curved line?
Oh, this is a good one.
One's curvy and one's straight, bro. Like,
No, describe it to me. What's a straight line?
A straight line is a line with no ridges, no jagged
Okay, I
edges,
can. Yeah, I'll give
no
you the
edges.
shorthand version. A straight line is the shortest distance between 2 points.
No, that's the displacement, mate. Obviously, you haven't
we
been
can't
doing your reading.
converse with you, dude. It feels like you're just going to act stupid, so the conversation doesn't progress. You're going to drag us down to your level, aren't you? So what's going to happen with you?
If you feel like you can't adhere to my level,
we're basically just talking about fucking shapes, and you're confused.
He's finished. He's done. Maybe one of his friends would like to have a conversation with us. GMS, maybe. Euro. GMS, you're up.
Wasn't GMS the keyboard warrior?
Yep.
Oh, tough guy. Tough guy's here. All right. Hey, what's up, tough guy? Toughy keyboard guy.
Ken Kai, how about you? Do you have something?
Just give the other guy another handicap. He sounds like he's starting to figure out geometry, so.
So we'll see.
Bring him from page 1 to page 2, hopefully.
Let's see if he understands what a straight line is yet. Or maybe horizontal.
Now GMS has nothing to say. Do you see that? Now he just wants to type. They turn into little pussy boys as soon as we say you're up.
I thought maybe when we said, when Jedi mentioned that, we measure it, we don't measure any rate of change of slope. He might have thought about it and gone, well, how? How do you measure it? Like ask some clarifying questions.
Yo, hello. Okay, saying the Earth is flat is ignoring millions of years of evolution. Life on this planet has adapted to day-night cycles, okay?
Holy
Gravity,
cow.
how does that work? Let me ask you guys something.
Holy cow.
How are we not freezing to death right now? Tell me.
Hold on, boys, we're going back to the Big Bang.
No, shut up, answer me.
He's triggered already.
Just because you're a sub-5 manlet
The reason
doesn't
why
mean
I'm
you
not
have to
freezing is
consider
because I've lit a fire inside.
listening to human delusions.
All right.
Listen to him. This is funny.
Come on, answer my question. How
Ken Kai, why would we be freezing? I'm sorry.
My
He
name
brought
is
up
not
a lot
Ken
of
Kai,
points. Hey, listen, pick out of all of the points that you brought up, pick one, and then bring that to a logical conclusion with the people in here, and then move on to the next point.
Okay, how does the Earth generate heat? Tell me.
How does the Earth generate
I didn't
heat?
know that Earth generated heat. Hold on, wait a second. We need you to clarify something.
Are we not freezing to death?
If I put a wheelbarrow of dirt in my shed, does it generate heat?
Okay, let me tell you something. The black pill is simple. Flat Earth thinking is fundamentally incompatible with reality, okay?
Okay,
it
so-
ignores centuries of evidence.
Bro.
Navigation,
Bro, we need your diatribe. We need you to have a conversation with us.
Whoa, dude, you're talking about heating up the ground. You're talking about heating up the soil, and then you're talking about evolution.
In
Dude,
reality,
you're
evidence
losing your
always
mind.
outcompetes ideology. Flat
Artemis.
Earth belief isn't just
All right.
wrong; it's a demonstration.
This is weird. So this is just basically called filibustering. All right. This guy is just going to talk and talk and talk and talk. And because he says a lot and because we're trying to address what he says, he's going to feel like he's unheard. Now, he's just going to fucking talk. He's not going to listen. He did this earlier. I'm going to appeal to his better nature because there is people in the side chat and there's an audience hoping that we can have a conversation and reach a logical conclusion, as was first appealed to just a moment ago. So do you reckon this guy can do it? I don't think he can. But I'm willing to be
One more
proven wrong.
chance. If he just goes on and on, we'll just get rid of him.
You also haven't answered my question though.
Okay, ask one question, not a whole fucking paragraph. What's your
Okay,
question?
How are we not freezing to death currently?
Oh, because the sun came up today.
The sun.
Yeah, it went over. It's going away from my house now.
Okay, what does the Earth's core do exactly?
I don't know about any core.
Core.
I don't know about a core.
Give me chat access. I'll show you. Oh wait, I don't even have image from server.
No, we don't need chat access to understand your conception of a core. That would be inside a sphere and very, very hot.
Jed, I can ask you a question as well.
It's like,
holy crap!
I mean, you've answered my one, okay? So,
okay, we answered your question, so now you have to ask us a question.
No. Listen,
no, we get to ask you a question.
How come we're the only thing like Earth that's flat? How is the moon a sphere? How is the sun a sphere?
Moon's not a sphere.
Sun's
not a sphere.
Shush. How is everything in this universe?
Nothing's a sphere, dude. Nothing's a sphere.
Shush. That's great.
There, we answered your question.
Think about the ridiculousness of your question, though. How can things be certain shapes and other things be different? How can my floor be flat and my light bulb be a sphere? My floor must be a sphere because my light bulb's a sphere. It's fucking ridiculous.
Do you guys think about these questions when you ask them, or does it just come flying out?
Okay,
Yo, if the Earth is flat, how can I do an AB ladder combo?
Exactly, you know, bro. Oh my days.
It's not listening, right? So, for a reason.
Do you believe in planets like Venus or no?
Believe in planets. What's a planet?
A planet.
Well, Venus is where Venus flytraps come from.
Wow, that's so hilarious. Oh.
What's a planet?
A planet. Like Earth. Earth?
No. You've asked Venus. Just tell me what a planet is.
The fucking type of question is that?
I'm asking you to identify what a planet is. You're asking us if we believe in them or not. I'm just asking you to identify it. What's a planet?
A body moving in like a orbit, around the star.
Okay. Do we believe things in the sky, a body like Venus moves maybe around the sun? Yeah, it looks like it for the most part. And
sometimes it looks
not around the sun though.
Yeah, it just moves. It just kind of moves up and down in the sky a little bit year after year.
So you guys don't believe in other planets?
Believe them to do what? Are they doing magic tricks? You believe in magicians. Dude, you believe in magicians and you believe in Santa Claus and things like that. Do you have to believe in planets?
Why are you assuming I believe in Santa Claus, actually?
Well, because you believe
in planets, right?
Santa Claus and planets are a whole different thing, buddy.
Okay.
No, they're exactly the same. There's as much evidence for both of them. So you think that a planet is a big sphere floating around in the vast nothingness of the universe, right? Do you have any evidence for that?
No, at this moment I do not.
Okay, so just as much evidence for the planet as you have for Santa Claus. So you believe in it.
I mean, I don't really have any interest in Santa Claus. I don't know why I would research into his history or whatever.
Right, so these are just two things that are kind of like religious systems, right? You believe in them, you have no evidence for them.
What? I'm kind of confused how we went from flat Earth to Santa Claus, though.
Well, you brought us here, friend.
You started pointing up at the sky.
I didn't mention Santa Claus, so...
You started pointing up at the sky, right? And you said, do we believe in those things in the sky?
Yeah.
Like Santa Claus. Santa Claus is in the sky.
Yeah. Now, we know that you believe a particular story about those things in the sky. We don't believe that story because within that story, the Earth is another planet, right? The other planets, like the Earth, is a planet. The Earth isn't a sphere and doesn't move like a planet would be, right? A planet is a sphere that moves in orbit around the sun, according to you. The Earth is measurably not like those things. It doesn't measure to have curvature over the surface, so it can't be a sphere, and it doesn't measure to have any motion. So, for all intents and purposes, it's not moving. So, measurably, observably, the Earth is not like those things in the sky, those lights that move round and round.
Yeah. So, what are stars exactly?
Don't know.
No idea.
So it's just like government propaganda for you.
No idea.
Holy cow.
What stars are.
When did somebody say that, Brad? Like, stop
Literally
it.
means that there is a universe.
There's an area of volume above the Earth in which these lights exist. Yeah.
You seem to have all this knowledge, but you don't know what a star is.
Well, the
I
stars
know
are
what you believe
observable
a star.
phenomena that are observed above in the sky with other phenomena.
Listen,
the
stars
thing
are
that you're
giant
missing is
balls
the
of hot
causative
gas,
effect.
mostly hydrogen. Okay.
How do you know this?
Bro, I've read it. Every star
Yeah,
has its own life
exactly.
cycle.
You don't need
Okay?
to, dude.
Ranging
dude,
from trillions of
sorry,
years.
you need to stop talking now. This is what we're trying to point out to you. He's like mumbling still. I don't know why. We've all read this. We all understand this. We all have got taught what Venus is, what stars are, great big balls of gas that are very, very hot. Right? We just choose not to believe this narrative. You don't know these things to be true. You believe them because a book told you or somebody else told you, right? It's not knowledge to you, it's a belief system, right?
Let's say the Earth
No,
is
there's a
flat,
question
okay?
there. It really does need an affirmative or not. It is most definitely, like you pointed out, Jedi, a belief system because I don't know what Jupiter is. I've been told what it is.
Okay.
So yeah, it's a belief system, right? We don't share that belief system. So when you ask me if I believe the same thing that you do, no.
Okay, let's say the Earth is flat. What about it? Like, what changes for you? Like, you seem to know a lot about this topic. Like, you've learned a lot about it, maybe even years. Like, what does it contribute to you? It doesn't help you in any sort of way in the real world.
It helps me.
Why does it matter if the Earth is even a triangle?
It helps me.
The only thing that happens is that
He doesn't
you're
want to hear
raising
how
your
it
profile.
helps me. He just wanted to
Okay,
tell
I'll just help
Jedi it doesn't help him.
Yeah.
And I said it helps me. And he's like, he wants to keep telling me how it does things to other people. I said it helps me.
Triangle. Tell me how it helps.
How did it get there?
I canceled my meteorite. I canceled my meteorite and asteroid insurance that I was paying for. I don't buy that insurance anymore because space is fake. So I know nothing's going to hit me.
So because the Earth is flat, that means space is fake.
Yes.
Do the stars just disappear out of nowhere or what?
Wow. You sounds like your brain's starting to disappear.
That's kind of hypocritical, man.
Not really.
Kind of hypocritical, man.
Not really. If
all you guys are
space
doing
is the area, hold on. Like it's like you need constant coaching. If space is the area that the Earth, that's a sphere, inhabits, then the Earth not being a sphere would show that space was fake. Because the Earth isn't a sphere that resides in this place where spheres like the Earth exist. Right? The Earth isn't that. So the whole cosmology comes falling down. What the sky is, my friend, I don't know. But it's not the Earth, it's the area above the Earth. We're not within it, we're under it.
Like, I don't know how you even live with thinking of
It's
stuff
quite
like this,
weird.
but it
Go
just doesn't
outside
make
and
sense.
look up. All of the things that are in the sky are upwards, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Above
Welcome
a
to Flat
horizontal
Earth.
plane, for all intents and purposes, it doesn't appear to be moving, right? You don't experience any motion unless you point at the sky.
I guess.
Right.
Okay. I have a question. Why is
Go on
Earth
then.
flat?
Why? Is this a deep kind of metaphysical question? Or are you trying to ask why do we say it is flat?
I think
I know. It's flat because there's no curve.
No,
There's no curve.
mute him. Okay. Now you tell me, why is Earth flat?
Well,
we're trying to decipher if your question makes sense, friend. What do you mean by why? We have no causal mechanism.
I have it. I have the cause for it being flat. I have the cause for it being flat, if you let me talk, because there's no curve. Yeah, there's no curve. So it has to be flat. Correct.
You sure about that?
Yeah, positive.
100%.
Yes.
Okay. Wait.
Have you measured or seen a curve anywhere, Kexi? Where have you seen the Earth curve?
Yo, where's this mommy?
Oh, she's coming in here to save you. Yeah, be nice to mommy.
Oh, mommy, please.
Yes, this is Kexi's mom. I've got some chocolate chip cookies here if you answer the question. Where have you ever seen
Okay, mommy.
the globe?
Okay, mommy. Okay.
I knew he was going to fall apart. I knew it. I just had a feeling they couldn't handle even the fact that when I said space was fake, they all went, what? And then, there's still some of them haven't even typed back yet since then.
Wait, Professor Triangle, have you seen that one video where flat earthers got like debunked in Antarctica? What do you think about that?
Is Antarctica in space?
When have I even mentioned space in this sentence?
So how do you debunk flat Earth with standing on snow?
Are you good? Did you take
I'm good.
fentanyl?
How are you good? Are you? I'm good.
Yeah, you're definitely high, bro. What the fuck?
Why?
I asked your opinion on the
my
video.
opinion? Yeah, Antarctica's pretty cool. There's penguins there.
Oh my days.
Yes, this video does not produce any measurable curvature, as we just discussed. Have you, Arpens, have you measured curvature or experienced the
went to
globe
space
anywhere
before,
on
so-
this earth? Oh, tell us all about it. When did you do
So
that?
basically, they put you like in this little shuttle, you go with like 4 people, and then you stay in space for like 10 minutes, and then you go back down, like boom. And then you see the Earth is a sphere. It's that easy. I've seen it with my own eyes. That's why I believe.
Wow.
It's not flat.
You did this? How much did it cost you? How much did it cost you?
It cost a lot.
How much did it cost you?
Okay, give my image firms.
How much did it cost you?
Man, it cost me
guys.
10K plus.
Another reason is like the length of your shadow. Like when you see your shadow and you see yourself. Like that's
Is that length?
Mary Mom. Mary Mom.
A linear length?
Sells.
If it's flat,
Hey,
the shadow gonna be the
dude,
same.
are you going to slow down? Or are you going to let me tell you about your shadows?
Yeah, sure.
Can I
Go
talk
on.
now?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Okay, so we sell a Earth measuring kit. There's 2 sticks for $39.59. You pay for that. You get 2 sticks, and you can measure the Earth curve. What do you think of that?
Okay, explain to me.
Yeah, hey, Triangle. I just went out and collected some more sticks for our supply chain.
Okay,
yesterday.
so we're back in business. See that?
Yeah.
I'll tell you something. If Earth was flat, then
it is.
Why can we not see like very far stuff, or we see ships sailing away?
Yeah, we see really far, dude.
No, we don't.
Yeah.
No, we don't.
Yeah, we do.
No, we don't.
Yeah, we do. Right. So you need to understand this. You understand the binoculars exist, right? And telescopes and high-powered zoom cameras. Yeah, cool. They can see, let's say, further than we can with our human eye. So when we're at the beach, those oil rigs that are 8, 9, 10 miles away, we can't see them. The horizon just looks flat without any oil rigs. But then we get the camera out and then we see the oil rigs and the horizon beyond the oil rigs. So we can see as far as the technology allows and the meteorological conditions, like the weather. So you can see as far as you can see. That's a problem, though, if you live on a sphere, because the sphere would be the limiting factor. You would only be able to see as far as the curvature allowed. We see beyond that much, much, much further than the Earth curvature. So the Earth, to you, to everyone, appears to be how it is, flat.
Okay, then how come astronauts took pictures of like Earth when it's round? They proved it's round.
No, we didn't. Nobody did.
No, so the way to verify those images from space that we can't go to would be to measure the surface, because those pictures show the surface of the Earth to be curved. When we go to measure it, we don't measure it, we measure it to be horizontal. So those pictures have been invalidated because the surface of the Earth measures to be flat.
Is he gone? Guess that was too much.
Yeah, sorry, do apologise. I'll try and dial it back next time. Too much flat in there.
Yeah.
I try and throw some curves in from time to time, make him feel at home.
Just puncturing that inflatable globe. No mercy. He's got his big pins out. He's going to deflate your globes left and right.
What would be a big word for flat, but without saying flat and using the word like saying not curved? But we need something really long and scientific sounding to keep their attention. Because if you say flat, that throws them off.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe the 7-dimensional plane that the dude was talking about earlier. Is that guy still here? We've got Mighty, repeat customer. Lots of people in here. Does anybody have a question about the flat Earth?
I'm impressed. Usually when a group of kids come in, there's always one smart one amongst them. But in that group, there wasn't a single fucking one.
Well, there's one of them still muted. Kenkai is still muted. So we're either going to completely clean house or he's going to be the shining example that you tried to point out, Obvious. So like Obvious pointed out, usually there's one within a group of friends that is at least smart and sticks around to the end and follows on, where everybody else, all of his peers, are
Shine,
idiots.
Kenkei, shine. Be the globe hero, Kenkei. What's your best evidence for the globe, Mr. Kenkei?
Ken Kia. Kea. Ke. Kenk. AI3.
We can't hear you if you're talking. I don't know if you're kind of lighting up, but no words are coming out, so I don't know what's going on there.
Do you hear the words that are coming out of my mouth?
We've got Geometry Boy. Welcome. It's that Jim?
I'm going to guess Geometry Boy doesn't even know what a triangle is.
Oh, yeah, Geometry Boy. I'm sorry. I just looked at his profile. Yeah, that's funny. So yeah, it's that Jim. Do you have any questions for us? I fought with Mighty before. Apparently, I fought with him on July 23rd, 2025. That's what it says in the notes. I don't know if he wants to fight with me again or...
Oh, I destroyed you last time. I'm content with what I did.
Oh, did you? Yeah, how did you destroy me?
Yeah,
Tell
how did
me
you
all
do
about
that?
it.
Yeah, tell me, dude, because I'm going to use it
very
against
easy.
her.
I'll tell you how I did it. I just used my brain. That's all it took.
Tell me what the conversation was, because I want to use it against her next time.
Just use your brain. You just need more than like 2 brain cells and you can win it.
Go ahead, give me an example of what your conversation was about.
Well, all you have to do is just use common sense and like.
Yeah, go ahead. Give me an example of what you smoked her on.
If you have more than 2 brain cells, it should be easy for you.
So you're starting to repeat yourself.
Yo, Mighty, if you have the fucking winning hand, just play it.
I did.
Yeah, lay it down, dude.
Already. Every time I debate
the 4
I did it for like 4 times. They run away crying, and then they call fucking what's his name, the chief master debater, Lord Zealot. What's his name? Indio, and then he comes here crying, trying to bring in evidence. Is like, oh, chief, save us, save us!
Someone really has been touched roughly.
They'll doubt him like Zealot.
Wow, what did
like,
you do to this guy,
to save you from Mighty, and then he gets crushed every fucking time. And then you guys end up crying, muting, and
You're sounding like you have emotional troubles.
Not
man.
interested. Not interested.
Yeah.
I'm here to listen. I'm here to listen.
That's fine. We'll
Yeah,
talk to
it sounds like
somebody
you're here to
else. No
see.
problem.
Wow, we might have to do this in shifts so there's not so many people. It seems like it's just like people come in here like him, for example. He just started rambling after I won and I can't. They get hurt. They get emotional. All of them get emotional. It's like they get overloaded. We're going to have to come up with a new way of doing this. Like we'll just say, like maybe we'll come up with like a song to sing when people first come in, like a sing song about ball is a ball and something like that. But I'll come up with something good.
Yeah. How about Kumbaya or like YMCA?
Well, something to get you guys.
Are you referring to, Mighty?
Something to get you guys, calm down.
We're all calm. No one's mad here.
Okay, well, it should be easy for you to give us a summary of how you destroyed the flat Earth previously, by all means.
I want to
Tell
hear
us.
this.
Yeah, just give us the Cliff Notes. Yeah, just give us the Cliff Notes version.
Don't you record all the debates? I thought you recorded.
Yeah, give us a clip then. Yeah, post the clip in the side chat there.
I don't have any
Sounds
access
great.
to your galleries of
Yeah, you
debates
do.
on YouTube.
Yes, you do.
Well, if you do, then you can just upload it and see how I owned you. Easy.
We don't have that. Yeah, it's YouTube, bro. The link is right up there in the PFPs of those bots. So go get it. It's public access. Get us the clips and bring it back. This is your claim. You need to bring your evidence, right? Don't you want to support your claim?
I'm not really debating right now, so I don't have to.
Oh no! We're not debating. You made a claim that apparently you wiped the floor with some of us. So just go get the clip.
Not some of you, all of you. There's a difference.
Okay, great. Go get it.
Me too. Was I in there too? I haven't talked to you before.
Yeah,
if I
and
did,
he beat India. Yeah, he just told us he beat India. Like, I'm sorry, I missed that. We need that clip. Yeah, we got some playlists.
Indio started spurging. He was crying so hard that he banned me, and he muted me instantly and banned me because he was so mad.
Okay, yeah, we need that for some of our playlists. Yeah, please.
Now.
Yeah.
I
This is a
urge you to
myth.
go watch the clip. It's very funny. It's actually
Yeah, well, post it. Otherwise, it's a myth.
Post it, and we'll have somebody play it in here so we can all hear him. Hear him spurge out.
Look for it.
Listen, we'll be witnesses
I don't
for
care
you.
about Flat Earth that much to actually do that. If you
Yes,
want,
you
you're
do.
more than welcome to do that.
You wouldn't be in here if you didn't care that much.
I'm bored and I need to pass some time, and I want to.
Okay, well then start over. Yeah, you start over. You better re-destroy us. So, what is your best argument for the globe, Mighty?
You mean you better re-destroy us? Why would I need to do that if I won once? Why
Because
do I
you
need
don't feel like going to find the other thing. It should be easy just to repeat yourself.
No, but if I won once, why would I need to win again? What's the point?
It feels like I've missed out because winning means that you've proven the Earth to be a sphere, and that would be something I'd be interested in. So, how did you prove the Earth to be a sphere?
I already did that like multiple.
I'm gonna guess.
I'm interested.
I'm gonna guess.
Knowledge.
I'm gonna guess he pointed at the sky.
Oh,
I pointed out a lot of things. It was a long debate. You should watch it. It's all on YouTube. You can go watch it.
Okay, so you're not really going to recount your victory to somebody who's genuinely interested in you proving the Earth to be a sphere, then? What a wanker.
No, that's why we record all of our debates. You can go on YouTube and you can watch it. You're more than welcome.
But it's interesting that you, right now, can't recount it to us.
I can, but it's long, and I'm not going to get into it. It's very
Just like quickly, what was the devastating points? How did everybody fail?
Multiple
ways. What did you prove? What was it?
It was multiple ways.
Just one.
Like the
Multiple ways.
Believing some evidence but not believing other evidence.
Just name one thing. Just name one thing, not a bunch. Just name one.
Well, one of your ridiculous claims is that there's a giant container to Earth that nobody ever seen before, but somehow it's there.
Fucking a
failure. I'm really interested in how you proved that the Earth was a sphere.
Dude, it's not our claim. It's not our claim that gas pressure requires containment. That's your claim.
Yeah, but yet you never showed us any evidence of a container till this day. Boop boop. I guess you have nothing to say about that. Walk, walk, walk.
Who gives a shit? We've showed you the surfaces and
Oh my goodness.
Dude, it's your claim. You're the one who has to prove it.
Hey, no, it's not. Nobody in the globe community claims there's a container around the Earth. That's your claim, and you can't even prove it.
Yeah, they do.
So that's just one of the arguments.
Dude, your whole globe requires a container of gravity holding air in. Remember? You need a gravity container. Remember?
A gravity container? What?
Isn't that your claim?
Yeah, that's your claim. You need a container also. You need a gravity container.
When did I ever claim something? Did I claim that?
Oh, he didn't. You're a Baltard. That's how you claimed it.
How do you know I'm a Baltard?
I can tell.
Maybe I think the Earth is like a fucking hexagon. What do you
No.
When did I ever say what I believe in?
That's why
it's not. Don't worry.
I know for sure it's not flat.
How do you know that? How did you prove that it wasn't?
I just gave you one example.
No, that's the sky container.
Well, if it was a hexagon, it would have a bunch of flat surfaces, wouldn't it?
I'm showing you the rhetoric. You guys are believing in imaginary things that don't exist.
All right, Mighty, you're just going to talk, aren't you?
Evidence.
Mighty,
Yeah,
you're just going to
that's what
talk,
you do
aren't
when
you?
you debate. You have to talk. Yeah.
You're not going to take a dressing on your points that you bring up.
I just did. I literally.
No, you didn't, dude. It's like you're not answering anything.
Well, I just did.
So how did you prove? Because that was Sky
Something I used to
doing
crush
it
you last
again.
time.
He's being a
Give an
wanker.
example.
He's being a wanker.
Why are you
Says
calling
he
people
knows
wankers?
that
Are you
the
mad?
Earth. What when dealing with
brush
wankers? Yeah,
your
it pisses
teeth
me
in
off, dude.
soy this morning,
What?
mate.
Don't be pissed, dude. It's holiday season. It's Merry Christmas, dude. Don't
But
be
yeah,
mad.
then stop
It's
being a
not worth
wanker
being
then.
mad.
Why do I have to tolerate you
What does
being a
being a
wanker?
wanker mean? What's a wanker?
Oh, somebody masturbates, mate.
Just put him on mute.
Like a jerk off.
Someone who's masturbating?
Fuck off.
That
Right,
guy's
you can
just
deal with him, dude.
overflowing with
What the
fucking
fuck?
soy, man.
Is that another win for him, not addressing anything and not supporting any claim? I guess that's a win. Huh?
It sounds like he's.
Apparently, I'm not winning. I'm a masturbator. Apparently, according to Mr. Jedi.
It sounds like he just heard about outer space being fake. So
yeah, probably.
Oh shit! I wanted to tell him.
He knows.
Is outer space fake, just like the container that surrounds the globe somehow?
Space is fake, dude.
But no one saw it, or the ice wall that you claim there's like an ice
No,
wall.
you claim the ice wall. That's you, dude.
You keep shifting the goalpost every time we own you.
Dude, it's your ice wall.
There's
U.S.
a giant
military.
ice wall around Earth, and we're like,
yes,
there's no ice wall.
U.S.
And then you're like,
military
invent
named
new
it
stuff
that.
as you
I
go.
didn't
You
name it
always
that. I
invent
didn't
new
name it
shit.
an ice wall going around the Earth.
There's no 24-hour
You guys
sun.
did.
Okay.
You
So
guys
we're going to have to
claim that for flat Earth.
He's going to play this game. No worries. Who here claimed an ice wall? Sorry. Sound clip, anything, a name? Who claimed an ice wall? Okay, so that was a lie. Nobody claimed an ice wall. Somebody's a liar. We've established that.
Well, shucks.
Yeah.
Did anybody tell him why outer space is fake? I mean, it's 100%
He didn't
fake.
ask. He didn't ask.
Oh, true. But there's a very specific reason.
he knows. He knows Vaxwax. He's an old customer. Repeat.
On a star.
Oh, now he's starting to sing. We got him singing to himself now. So, instead of some people sing to themselves instead of rocking back and forth when they're put in this position like this. Some rock back and forth, or they stand in a corner and they spin around and they do weird shit. Touch the doorknob 50 times after we get done with them.
Hey, that sounds like OCD territory.
Yeah, we trigger OCD in these guys. And Tourette's. I don't know if you guys ever noticed the Tourette's they get sometimes.
I literally have obsessive compulsive disorder. It sucks.
Go touch the doorknob because it's dirty and there's germs on it.
No. Like, see, with OCD, you have to touch a doorknob 50 times because if you don't, your grandmother will suffocate.
There you go. And make sure, I don't know where you live, but it's snowing here and you can't see the cracks on the sidewalk, so people won't even go out around here because they don't want to break their mother's back.
I will actually avoid stepping on cracks if all possible. God's honest truth, I will. Anyway. No, I mean, space, like debunking space, that's the easiest thing in the world. It's violating natural law. Like, entropy is no longer taking place. Therefore, space is fake. But then what does the Glober say? Oh, entropy doesn't apply to Earth. Entropy's literally where, like, you've only ever experienced entropy on Earth, so how does it not apply, right? I'm in a bit of a mood. My fucking football team got smoked tonight, and I'm not happy about it. We were up 21-0, and they still lost like 31-35. Unacceptable.
Oh, it sounds like you must be a Browns fan.
No, New England Patriots.
Oh, yeah, because I don't know. I don't even watch the Browns anymore. I just figured that was them when you said that score, just by saying the score like that.
The poor Browns.
Poor Browns. We've never had a football team. Never, 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 ever. Since I've been alive. Since I've been alive, they sucked the whole time.
I mean, Bernie Kosar was good. He was a good quarterback.
Those were different days, and they still didn't get anywhere.
Then Bill Belichick became your head coach, and you guys went like 9-7, lost the first round of the playoffs, and yeah, being the Browns sucks. Like they must be like deep in the Illuminati. They have to get punished like every year.
And now we're getting a brand new Brown stadium.
You know what though, Shador really isn't that bad.
Whole
You
different
guys have a
part of the
little
city now, right by the airport now.
Yeah, I bet that's really gross. I've never been to Cleveland though.
Everything's easy to get to.
I'm sure it is. But like me caring about football, like that's the Glover in me, right? Like just the fact that like I hope it's real. And then I'm watching it, I'm like, dude, I could have made that pass. Like, why are you throwing it in the dirt? And I'm like, oh yeah, because it's fake. I just don't want to accept the fact that it's fake. But it is. Hey, if it's fake, as long as my team continuously wins for, 20 plus years, whatever. It's not fake then. Oh shit. But at the same time, tell all the Brits that Manchester United is like throwing their games and shit. They'll flip out too. But I mean, when the Glover like wants to claim outer space, I mean dude, that's gonna be like shooting like hippos in a barrel. Like you can't miss. Entropy here. Oh look, how do you explain this picture of the globe Earth? High pressure not going to low pressure. Entropy is not taking place, therefore doesn't exist. That's the simplest one.
So they lied about the medium, but they still sent something up there and took a photo.
Whoever just said that, you broke out on like the last like 3 words of your sentence. My bad. That may have been me.
I said, so they lied about the medium, right? But they still sent up a thing and took a photo.
They lied about the medium.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we can unpack that. All right. Well, they lied about the medium. So they claim the medium is air, which is what we all experience every single day. You go higher up. Oh my God, the air pressure gets lower. Okay, how are you going to combat that? Oh, he's back. I thought you left.
Wait, so they're not lying about the medium?
Well, what's the medium?
Low air pressure. So low pressure of air.
Yeah, what's so hard about that?
So your entropy argument, right, your second law of thermodynamics, it only disproves one part of the story. There's still a claim on the table that this is a photograph of Earth.
Right. Excuse me. Sorry. Okay, so, and I mean, we're not like discussing a specific photograph, so we're just like, we're all picturing, okay, so let's say that some dudes go up really high, really, really high, and they're in a tin can, if you will. They get out of their tin can, and once they get out of their tin can to take a picture, they're wearing spacesuits. Why are they wearing spacesuits?
I don't see a guy in a spacesuit in the image.
Hey, which image are you all looking at?
Right. Well, see, yeah, exactly. I was just saying a hypothetical image because there's really no image on the table that we have to like discuss.
Gotcha.
Does it really matter though?
Okay, how about the original blue marble photograph, supposedly, right?
Yeah, that's like
okay.
A kindergarten fire earther should be able to like disarm that.
Dude, it's not a matter of disowning it. It is a claimed photograph of the Earth from space.
Disarm. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a claim, right?
Yeah, that picture's literally violating the second law of thermodynamics. Simple.
No, the photograph is not violating anything. It's a photograph.
It's a photograph claimed to be taken from where?
Yeah, we already discussed this. That's what Tita was talking about. Perhaps they are lying about the medium that they're in.
Okay, so the medium now is green jello versus.
Yeah, that's what I said. I said green jello. Do you only come in here to antagonize people and put words in their mouth, Vax?
No. You said they're lying about the medium, so therefore the medium that they're lying about.
Yeah, is something, not nothing.
Yeah, not an extremely high vacuum. Perhaps they are not disclosing the medium, right? Perhaps there is ample air pressure in the medium that they're in to take this photograph. The thing that debunks the photograph is a spherical Earth that we cannot measure any particular curvature of. You're going to have to follow along. Are you drinking again today?
Well, when they say that there's ample air pressure to take the photograph,
Nobody said that. Nobody said that.
I thought that's what you
just been
said.
Drinking. No. We're oh my gosh, dude. Are you having this hard a time following along? That's why I asked you
Did you step away from your mic?
No, I'm wearing Bluetooth.
Oh, okay. Well, it sounds good for Bluetooth.
Does lying about the medium debunk the picture?
If they're lying about the medium, then what is the medium that they're lying about?
Don't know. So this is the point, right? We don't know. We're not making a claim to it. But if, hypothetically, it isn't a vacuum and it's something, then we have a picture of the Earth from up there in the sky. Not in a vacuum, but something else.
I don't really follow that.
It's possible.
Yeah.
It's possible that perhaps because the second law of thermodynamics does debunk or does refute the claim that space or outer space or the vacuum of outer space is not possible, we are exploring the possibility that perhaps there is ample air in this region that they claim to have went to, like the surface of the moon, and took a photograph of the Earth. But then again, the photograph... What?
Well, don't they claim that the surface of the moon is... Damn it, where's the number?
Roughly 248,000 miles. That is based on the Earth being a sphere. So the Earth being a sphere has to be true for any of the claims about distances or, all that stuff to be true.
No, the Earth has to be a horizontal plane for them to have their distances.
Holy shit, are you serious?
Are you able to entertain an idea and think about it without accepting it to be true? Can you at least do that?
So accept nonsense and then
no, within the idea that we're fighting against, like the globe Earth, inside this paradigm, right?
I don't
so you're not following. Now I've got to jump in. You're definitely not following along. Fuck.
Yeah, because there is no globe Earth to even fight against.
We do not disagree about that point. But there are some claims that you could, you could do hypothetical, thought experiments. That's sort of what we're doing. It is Sunday, but whatever.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no. Hopefully you guys' Sunday is going better than mine. Dude, I'm still heated about that fucking football game. You know what it is? Like, okay, so I have a 9-year-old and a 2-year-old. She'll be 3 at the very last day of January, so she's almost 3. They took all their toys, all their books, and they laid it out all nice on their bed. They share a full-size mattress. They laid everything out nice, and they go, "Daddy, come to our store and buy something." And I'm like, "Okay, well, how much is everything?" They go, "It's free." Oh, so everything is free, but you want me to buy it? Yeah. Where do I go from there?
Buy it and make them smile and enjoy life.
No, see, I did that because my 2-year-old said, no, my 2-year-old said the ball was $10. I'm like, okay, the ball's $10. So she stuck her hand in her pocket and pretended to hand me money and then gave me the ball. And I said, "Thank you, sweetheart." Gave her a kiss on her forehead and walked away. That's what the Globers are doing, guys. I mean, do you not see that?
Vax, I'm going to be straight up with you, bro. Your presence in this particular server is not very welcome, usually because you're here to rage bait or antagonize. So anything that you discuss, the Patriots, your kids. I have nothing against your kids, but we're not with you, bro. So anything that you talk about here, we typically ignore or kind of cringe when you speak.
Yeah,
you get that, right? Yeah.
Right. Well, the globe claims that the moon is inside a vacuum.
Yeah. Who cares?
Well, the Globers care because that's their claim, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. You take the vacuum away from them, and now what are they left with?
I'm pretty sure you've been drinking.
I have been. I'm drinking right now.
Yeah. You probably should just go on mute because you're making a fool of yourself.
Well, I mean, how so? You guys are like, okay, so you say that the second law, well, not you guys say, I say the second law of thermodynamics violates their whole notion of outer space. And then you guys are saying, yeah, but what if they lie about the medium?
No,
Okay,
sir.
so what's the medium?
Yeah, this is why they're saying that you're having trouble following along, because I followed along with that quite quickly, and you're having trouble with it still. They're just saying it's a possibility if they're lying about that. Like, I don't understand why it's so hard for you to grasp it.
Okay, so there's ambient air pressure when they took the picture of the Earth.
Maybe it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter because the photograph is debunked by the lack of curvature on the surface of the Earth, right? So
no, the photograph
we're just
is debunked because they claim the photograph is taken into a like they had to enter an endless vacuum.
Yeah, but what if it's not that?
Yeah, but what if? Okay, so
I can give you a hypothetical, but imagine they were trying to hide the waters above. So when they go up into the sky, they want us to believe it's a vacuum. But when they actually go up into the sky, they go into water. Hypothetically. I mean, it doesn't fucking matter.
okay, so Neil Armstrong went up
and then they turn round and take a picture of the Earth that's a sphere. So they can still go up into the sky and take a picture of the Earth that's a sphere, hypothetically. How do you debunk this? It's the curvature on the Earth. There isn't any.
Of course there's no curvature. But we have to pretend that they're lying about the medium when their claim is the medium is a vacuum.
Vax.
Actually, that is incorrect, sir. That is patently incorrect. NASA now says that the atmosphere goes far beyond the moon. So they do not say that there has ever been humans in a vacuum. That is now the new stance. That's what they've released. That's what they've repeated. So the question now is, why do you keep talking about a vacuum when not even the Globetards claim that they've been in a vacuum?
Okay, so there's no more vacuum. So the vacuum of space is not real.
Oh, good grief. We're just sort of like parsing stuff apart. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're just discussing something as a hypothetical. We are not saying that perhaps they went to, the waters above. We're not even saying the Kármán line has to do with where they declare outer space officially begins, right? But that's been arbitrary because they move it around. We're aware of that. We're just sort of kicking stuff around.
Yeah, the Kármán line is the first law of thermodynamics violation.
Oh my gosh. What?
Well, think about what the Kármán line is. What are the Globers?
What is it? You tell me.
Oh, okay, so yeah. Hold on a second. I'll put myself on mute for like 30 seconds. Let me warm up. My hands are freezing. Hold on a second. I'll be right back.
Now, while he's doing that, in the side chat, I've placed an article that's just one of the many articles where they talk about that they have retracted the claim that there's a vacuum between the Earth and the Moon. They talk about that the atmosphere goes far beyond the Moon. So, I'm not sure if you're still hearing me, Vaxi, but the globetards themselves have changed their mind on that, so you can no longer claim that the picture is impossible because of a vacuum.
Now we have to be careful because there are claims about what, a high vacuum and a low vacuum, right? So what does the article say about what the Kármán line essentially is?
Well, the article is not about the Kármán line. It's about the atmosphere extending far beyond the moon.
Okay. Yeah, so the atmosphere, whatever the pressure might be, right? Because I think a high vacuum is, and Professor Triangle may be able to answer this, and I could probably look it up, but I'm not going to for the sake of time. Somewhere above 10 to the negative 2 or 10 to the negative 4 ballpark. But they describe high and low vacuums being beyond a certain point, a Torr value.
Does the air at the Kármán line rotate with the Earth?
Holy shit. Does the Earth rotate?
Of course not.
Okay.
But their claim, it's not our claim as flat earthers, it's the Globers' claim, right?
Right.
So they claim that the air at the Kármán line is still rotating with the surface of the Earth.
If that's their claim, fine. It's incumbent upon them to prove that. What is the Kármán line? I'll just look it up.
Yeah, well, I mean, their claim violates the first law of thermodynamics, does it not?
Many of their claims violate natural law. No one's disputing that.
Okay, so why would you entertain their hypotheticals?
It's speculation Sunday, my friend.
Yeah, fair enough. So their speculations have no grounds in reality.
Of course. Nor do ours, because guess what? I could not verify in any way that there are essentially waters above, right? I'm not claiming that there are. But, there is a claim in a book that is the case. So perhaps these fools can enter this area. That's why it's speculation Sunday. And maybe they can turn around and take a photograph. Oh, damn, too bad. The Earth doesn't curve, so it still doesn't work. We're just kind of bullshitting because there's no one to speak to.
Well, yeah, but the Earth not curving's already been easily proven.
Yeah, I know.
Right. So the flat Earth debunks about Earth curve get swept aside to entertain a Glober's speculation about natural law violation.
No. Pictures from space, when we start talking about the violation of the second law of thermodynamics, move very quickly away from Earth curvature, and then we start talking about gravity. Quickest way to debunk a picture from space is point out that we should, according to the picture and claim with a radius, be able to measure curvature over the surface of the Earth. So the quickest way to debunk pictures from space is Earth curve measurements.
Ask a Glober to present you Earth curve measurements and see what they say.
Vax, we've done that, friend. At this point, your feeble attempts at trying to, I don't know, fit in, be buddy with us, it's not working. I'm becoming more annoyed every time that you speak. Because you've been drinking, I don't even know if you're really hearing what I'm saying. It's best if you just go on mute to save yourself any further embarrassment.
Well, yeah, it is quite interesting that I must admit I am shaking my head.
Shaking your head about what?
Then you really aren't following along, my friend.
Following along with what? The hypotheticals that violate natural law? My bad.
Okay, I've already explained to you that there is no claim that humans have ever been in a vacuum. So I've explained that to you. There's an article in the side chat that even explains that to you. So you're using outdated information. So
what's the air pressure on the surface of the moon?
All right, here we go. Because he
I
can't
don't know
do it
how
himself.
anybody's ever messed with that. Yeah, there you go. Okay. Whoever did that did us a favor, I think.
I'm trying to do him a favor.
Indeed, my friend. Indeed. Sometimes it's a kindness because I love Vaxie. I truly, truly do. I do think he's got a passion for the cause, but man, oh man.
Truth be told, I don't believe he has really any genuineness in him when he enters this particular chat. So I prefer not engage with him, but if he insists, I just go ahead and mute him.
Yeah, I know that he's Yeah, I have to agree, my friend, because I'm pretty sure he's still a QE acolyte, so I'm really not sure I have dialogue with that. I do wish him all the best. I sincerely do.
Well, I can't say anything about who he may be, allied with. He seems to be his own man, right? But
well, he was a Genesis server the other week with Berserker and some others that were saying some pretty vitriolic stuff, and he was right in there with them, and they were listening to QE just berate Yoder, and Vaxie was kind of leading the charge.
Well, I mean, he's more than entitled to, like or follow or emulate or just, appreciate and agree with whatever personality or arguments he likes. I don't have a problem with that. It's just that when he comes in here, he seems to be looking for excuses to just get into a straight up BS argument, which I don't appreciate.
That's my point. Yeah, that's my point, because he's hearing what QE and others are saying about us, so he's coming over here to test the waters.
Well, yeah. And, I just don't know why you would want to intentionally, in my mind, and I have no evidence for this, it just feels this way to me, right? So this is my own position. But, he seems to like to antagonize. He seems to like to stir the pot and kick the hornet's nest. I don't have time for that. We got plenty of Globers doing that, so we don't need him.
Now, says who? Do you? Some people do, but a lot of people don't. But do you understand the Southern concept of have a blessed day?
The concept. What do you mean? It's kind of an idiom, right? It's just, well, maybe not an idiom. It's just something that people say, but typically it's probably more prevalent in the South. Although I have heard it what do you mean?
So in the South, have a blessed day is a whole lot more than just an idiom or an expression. It's actually a whole way of life. So typically in the South, if somebody says to you, have a blessed day, what they're really meaning is have a blessed day somewhere else.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's oftentimes it's it's a left-handed compliment.
Right. Huh. I mean, listen, around here, I'm not. So I'm in southern Missouri, and this is kind of like the no man's land. It's right between the north and the south, right? So you could hear that, and you might hear it from like a clerk at a convenience store, and it just means have a good day. I don't know if I've ever heard it used in the way that you're talking about. Like, it's essentially kick rocks, but it's said in a nice way. I don't know if I've ever come across it that way.
Yeah, it's extremely a deep South thing, and you have to know to look out for it. So if you're talking with a clerk or something at a store, and they say a blessed day to you, it likely doesn't exactly always mean you might think. It's a lot of times, especially if they've got somebody else there with them, they'll have a little body language signal to an extent that one transmitted that and the other received it. Like, yeah, you go have a blessed day now. And so sometimes in life, we got to tell these people, yeah, go have a blessed day somewhere else.
Yeah,
you're right.
I would hope that when people say it to me, they want them to be genuine. Like I want it to be genuine because it sounds like a nice thing to say to somebody. Have a nice day, have a blessed day. Hope they mean it, or at least in the way that anybody would in a very casual interaction. But in this case, yeah, Vax Wax, have a blessed day.
Exactly. But yeah, so Missouri. I've been over most of Missouri, and I know that Missouri was a southern state, but by the same token, Missouri seems a lot more Midwest than it does Southern to me. Yeah. Arkansas, on the other hand, different story.
Yeah. Arkansas is to me, a southern state, and you're probably correct because I'm not the South or even this area. I my original stomping grounds, born and raised, I was from Colorado. So now that I'm here, I'm just trying to pick up on the culture and the history of this area, and it's you're correct. It's more Midwestern, at least now, than it maybe previously was. But it kind of fits in that box, because we got Illinois right there. We've got Iowa straight north, and it feels like it's more part of those states, or it shares more culture with those states than it does necessarily the southern states. It's a weird blend. Like I said, it's kind of a no man's land. It's like a Switzerland between even the West. You've got Nebraska and Oklahoma, and Kansas right next to it. It's just this smack dab in the middle of a lot of different subcultures. So it's kind of fascinating. It borrows from all of them.
Oh yeah, no doubt. It's there's a good reason why they call it the Show Me State.
So we toured in Jefferson City, the state capitol building, and the reason, and I forget what it was, to be honest with you, but they gave us a tour and they talked about how, or about where the Show Me State slogan came from, and it didn't sound right to me. It almost didn't sound true. Like, it didn't make sense. And shame on me for not memorizing it a little bit better, but it didn't seem right, because everybody around here kind of talks about the Show Me State as in, like, if you make a claim, you better show me. That's how people use it. But at the Capitol building in that tour, that's not what she was kind of getting at. So I don't know.
Well, having grown up in Indiana, they have the same issue there with the word Hoosier. So there's lots of different explanations to how it come about. But my favorite is they say that back in the day that if you came up on somebody's property late at night, they'd start hollering, "Who's here? Who's here?" And somebody said,
really?
"Oh, this must be the Hoosiers."
Okay.
That's one of the explanations. But what I often find in these idioms, like of geography and such, is nobody really knows. Maybe it was one guy who told a joke about something back in 1855 or something, and then nobody remembered what the joke was, but they remembered the Show Me part, and just kind of took grip. Or the Hoosier.
Yeah. It's fascinating. I would like to know where these sayings come from, so when people talk about the cops, right, I have heard, and it sounds plausible, that cops was short for copper because, in England, the police officers or the peace officers, what's their actual name for them? Starts with a C, Doug. No, constable, right? They would wear copper cuffs, or essentially, like on their sleeves, copper cuff holders. So that's why they called them coppers or cops. I think that sounds plausible, and that's just always been. But there are other things like the Show Me State. I don't know what that really means. I like the idea currently that for the most part, it's like, well, prove it. I like that bit. And I hope it, but I don't know that that's where it came from. We may never know.
The world may never know, but, there in Missouri lies one of the finest institutions that was originally dedicated to flat earth teaching.
Oh, really?
Yeah, believe it or not, the Lutheran Church Missouri Synod, the first two presidents wrote extensively on the topic and wrote extensively opposing Copernicanism, and they kind of, somewhere around the last 50 years, they put that to the wayside, but it's still there somewhere.
Well, that is fascinating. Oh, shoot. It just came to me. Cufflinks. I'm talking about cuff holders. Cufflinks is what I was talking about. Copper cufflinks on the cops. So that's where it came from. Allegedly.
Yeah, oftentimes, these traditions, they end up with different things, because I've also heard that it meant that constable on patrol, and I never bought that one. I thought that was kind of like a backronym.
Yeah.
But sometimes it's just hard to know, especially because when these things come out 150 years ago, it's not like they had lots of Discord servers to record the information in.
Sure. Being alive in this era, especially with this topic about the Earth being a globe or a sphere, and the victors writing the history, you begin to call everything into question, right? So you may read something in a textbook, or you might hear it from people in casual conversation about where the history of all these different things came from. But after a while, especially since the old the COVIDs from a few years back, and what we kind of all lived through, it would make people bring things like influenza or the Spanish flu or whatever. You just go. We have an official story about the history of that was, but living what we've lived through now, do you go? Is it about the same thing that we experienced today? Where something major may have been blown out of proportion, or something minor may have been blown out of proportion for some nefarious purpose. And then, us as the people who read the history just all the way down the line go, oh yeah, it was really bad 100, although none of us were ever around for that. Is it the same kind of thing? Was the Spanish flu very similar to whatever happened 5 years ago? And you just have to wonder.
Well, I will say this, that I'm kind of mixed on it, because if you feel I'm getting a little too close to TOS, just stop me. But 100 years ago, just after, the 1918, 1919 time frame, how many million people had been killed? And after the Civil War, you had the same kind of breakout.
Sure.
And how many million people were killed? So I tend to think that after serious wars, serious death, that some kind of plague happens.
Yeah, a serious plague that may or may not be a plague. Who knows? There's so many things that can't be known, especially if you weren't there in that era or that time frame, and if you weren't one of the people that were very close to the research or the narrative or whatever. Like, all of us normal people, quote unquote, kind of operate as the receivers of information being dissented to us, and we have to do our best to go through whatever rhetoric or whatever story that we're presented with, and see if we can't come out with some kind of reasonable, logical conclusion about what really is occurring. And when it comes to history, you can almost just go ahead and say, I actually just don't know. I know what people say. I know it's written. I know it, it could have been in a newspaper, in a textbook, in a history book, whatever. But man, to really verify any of the things that we've been told is nearly impossible. You'd kind of have to know somebody who was the first one to discover or put the story forth, and then you'd have to ask them if what they said was true, and then you'd have to ask them what their motivation was, and we don't get the opportunity to do that. And I don't have the opportunity to ask anybody who may be in a position of power or knowledge about what happened 5 years ago. So I just have to go by what I know. And I know that at one point I got what could be considered an illness or a flu, consistent with the symptoms that were described. But at no point did I ever feel like I was going to keel over. You know, I felt fine after a week or two. And so what am I supposed to think? I mean, I obviously did get ill during that time period. Does that mean what they said about it overall is true? Not at all. You know, what am I supposed to do other than go, well, I know what I had and I know what you described and they sort of match up. But I also know that there's a whole other narrative that season of life for everybody on the earth. And a lot of it has come up or been found wanting as far as the official narrative goes. So, you know, I can only tell about what I experienced. Firsthand knowledge is one of the most valuable things that anybody can have. But my experience may not be your experience. Should we write a history book about what you experienced and what I experienced and make a grand narrative around each thing? We can't do that. You know, everybody lives their own individual life. So we operate from an end user position or an end hearer position a lot of the time. And I kind of decided that I'm not going to really pay too much attention to official narratives anymore, because it's like, well, if I'm not there and I can't validate it, should I go ahead and borrow that as truth? No.
Well, I will say this, that to let me talk out both sides of my mouth for a moment, I do agree that what we hear of any narrative of anything is just that. It's a narrative.
Yeah.
And so you'll hear me, hang on a second here. Boys want me to push him around the swing. Sorry. But anyway, so I think that there's two competing interests that go on with narratives. One is the need to make certain events seem like they're much more dangerous than they are.
Sure.
And then for other events to look like they were handled and a lot less dangerous than they actually were. And so that's where I come to is when I review these narratives, I ask myself the question, is it less than they're saying or is it more than they're saying? Because I know that what they're saying is very likely untrue. But
yeah.
So which direction do you go from there? And I can tell you I hold two competing views on what happened. I know that I look back to pictures months and a year after we reopened up here, and we would be in stores, and I'm talking big stores like Walmart, Target, the mall, and there would be a very small handful of people in the store. We would go to the beach and there'd be nobody. We would go out to eat, and a lot of times we'd be the only people in the restaurant, and the restaurant would be perfectly clean. And we left, moved out of state for 3 years, and we came back. And it's now, the way I remember it, right up until things changed. Now, there's a couple arguments people could make as to why that happened, but the other thing I know is, and I know for a fact because we were dealing with a particular situation, that something here was happening in October of 2019, and it was not just bad, it was far worse than anything that happened in the news in 2020.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't mind talking about it off the live stream in a little more detail. But so having said that, but overall, we know that it's not what was reported. And I can't tell you because I suspended judgment on it entirely. I just know that up to a year later, this place was a ghost town. And I know now this reminds me of like 2018 and 2019. So having said that, no, I don't buy the narrative in any bit. But it does make me wonder, like, where is the truth in these things? Are they worse? Are they better? But we just know for certain that what they tell us sure in the hell ain't true. I mean, we heard for 4 years just utter bullshit.
Right. Well, you know what's funny is that the way that the world behaved and what the power structures did, right? Their actions and the things that they tried to get the people to do in every nation, or except for Sweden apparently, but or Switzerland, sorry, whatever. They treated it like an extinction level event, and the official numbers were as of a 97% survival rate. So how do you treat something like an extinction level event when basically everybody's just going to be fine? You know, what consistency is there in that? That's all I really need to know. Everybody freak out, everybody panic, everybody stand, a certain distance apart. But by the way, you're probably going to be fine. Give me a break, dude.
Yeah, and I know, like I say, because we were, for a good 2 years, we were in and out of medical institutions. And what I can tell you with absolute certainty is that they were publishing, 150% occupancy, blah, blah, blah. And I would go in and see a doctor in about 10 minutes.
Yeah.
So, and then I also think that TikTok was part of the reveal, because there were some doctors who got up on Capitol Hill or somewhere, and they were all making this release about how it's not what we're told. And some GT was really retarded about it and was telling me that that doctors didn't have time to do that. And then I said, well, how do nurses have time to do all these TikTok dancing videos? And started looking back at these TikTok dancing videos to realize that these hospitals were entirely vacant. How did they have time for that? Especially early on at the height of it. So I come to a conclusion that maybe there was a reason why those places were vacant, because they were denying care. Or maybe it's because there was nobody that needed it. So I'm suspending my ultimate judgment on it. But I'm just saying that, like, it's very clear that it's not what they told us.
Yeah. Well, at this point in my life, whatever it is that I see on any format that it produces video, I'm going to be highly skeptical of it. I'm going to go ahead and say, if it's on a video, especially now that we have the old AI that is getting pretty stinking good, even for the average everyday user, I am becoming more and more skeptical and less willing to believe anything I see on any video format, because that's where we're at. And I think I'm going to be just fine if I maintain that position. I'm not going to get excited or scared or upset in any way, shape, or even happy what I might see on YouTube or the TV or whatever. I don't have cable, so everything I'm exposed to is essentially video that's on the old internet where AI reigns free. So,
I think you're losing signal, or I am one.
deal with what you experienced, and call it a day. Because
you're cutting up a little bit. It's not just you, Mr. Barrington.
Is everybody chopping up?
You're chopping like crazy.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we'll talk about something different, like flat Earth.
Yeah, better yet, better idea yet. But hey, that's how you discuss news and narratives on a flat Earth.
Correct.
So, Plane,
nice
my friend,
transition.
you must have some commentary to read from somewhere.
Well, we can always check. Is there a little dead air here? The way it was Sweden that didn't care about anything. However, they were not smart enough to stay away from the thing anyway. But they did not close down everything. Hey, let's read some chat on YouTube.
Right.
Okay.
So we got Vax Wax freaking out. Yeah, we hear you.
Okay.
Yeah, remember when they used to make movies and they needed a warehouse full of computers just to render like a frame every few minutes, and now they can do that in a matter of seconds.
Yeah. It's an interesting time to be alive, for sure.
And I tell you guys, I really truly think that we have the greatest opportunity in our life to blow the top off of NASA because, a lot of people grew up with Photoshop and just accepted that it's okay to Photoshop. But now people are actually falling for fake videos. And once they fall for a fake video, a lot of people don't like it. Like, for instance, when we got back here, I went to go see my dear friend dear family friend who's our chiropractor. And he was showing me an AI video. And I asked him if he thought that was real. And I said, well, no, it's fake. And he thought I was crazy. And then I pulled up, because he's a pilot as well, a private pilot. So I pulled up a Chat GPT and had it render a chiropractor giving a massage while flying an airplane. And all of us now, when I go there, he's showing me all kinds of AI stuff and talking about how it fooled him. And he was showing me some space videos and such. And I said, yep, that's fake. That's fake. And he's like, it is, ain't it? I said, yeah. And so my point is I think in our lifetimes, we're never going to have a better opportunity to demonstrate that this stuff is fake than we have right now.
We've got 4K, and it could be total BS.
What do you mean, my friend?
Oh, I mean, just whatever you see could not be anything at all. Could be totally generated. And
oh, yeah.
How are you going to tell?
So here's my question is, I've wondered about, so if it's now getting released in the consumer market, how long has realistic AI photo generation been around?
That's a good question. However, I think that there probably will be a split or a push. Now, you're probably going to see, because as far as I can tell, Mango Mussolini, has given free rein to this technology in every sense. In fact, he even signed, as far as I can tell from the news, he's signed an executive order for all the plebiscites and the slaves of the United States Corporation that AI cannot actually even violate state laws. So even the quote-unquote sovereign states have no authority over this technology. which means that I think people are going to start putting out content that they're going to try and certify or somehow, give to you, like say, this is actual real content, whatever real means, right? So this is actual footage in real life, and it's not AI. There's going to be a split. But those who don't clarify what they're giving you, you could be looking at anything. And you would hope that those that are giving you the, quote, real footage are being genuine. It's going to be interesting, because in a digital age, they don't have to disclose it, and you still actually don't know.
Well, I'll go so far to say this, that they have the AI photo and text detectors. And there was a picture of Jaron with Duffy, and Jaron had some AI hands. And so one of the people in the 24/7 server was going to show me up that I was just full of nonsense, and ran it through the photo detector. And I didn't continue on after that. I just kind of chuckled to myself and let him have the last word, because it wasn't worth discussing anymore. But I can create writings, pictures, and other things that will slide right through the detection. And if I can do that, and I'm just using, this month I'm on the $60 a month version of ChatGPT. I'm going back to the $20 a month version.
Why would you pay $60 a month for that shit?
That's a good question. What are you doing, Jay?
Wow.
I took the business version, and it does generate pictures better. So I'm going back to the $20 version here this next month. But it definitely gives you better answers.
Interesting.
Yeah. But all my point of all this is, if I can do this with just a $60 and a $20 account, what can somebody that's paying the $299 or the $1,000 or has some sort of $10,000 a month bill that's producing all these YouTube videos, what can they do?
Oh yeah, I mean, the end user version, as impressive as it is, the powerful have a version that's well beyond anything we're even aware of. That's going to be my speculation, in my opinion. But I'm pretty sure that we are using the stuff that has been approved for consumer use. They've got better stuff, in my opinion, way better.
Now, YouTube is now en masse shutting down AI video creators. There's one guy that was crybabying about it, that he had like 300 million views, 30 million views and 300,000 subscribers and 1,000 videos or something. And he went to log in to, upload his next 100 videos or something. And just found out that he was blocked, banned, and told he was not allowed to make another channel on YouTube. And my fear of that is that, they've been showing the crappy AI videos, and now YouTube's going to get to say, hey, look, we're watching out for you. And then they're going to be able to slide some quote-unquote real AI in, and you'll never know the difference.
YouTube, we should tell our listeners over there that you can see there's 24 people listening in right now. If any of you want to interact, I'm monitoring the chat right now, so go right ahead. We don't have any comments that I can read right now, but 25 people now. So if you want to interact with us, you can just type in the YouTube chat, and we'll try to get to your questions there.
Yeah, please do.
Thank you very much, sir.
Kill some dead air. please join us. We would love to have a comment, a question. If you want to come join us over in Discord, please come over and join us. We're here. We're just trying to fill up some dead airspace with some adjacent topics, but please come over and bring us back to the point.
And it is Speculation Sunday, so you can come in and speculate.
I mean, yeah, strictly speaking, we probably shouldn't be talking about AI and current and history events of that sort. Is strictly speaking, we should be keeping it to flat Earth topics. But having said that, friends, if you're hearing us on YouTube or Rumble or X or wherever you are, by all means, please join us. Leave us a comment.
Yeah, but Barrington, before you cancel your $60 AI, have it generate for you a photograph of the true Earth's curvature from the ISS orbit height.
Text me that if you would, please.
Interesting. But speaking of that, I think it's just a matter of time before some glober anti-flat earther comes up with the idea to start generating fake pictures from space of the flat Earth and then try to kind of inject it into the community and see if people will buy into that. I don't think we're far away from that. To make us look bad. People always ask about that.
Yeah.
I see a picture of the full flat Earth from space. Someone's going to do it. This is taken 1 million miles of flat, and then so a lot of people, flat earthers, not the real ones, but the kind of people who just think it's have bought into the story. Maybe people like Jaron. Oh, look, it's a flat Earth picture from space.
Yeah. Truth be told, at the beginning of this journey, I watched Jaron. I thought he was a fairly good source because he was saying all the right things and scrutinizing all the right evidence, in my opinion, at the time, to kind of get me going on this journey. Like, I had no problem with Jaron. In fact, I was buying into his, science versus scientism, or even that science ultimately is, kind of this big joke as a whole, and not aware that, because, Quantum Eraser will talk about, you're going to fail third grade level physics or science or whatever and not knowing the scientific method. I do not remember being taught ultimately the real scientific method. And so when I had it laid out for me, I was like, oh, wow. So, science is not a joke. The scientific method is not a joke. But I've just been given a bad version or a fake version of what science actually is. And then you find out, a few years later, when the mask falls off, that the dude, number one, as far as I can tell, was acting more like a shill than anything else, trying to dissolve the value of the scientific method and then trying to tear down the entire institution, of pursuing knowledge. Not even necessarily science. The scientific method is its own animal, and then there's all of a sudden you realize that science and the scientific method now have kind of become two different things. People use the word science in such a very loose manner that most of the plebiscites have no clue. They just think science is one thing, the pursuit of knowledge in every field, and there is no method. You just kind of make stuff up, and until someone comes along and disproves it, the thing that you made up is now reality. My goodness. I hope that for the most part, people do operate that way, but that's not accurate. That's not logical. And it's not ultimately very good for society or quote unquote humanity as a whole. And people love it. They eat it up. Oh yeah, it's true until someone. You got to be kidding me. But it seems like if you wait long enough, eventually the crooks or the charlatans themselves.
You know, I will say this, that I first learned about Jaron about 2021, and he had a bunch of people who were into him because of crypto and weed, and so I don't know that he was much anything more than just a pothead philosopher pushing pothead philosophy. He even said back then that he had tried to get some employment at a few different times, and that when they looked him up and saw that his channel and all the social media stuff, that they quickly rescinded offers. And so he's been looking for an exit out of this flat earth stuff to get back into a commercial role for a long time. So it's hard telling if he actually gave up on the idea of flat earth and is just doing lip service to try to get some sort of employment. But I know there was some marital strife and other things going on that may have that may be corollary or maybe causative. I don't know which, but there's definitely something.
Yeah, I've heard about that as well. Yeah, I wanted to comment on something Says Who said about, and also about AI a little bit. My sister is in here in my living room right now. She's a professor at the university. She has a PhD in epidemiology. She grades papers and so forth. Very, very smart woman, right? And she says she has peer reviewed for the big journals as well, like even for Nature and those big journals. She says one thing that's coming, AI generated articles. They're going to spit out thousands of those. And she also tells me when they peer review, they don't fact check you. They check they just check, like basically just look through it and see if it fits with the knowledge that we already have or something like that. But it's not like they're going to sit there and redo the experiments in the article. So we can expect a lot of science, so to speak, coming out that don't use the science. That's already the way it is. But I mean, AI is going to write thousands of articles in the future, and people are going to refer to it. Like there was some guy yesterday. This is why I'm bringing it up. He said, "What is the consensus of the scientific world?" or something crazy like that. Like they check these people, they don't check them. So that's all I want to say about that for now.
Yeah, I'm glad that you brought that up, and that's, I feel like that is going to be expected, and that is, so Alex Jones, right? His company is called InfoWars, and now there always has been, but a war surrounding information or knowledge or ideas, and if the machines, which have been essentially emulating and copying mankind in the way that we speak and the way that we approach things, if they've been copying and studying what mankind does, then they can certainly create a synthetic or an artificial article, a peer-reviewed paper about anything. We are actually in now an information war, a knowledge war, an idea war. And it turns out that we are at war with people that hate the truth and machines that emulate human beings that are proposing truth. That is a pretty tough battle. And so I imagine there's going to be a kickback, and I think that there sort of already is, because I follow poker, professional poker, a little bit, and there was a documentary about some of these poker stars, quote unquote, going to the World Series of Poker. And in their interviews, they had all this raw footage of people answering questions from interviewers and reporters and stuff. And the final product, the documentary, the poker players were giving to some of the interviewers were changed by AI because of audio problems. Okay, there was a problem with the recording, and so the AI took the voice of the individual that was answering a question and changed his words ever so slightly, but it's not what they said. And on X or Twitter or whatever you want to call it, when they saw the final cut of the documentary, they're like, I did not say those words, but AI. And the director, or essentially the director, the producer of this particular documentary, used AI to put words in my mouth, and even changed, because it's not just a recording audibly, it's a video recording. Even AI changed the way that I spoke to say these words, and they were livid. They were like, you used artificial intelligence to put words in my mouth and say things that I didn't say. And they had to pull the entire documentary. I mean, this documentary made a boatload of money on Netflix or whatever, but it's completely rejected now by people, because it's like, I'm not going to have a machine speaking for me. So there's going to have to be a kickback. It's just, are people going to do it, or are they just going to do what they've always done and say, it's fine, I don't care that much that it changed my words. The context is still similar, but ultimately I don't care. I think people should be very upset that anything you do or say, especially if it's captured on video and put out in, the public realm or the internet or whatever, if you didn't say it and you didn't do it, you should be livid and you should say something. But it's a bad situation right now, because most people, normies, they just don't care. Same problem with everything. The science and the scientific method. I'm just going to heap a group. It's fine. I don't care. Whatever they tell me, whatever the authority says, I'm fine with it. No, you should care. It should be a big deal to you, because if you don't say no, they're going to take every bit and every inch that they can, and eventually nothing will be real and nothing will be true, and we'll be hosed.
Well, not that what you see on the screen, yeah. But I'm just thinking that producer should have had the sign a disclaimer, and in fine print said that we have the right to edit, the footage of the audio in any manner we want.
The funny thing is that those types of contracts don't read contracts, right? They don't read, even like you'll sign up for a Gmail and it'll have this huge fine print contract in it, and nobody reads those. They just click agree because they want the email account, and that's a shame. But I hope that people actually speak out with their real voices and go, I'm not going to be any of my real life content put on video, gee whiz, is not going to be manipulated or augmented by a machine ever. There should be multiple contracts, because I think that a lot of the fine print, sometimes people are going to say, yep, I don't care. You can use my likeness. You can use my voice. You can use anything that you like in the way that you like, because I just want an email account or a YouTube account, whatever it is. I need to make money. You do whatever you have to do. I'll do whatever I have to do. And that's the thing that bothers me the most, is that the end user and the everyday guy is just not going to give a rip. Who cares? It's not that big a deal. I'm sure they won't use it for anything nefarious. Yeah, fine. And I think we're going to get hosed by the uninformed ultimately in the years to come.
Do you remember the movie The Net?
I remember the movie. I'm not sure I saw it.
Yeah. So Sandra Bullock plays the part of the character who has her identity stolen, Yeah. Now imagine how much easier that's going to be, and what you could like. Imagine if they had that AI tech for that movie, right? How much harder and difficult would it be for that character to reclaim their identity?
Right. Yep. I feel like a disclosure was given, back in the 80s or even prior to that, this idea of AI, because, the Terminator movies came out in the 80s. And, that was the whole point. It was AI. It was a synthetic or artificial intelligence, right, that essentially decided it was going to be sentient and tried to destroy mankind. And of course, you've got the Matrix. I mean, that's obvious. That was they told you straight to your face. Oh yeah, we gave birth to AI. And I'm not the type to become paranoid or even fearful about those types of things. But it's still not good. Ultimately, we would be better served to ignore or try to get away from machines dictating what we do, even though each of us probably has a smartphone, a computer, stuff. There has to be a limit, right? There has to be a limit where we say, I'm not going to allow the machines to do X, Y, and Z. Meanwhile, the technocrats have been building this structure for, I would say, a few decades, because it's going to be a benefit to them and their control system. And we all just went, no, it seems like interesting sci-fi, but they were very serious. This is my opinion, but they're very serious about using technology to create control systems. So it's not good. Period.
Mr. Barrington, I'm commenting on your comment there. There are surprisingly a lot of people using AI to write their papers now for schools. So almost a majority in her class have all used it. They have tools now at the universities to detect it, but this is even she has done it so many times that she basically notices immediately this is written by AI. Even I can tell, and I'm not in her field or anything. We're going to see a lot of articles being published in the years to come that's written completely by AI, using mainstream because that's what it's trained on. So it is worrying. Go ahead. Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt.
No, man, you jump in more often.
I'm going to read some comments from the chat then. There's a meme, Dr. Javier, honey. But Earth is so outdated. Hot dog Earth is the new thing, honey. And Fry says, "What's up, what's up, you cool guys?" I don't know what I can say on YouTube, but anyway, thanks, Fry. And Mr. Barrington says, "Refraction Watch. Oh, it's a site that where you can track retraction. Oh, you should have a refraction watch for flat Earth. I'm so into flat Earth that I read the wrong word there, but it's retraction watch. Yeah, I've heard about the site. I asked my sister if she had heard about it, and she had not. So maybe I should point her to it. I'm sure there's a lot of them. I want to say Hell's Angels, but I know it's Hell's Angles. We're going to the moon. Hey, I have a full folder in my Twitter, or X as they call it now, a bookmark with people I'm going to mock at the end of 2026 when it didn't happen. So I really looking forward to that. If we have some people over on YouTube who want to comment or interact, we're ready for your comments.
here. I never spoken to him. He or she. Or whatever.
Oh, me? I come in here like once every other week or something.
Okay. I don't know if I've spoken to you before. Welcome. Even though you've been here before. Are you of the globe persuasion?
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, that's fair. I mean, you do you.
I'm here to just hear what people say, you know.
What would you say is most convincing to you about the globe?
That, people have traveled around it, and when I ask flat earthers where are the edges if it's flat, because everything that's flat has edges, they don't seem to want to answer that.
No, I'll answer you. I don't know. I don't know where it is. If there is a limit or an edge or whatever you call it, I have no idea. I don't even know where to look. But wouldn't you agree that if something was round, it would?
Cut off or I cut off?
Yeah, we missed the last word. Unfortunately.
I cut off? Okay. So if something was round...
Just the last word we missed.
Yeah, so if something was round, wouldn't it have to be...
Cut off again.
Oh, this is so funny. If something is round, wouldn't it have to be... Be what? Tell us. To be what?
Curved. Curvature. Curved.
Yeah, you can see the curve.
No. Where's it measured?
Well, I don't know how to measure it myself, but there's people that measure it.
Who?
Geologists?
I've never seen that. Can you show it to me?
Let's see if I can find something on that. I mean, you just gotta look at how...
I'm sure you meant to say geography.
Not geographers. Geology.
No, geologists wouldn't study that.
Yeah, geologists study pressure, and geology is the study of pressure and time on Earth. So I don't know if they would be dealing with curvature. They essentially study rocks.
Yeah, that's right, rocks.
Yeah. So if Earth is one big rock, and it's apparently sphere-shaped, they would measure curve.
Yeah, I don't know how they do that. I've never gotten into that.
Well, why did you make the claim?
What claim?
The geologists measure curvature.
Well, I was wrong about geologists, but there's a way to measure it.
Okay, and what would that be?
I don't know.
Well, how do you know that? How do you know that? How do you know that?
That there's curvature in the Earth?
Yeah,
how do you know? There's a way to measure it. No, there's a way to measure it. You said, I don't know how they did it, but I know that way to.
He said he was sure, T-Dub. He's sure of it. So this is an assurance.
See, what you really should have done was taken the opportunity, like says who was you, a edge, say, I don't know.
I did say I don't know. Maybe you would have been paying attention.
No, you said that you were sure that somebody has measured it.
Yeah, there's ways for people to do it, but I don't know how.
How can you be sure of something if you don't know it? You realize how ridiculous that sounds?
I'm sure that other people know how to do it, but not myself.
Okay, so you're sure that somebody else. Who is the other people?
Find out right now.
You said you were sure. Do you understand what sure means?
Well, I'm sure they figured it out. If they know the Earth is round, somebody figured that out somehow.
Dude, I need you to back off this word sure, because sure means assured, means it's positively proven, okay? If you don't know, just say, I think or I hope, but don't say sure.
Yeah. You're doubling down on this idea that it has been measured because, of course, everybody knows the Earth's a globe, right? So it must have been measured because that's the only possible way we can come to that conclusion, right? So you have this vague idea in your head that it has been done, but you don't even know if it has.
How do you come to the conclusion it's flat? Because it's not round.
Can I take this one?
Yeah.
Yeah, go for it, man.
Do it.
All right, nice. I'll do my regular shtick. It's very easy. See if you can tell me if you can see this in the side chat, please. Don't worry about the numbers and stuff. I just wanted to comment on the picture. Is this represent kind of what pictures you've seen of Earth from NASA before, the round ball or spherical ellipsoid or whatever you want to call it nowadays?
Flat picture of a round ball.
Yeah, do you see the picture that has a ball on it in the chat?
Yeah, the last thing you put spherical trigonometry of a sphere.
Yeah, we don't have to worry about the text on it. I'm just interested in the actual image there. So that looks pretty much like the Earth you think you live on, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. You notice all the blue stuff? What's that?
Water.
Yeah, it's water. And there's one more thing that's pretty funny. So the water, it curves around that ball.
Yep.
We agree, right? Yeah. So oftentimes when people come in here and they say, how do you know Earth is flat? And we answer them because we have measured it, right? So you walk through the simple thing for you to do yourself. You can confirm this. If you want to go out and check for the curvature and you can measure it, that's the question we're going to try to answer, right? So you find a lake or a piece of water at some point, two beaches, 10 miles apart. Go there at night, put a friend on the other side and get a laser and put it 1 foot off of the ground on beach A and see if it ends up on the other side at 1 foot up, right? If it does, that means that the water doesn't curve. Because if you're on a ball, the laser on the other beach should end up 66 foot up in the air because the water curves away from you. You agree logically, you don't have to agree with the premise, but logically, you see that the logic holds. If you're on a ball, the laser should be 66 foot up in the air on beach B. Where your friend is at. You understand the logic?
Not really, no.
All right. So
well, I'll tell you how I know the Earth is round another way. The other day I was
let's stick to this, please. Let's stick to this.
Okay.
If you're on a ball 10 miles out, that laser should end up 66 foot in the air on the other side. The problem is when we do these tests, laser is still 1 foot on both over the beach, over the sea level there. On both beaches, it's only 1 foot. It means there is no curvature it bumps into. Right? You get that? If not, I mean, I hope you do, but if water curves on the ball in this picture, we need to confirm that that's the case down here on Earth. All we have to do is find long enough distance over water, test it with the laser. Sorry, what?
I've seen that distance that's far enough to see the curve.
You have.
Yep.
All right.
I'll take a
Go
picture
ahead.
this week. I'll take a picture this week. It's in I live in the Bay Area, you know, San Francisco,
Mhm.
and there's a bridge called the San Mateo Bridge that's flat and it runs along the water, right?
Mhm.
It's like maybe a foot or two above water. And from that bridge, if you look to the side, you can see San Francisco. But what you can't see is the base of the buildings in San Francisco. There's water in the way.
Yeah. Can you just go ahead and measure the curvature? Friend, I don't need you to affirm the consequent. I need you to measure the curvature.
I don't know how to measure that, but I can see that there's a hump of water that doesn't let me see the base of the building.
You're telling us there is a hump of water, although you're just affirming the consequent. I need you to measure it.
You take your laser to that place and shoot it over, and take your laser to that place where you are and shoot it over to the other side. And I promise you, it's not going to be stopped by water.
I'm going to take a picture this week, and you're going to see that you can see the buildings, but you can't see the base of the buildings.
That's not the question that we're asking of you. I'm asking you to measure it. You understand that sometimes, okay, so you don't have the equipment, you don't have the numbers, fair enough. So you think that just because you don't see the bottom of something, that means the earth is curved?
Yeah, because there's water in the way.
I can't see the bottom of my shoes.
There's no waves in the water. The water's still, and all you see is like water in the way of the base.
You understand? Listen, we're not asking for your analysis of what you think the water is doing. We need you to prove that that's what's going on.
Trying to find a picture of what I see when I cross the San Mateo Bridge.
Oh my gosh. It's not going to matter. We need the measurements. We don't need your ad hoc begging the question, affirming the consequent analysis of what you see.
The measurements, you won't acknowledge them, so what's the point?
You haven't shown any. No one has shown any measurement. Not one individual has shown us measurements of Earth curve in 10 years. Why?
It's you who would probably deny the measurement, because we can hey bro, we can give you hey, weren't you already presented with an example of a measurement? Did you handwave dismiss it like you just accused us of doing that?
Salad. Nothing, anything.
Word salad.
No. Are you accusing us of you're saying that if you presented measurements, we wouldn't accept it? Didn't you just do that? Isn't that exactly what you just did?
No.
They didn't exactly let me get to the measurement either, but just so you know, Doctor, under the picture I posted for you after I explained how to do a measurement, if you actually want to try this yourself, there's a video of a 21-mile long laser test, and there should be a lot of curvature there, but we don't detect it. So if you want to go out and take that picture, go right ahead. You should tell us the distances to whatever it is you see in your picture, right? So we can actually do some calculations and see what you should be able to see from that distance. If it's overwater,
Yeah, if I
there's
can
some
figure out how
swell.
to measure the distance from the San Mateo Bridge to San Francisco, that'll be that answer. I don't know how to do that right now.
You can probably do that on Google Earth. Okay? Bring us those numbers. It'll be interesting. And then we'll explain to you a few things about perspective and angular resolution and how high up you are and so forth. We can do the math for you. That's fine. As long as you bring the numbers. Meanwhile, you should probably watch that video that I posted. It'll explain how to do a laser test if you really want to find out if there's curvature or not over a distance. Thank you. It was nice talking to you. I'm going to go watch a movie with my wife right now. I promised to do that at 6:30. So see you guys later.
Cheers, plane. Enjoy your movie, man. It's something you should consider doing if you're still here. So yeah, go to your bridge, right, and then look on Google Earth to see the distance between you and the target, which is like the city, San Francisco, or a building, a particular building, or just a series of buildings, whatever. Find out
Just the
how far
whole,
away they are.
all the buildings in the financial district. You can't see the bottom of them. You can see
Okay,
from
that's fine. That's fine. That's fine, but does it match the prediction of the globe based on its claimed geometry?
I will tell you that. I can only tell you what I
so
can see.
you need to do that, because if it doesn't, then obviously there's some other reason why you can't see the bottom, right?
It's not because it's not visibly possible, because I can see the buildings. It's just at the bottom are being blocked by a body of water.
I hear that. I hear you saying that, right? You're assuming that's the reason. You're assuming that's the reason why, because you've been told the Earth is a globe. But if you compared if you compared the distances, right, and make a prediction, okay, over this distance, I should not be able to see so much of the bottom of these buildings, and then you make the observation, right, and it doesn't match, then obviously there's something else going on, right? Right. So you should do that.
Yeah. I'm going to take a picture next time I'm driving down that bridge. I can't find a picture.
Yeah, we've all seen pictures where it looks like there's like there's objects cut off from view, right, by the horizon, a water horizon, a marine horizon, right? We've all seen that. Yeah. We've all seen these pictures. I've never actually seen a case of that with my own eyes.
I have, every time I drive across that bridge.
Okay, that's good. I'm glad you've got great eyesight like that. So you take a photo of that, find out the distances, find out your elevation height above sea level, all that stuff, get all the details, and then compare it to see if it matches the globe geometry, because based on the size of the Earth and your observer height, you should be able to predict how far across the surface you should see before there's a cutoff point, right, forming a horizon, and you can predict how much of an object you should see of it based on its distance away from you and its height. If it doesn't match the globe geometry, then that's not the reason. You can eliminate that as the reason why you can't see the bottom of something over distance, right?
Yeah.
Painfully slow.
Okay, I'm back for a quick moment, but play that. And there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Just like the GT, AI is programmed to tell you what you want to hear and show you what you want to see. It's not actually there to tell you the truth, just like the GT. Even ChatGPT admits that it defaults to cinematic ISS propaganda.
touches a curve or curve surface at a point, but if extend, do not cross it at that point. Straight line or plane that touches a curve or curve surface.
So what happens
point
when you don't have to read it out? What happens? Yeah, this is what it is a language barrier. This is what's taken so long.
No, this is a fish that keeps swimming into the weeds. Yank him out.
If extended, doesn't cross it at that point. If extended, doesn't cross it at that point.
So, if you believe you're living on a ball and you're standing at the beach and you're looking at the horizon from your eye to the horizon, would that be a tangent? Yes or no?
Try again?
You are standing at the beach, okay? You know, lots of water? Excellent. Standing at the beach. You are looking at the horizon. From your eyes to the horizon would be the tangent.
Yeah, I
if
get
you
it.
believe you live on a ball, okay?
Okay.
Excellent. Because they already have a claimed radius, distance from center of ball to outside of ball, because they have that, they can calculate from your height, from feet to eyes, using how far the horizon should be.
You know what's the problem with this calculation? They assume that Earth is a perfect sphere, right?
What's the problem with that? It doesn't matter.
Earth is not perfect sphere. It's,
well, you've got to prove that. Stop. It doesn't matter.
If we're using eclipse,
it doesn't matter. Not matter. No problem. I'll tell you why. No, listen carefully. The reason for it, if you say not perfect sphere, that means some places are going to have more curve. And that would mean trouble for you.
In this calculation,
you don't even want to listen, do you? If you say not perfect sphere, these numbers are average. A little bit up, a little bit down, take the middle. Average.
What numbers are average?
The ones that you're complaining about not being correct because the fucking sphere isn't perfect.
You know, if there is an article that some have a
You're reading it
on ellipse, not perfect sphere, then
okay. Obviously, you've got some hang up about Earth not being a perfect sphere.
Yeah.
Nobody gives a fuck because you can't prove curvature, whether it's big curve, small curve, or any curve. So until you can prove curvature, you don't have a sphere in the first place to complain about it.
In this article, we make an assumption.
They take an average. Do you know what an average is?
Is sphere, right? Then in another article, we also can make assumption that the Earth is an ellipse, right? And make same calculation. And
if you don't like the calculations, feel free to redo the bastards yourself, and then get back to us, and we'll still tear them apart.
So you don't have this article?
Dude,
no,
Semi,
you don't have article.
They say that Earth is almost a perfect sphere, right? It's slightly oblate. It's such a small amount that even Washington University doesn't take that into account because it's such a small difference. It's irrelevant. Okay, so it's 0.33% of being a perfect sphere Earth. Such a small amount that it doesn't make a difference when you're doing these drop over distance calculations. So you could use the maximum radius, right, which would be pole to pole around the Earth, right? Or, sorry, around the equator would be the maximum, and then the minimum radius would be around the Earth from pole to pole, right? Great north to south, great circle. Okay, that would be the minimum radius value. It's only slightly different. Okay, I think it's.
I don't know. I think in a
you don't know anything about the globe, right? That's the problem. We're the ones having to teach you. This whole thing is us teaching you your own argument that you're arguing against us with. It's absolutely ridiculous, man. We're having to teach the flat earthers are having to teach you how to argue against the flat earthers. Like, what the hell is going on?
I'm open-minded, right? But
okay, so it's not a perfect sphere according to the mainstream,
right? And
it's not a perfect sphere. It's 0.33%, right, off being a perfect sphere. Okay, so that's why Washington University doesn't even take that into account. They use the average radius, which is 3959 miles. That's what you would use to calculate how far away the horizon is. Okay, so if we go to a lake, okay, and we have 20 miles across the lake, and we're 5 foot above the surface of the water, 1.5 meters. Okay, that means the horizon should be about 2.7 miles away, or 4-point-something kilometers away. Okay, but we can see the whole way across the lake, 20 miles away, and there's no horizon. Okay, so that doesn't match with the globe, even taking in the slight difference in the fluctuation of the radius value, right? It's like, it doesn't make a difference. We're seeing orders of magnitude further than you would see on a globe. We're seeing thousands of percent further, whereas the radius value fluctuates by 0.33%. Okay, so it wouldn't matter where you are on the Earth, it's going to be approximately at 2.7 miles away, this horizon. If it were a globe, it's not there. It can't be a globe. Game over.
Hey, how can you even think that like Earth is flat? Like, how is that possible?
Your microphone sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah, so can you maybe try to talk a bit louder into your microphone?
All right. So, I mean, like, why do you even think that like Earth is so much flat?
Because when we go and test it, it can't possibly be a globe.
So did
because
you
there's no
test it?
curvature. What's that?
So did you test it?
Yeah. Mhm.
So can you show the proof?
Sure.
All right.
Okay, have a look in the side chat.
All right. Let me see that.
Okay, so this is an observation done in the United Kingdom. Okay, we're looking out at a windmill farm in the ocean. Okay, so we're going to calculate how much curvature there should be between the observer and the windmill tower on the far right. Okay, the windmill tower on the far right is 11.2 miles away. The camera height is 3.5 foot.
Yeah.
Here's the screenshot from the Earth curvature calculator showing how much obstruction there should be, if the Earth were a globe, of the windmill towers. Okay, so the horizon should be at 2.3 miles. It's not there. Okay, there's no horizon at 2.3 miles because we can see the water goes far beyond 2.3 miles and then far beyond the windmill farm. Okay, the bottom of the windmill should be obstructed behind the curvature of the Earth by 52.9 feet. If the Earth were a globe.
So you mean you have studied the physics?
Well, this is
And
basic. This is just geometry that we're doing here. Okay, so we're calculating. We're seeing if the mathematics from the globe Earth matches with reality when we go and test it. Okay, because they tell us the size of the globe, and then we can do the calculations based off the radius and calculate how much curvature there should be in this observation over a certain amount of distance. Okay, so we're testing for the horizon. Okay, so this is what the horizon should be, right? The maximum distance that you can see and then you shouldn't be able to see any further because things would be behind the curvature of the Earth beyond that point.
If you look at the picture, it's like there's a man and like he's like seeing from like telescope, not telescope, but like through some kind of thing, like he's seeing the sea. But like this whole picture is really wrong because
what's wrong about it?
Because Earth is really big, okay?
Yeah, it's not to scale, right?
Yeah.
It's just a diagram to show you the concept of how you would calculate the distance. It's not to scale. If it were to scale, it wouldn't look like this, right? So the actual diagram is not to scale, but the concept is correct. Okay, the horizon line would be the maximum distance that you could see the water at up until if the Earth were a globe. And that should be a certain distance away from you.
You guys, any of you guys believe that? What do you guys think about asteroids?
Believe?
What?
What do you believe?
That they are rocks flying through space.
That's an awesome. Yeah, no, that's a story. That's one theory, I guess.
What do you believe?
I don't believe much. I know that the Earth is measured flat.
Okay, but
I know there's no
specifically about
curvature.
It's measured flat.
Are you able to think critically for a second? Those rocks. We have pictures of rocks above us in the sky. Are you aware of these pictures?
Told you they were. That's what they told you they were. Yeah.
Okay, we have pictures of objects. Of objects.
Lights in the sky. I get it.
Okay, I'm going to post some pictures from different universities taking pictures of telescopes. Just tell me what you think. Does this look like a light or an object?
Okay.
There we go.
I actually had someone argue. I never heard someone argue that like even if you can see planets, it doesn't necessarily mean they're spherical because they look round. You know, they look flat from the front. You know.
Well, no, that's not really. We don't measure the ground based on what we see in the street.
Wait, no, that's not what I'm saying. Because never mind.
You said that was taken from a telescope on Earth.
This is from the University of Tokyo.
The University of Tokyo. This picture, bro.
Doesn't matter what's going on above us because it's happening over a horizontal baseline.
No, you guys can go to fucking Walmart, get a telescope, look in the fucking sky, and see planets.
Yeah, we know.
Yeah, you guys can go.
What? Sorry, I'm confused.
You can.
Yeah, we don't need pictures
and look up.
Yeah. And
are you denying that if you look through a telescope up at you can't see anything like this?
No, no one said that at all. Who said that? I've seen things in the sky. We all see things in the sky. We don't make claims as to know what they are. Somebody said earlier, not just lights. Yeah, there are not just lights in the sky.
But we have photographs, so we have visual evidence.
Doesn't matter. It doesn't change what's happening here on the ground.
Hold on, just think for 1 second. What are you looking at? What do you see in this photo?
Not the Earth. Looks like a rock.
No. But what do you see? Just think critically.
I just told you. Not the Earth. Looks like a rock.
Okay. Yeah. Exactly. It looks like a rock.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter.
Okay, so a rock is if we are seeing a rock or rocks flying around, or up in the sky that high, like flying around. How is that possible?
You made a definitive statement.
JJ, you're making a definitive statement about the things that you see. Nobody's claiming definitively that those things are what you say that they claim to be looked as. They could be something else. You don't know that. No one here knows that.
Okay, we're seeing objects.
So what? How do you, bro? Listen to me. How do you know what they are? How do you know what they are? You're making a claim.
I didn't say I know what type of object it is, but clearly that is an object.
Okay.
Yeah, and in fact, here is. Are you aware of if we were to potentially shoot something at one of these objects?
The process of critical thinking is being broken down with every word you say. With every word that you're saying
to do, right?
No, listen to me, dude. You're not breaking down what you're like, how you're thinking about this. You're asking us to think about it. You're not thinking about it right now. And that's the issue. We can't continue a conversation with somebody who's not critically thinking about what they're saying, which is you. You're not doing it.
Right. Okay. So I asked you to just say what you saw in the photo.
Yeah, and he said he said what he saw. He said what he saw.
Okay, exactly. And the next step is now I'm asking a question. This is called critically thinking. How can this exist? So I'm asking questions.
Wait a minute.
You're getting upset that I'm asking questions, and then saying I'm not critically thinking.
Okay,
Well,
so when you
understand how that's
question,
hypocritical?
hold on. The question you're asking is how can this thing exist? Well, what thing are you talking about, sir? What thing?
The thing that we are witnessing with our eyes.
What are we witnessing? Yeah. So okay.
Okay. So
you're saying
now?
Wait. No. Wait.
Forgetting
You said
the subject of the conversation.
Listen. You're saying something that he's saying that you're saying the same thing, right? The rock in space. How do you know it's that thing?
It's what thing? I'm saying the thing that we are witnessing.
Dude. How do you know it's a rock?
Witnessing? I'm not claiming right now. I'm asking a question. I'm saying, how can we witness? Like, how can a thing? Clearly, we are looking at a thing that is not nothing.
What is that? Well, okay. So what is that?
That is not nothing.
What is it?
Right?
What is it? Well, what is it?
That's not nothing.
What is it?
Right? Well, clearly that is a physical. That is a physical object.
How do you know?
As he pointed out.
How do you know?
Because it has one, because you can see light reflecting off of it from one direction. Two, it has these
wait a minute, dude. Wait, hold on. You're getting ahead of yourself. How do you know it's light reflected off of it? How do you know that?
Because you would be able to see the same side of every other thing facing the light source, the sun.
It's just going to be like, how do you know that?
The same way you can say your shadow is caused by a blockage from the sun.
That's great. That's great. Let me answer the other guy. Hold on, not you, JJ. Just wait. So to the other guy. He said he's just going to keep asking, how do you know that? That's the part of critical thinking that you guys don't do that we're doing right now.
No.
The reason why. Hold on.
It's hard to do that. The reason where it questions basic assumptions about reality, it just starts to get really stupid.
Okay, so that's the problem, isn't it?
Those are the things that are being tested at the moment.
It's trolling at some point because I'm asking you,
not trolling, bro.
We are making observations that are irreconcilable with your worldview. And you take it up.
And that's fine. See a rock in blackness. See what looks like a rock. I'll give you, it looks like it's reflecting light in blackness. That's what I see.
Yeah, that's all I was asking for. And when it comes to this, this type of observation, which happens,
you're asking for an assumption.
No, it's not an assumption.
Yes, it is. Okay, so that's the part you're getting wrong. It is an assumption. Everyone's making that it's a rock in blackness reflecting light. It's an assumption. That's what it is.
I'm not.
Oh yeah.
Not even assuming that. My sentence is not assuming that. I'm saying people are making these observations all the time, and we see. And not only are we making these observations, we can track specific comets that have specific trajectories. We can chart them, project them, and then
we know.
Hold on. We can test these assumptions though, and we do, which is why I'm going to bring up how could we possibly test any of these assumptions, right?
Test what? What are we assuming?
That this is an object, potentially a rock, and that we are seeing it flying through where we are seeing potentially it flying, and that we think it's orbiting, and so we project that it's going to have some trajectory given it's orbiting. We can test all of this.
Okay, but we see things moving in the sky. I guess we can use some math and figure out when it might come back
Math. No, you can't, because you need assumptions for that math to determine.
Well, if it's gonna, dude, I don't care, but wherever we're going, we're just gonna see things moving in the sky, aren't we?
No, but the issue is under the math that explains the Earth, like our lived experience, like things coming down. An object like that we see above, that should be coming down, but that's not what we see.
No, okay.
And then there's an alternative
down to the floor.
There's an alternative theory.
Yeah, I know.
It explains the actual trajectory of these objects.
That's lovely, but the Earth is a sphere within this theory, and we don't measure that.
Yeah, it's not there.
No, but that's the thing. You saying you don't have some specific measurement that you want doesn't disprove what just happened. Is that
hold on, you've got a theory. Hold on,
like,
you've got a theory.
You might not never get the measurements you want because you might never be able to go high up enough or get the right tools.
Measurements,
but that doesn't mean it's not true.
It's measurements we have.
Again, we're talking about measurements here. Like if one theory perfectly explains everything, and not only that.
No, I have so much contention, dude. It's like, yeah, you've got a theory that explains. We could also probably explain this.
And then we test it.
Hold on. If the Earth was in the center of your geocentric model, we could do the same thing. We can also map the sky above horizontal planes because what?
It would be faulty.
It wouldn't be faulty because we're making the same observations.
No, it would be faulty, and this is actually part of why.
Why?
What?
Because you have a presupposed mechanism that makes the sky go round?
Yes, because this is how do you think? How do you think they would?
JJ, you really got to slow down, dude.
You asked a question, and the answer is yes. And for example,
explanations
how do you,
of bullshit.
Hold on. And to demonstrate that it's not just observations of cycles that happen over and over again and so on. There are things that we have never seen before. Objects we've never seen before.
But since we've been looking.
And hold on. And under what you're saying, there is no way we could predict what the exact trajectory that's going to be.
I didn't say no way.
Well, then
you put words in my mouth.
Well, then how could we?
What do you mean? What are you talking about? You clearly didn't listen to what I said.
An unobserved object that has never been observed before.
Since when?
That is previously never.
JJ, shut up. We've increased our technology, right? We've been looking up at the sky with really bad stuff for 100 years. Then the technology got more impressive. We've only got things before that time that we could see with the naked eye. Now, how do you know it hasn't been here before? And regardless.
Well, there's no evidence. No evidence of it.
Well, okay. So it doesn't matter because it's under the sky.
So but here's this is the point. How could we possibly determine the trajectory of this thing? What do you mean, who cares?
Who cares? Because there are things in the sky.
No, we're talking about critical thinking, and you're saying who cares when it confronted with an actual question. Critical thinkers,
you can use mathematical models if you want to.
At me, to explain why I thought something was reflecting light, and I answered them. Like you guys threw a bunch of questions at me that's basically trolling at a certain point, and I still answer one after one. I answer them. Hold on, I answer them. I ask you a question, and your response is who cares? Your response is who cares?
Yeah, because it's to do with the sky.
How determine the trajectory? Because either it's
all right. Let's go back to your rock in the blackness, JJ. You're rocking the blackness. What's the blackness?
What's the blackness? Empty space.
Yeah, the blackness that this fucking rock looks like it's in.
It's not. Clearly, there's not. There's not anything there, is there?
I don't know, dude.
Well, that we can see. There's nothing that we can see there, at least.
I don't know.
Do you see anything?
I don't know. I also don't see the gas that I breathe, or sometimes liquid. It's like, what the fuck?
No. Fair enough.
So assumptions about the rock. What appears to be a rock reflecting light in blackness. How many assumptions are we making? Have you got any measurement?
What assumption that I
any of
make.
this shit.
I'm saying what I see. Whatever.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the issue is this can't exist with what our experience in the ground is that things come down. But in the sky, we see things that look like, objects not coming down, and there would be no way to determine what the trajectory is going to be unless it's on a cycle that we've witnessed before, or we have a model or a way of understanding how things work above us and around us. And under your theory, there would be no way. And we can test these.
No, because it's all observer-centric.
And they're tested right.
It's
And in
all
fact,
observer-centric.
we could attach a camera. We could attach.
Hello? All of your observations are observer-centric. Every single one.
Observer-centric?
Yeah, what does that mean?
Yeah, you making the observation.
Oh, like
you're a point in space making the observation. You could pretend that point is the center of the Earth if you want to.
What?
But it's observer-centric, dude. It always has been. Even things like serocycles.
Observer-centric.
Why are you mumbling through me?
Okay, but explain what the upshot of this is. Okay, whatever. So when we have a trajectory that on Earth things come down, if you throw it, it has some trajectory and then it comes down. But in the sky above us, what we say, or I say, was space. It doesn't, and we can actually chart them. And better yet, we can test these assumptions, test this, and it's confirmed. And we could, even so, shoot something potentially at it. Why not attach a camera to a rocket or a missile or something and shoot it up? Why not do that? We attach our cameras to rockets when they fly.
Do it.
Okay, and
okay. And then come with the recording,
and then if we did it,
and then when you make that trajectory, then compare with the surface, and if surface is curving, that trajectory will work on the curved surface. If surface is not curving, then that trajectory will work on. It's not trolling, man.
Yes,
you're saying something that. Okay, let's put it like this. Is it easier to measure the surface of 10 miles or some trajectory of object in the sky? What is easier?
Well, clearly we're getting the objects in the sky with a T. So
I'm saying that it's easier. I want to understand. I want to understand.
And we could test this. We could attach a camera, and we have. It's been done. And then, better yet, it could be tested whether or not, if you were to shoot something at one of these so-and-so, test if it's an object, right? Could I ask you, how could we test any of these assumptions, anything I'm saying, and it's silence? As if no one here knows how to test basic assumptions, or you won't say it because you know.
Sorry, hold on, JJ. I'll shut up for a while.
I gave you an opportunity.
You're talking about testing basic. JJ, shut up. You're talking about testing basic assumptions. Funnily enough, we're on the Earth. We can fucking measure that, but you lot want to go to the fucking sky. The problem is we're talking about the Earth. Need to do much.
Now we got deflection.
Shut up, JJ.
Now we got deflection.
JJ, shut up. Right, take a fucking seat, man. All you do is rabbit. We can measure the surface of the Earth, so why don't we do that instead of looking up at the sky and making a shitload of assumptions?
Okay, we can attest these, and we have. Which is why when I asked about it, no one said anything.
But
one way to test it is if you shot something out. If you shot something, hold on. It's like I bring up something and there's resistance. There's a resistance to me talking about something. There's resistance to certain questions. That's not critical thinking. So if you shot something at one of these rocks and it changed trajectories,
that
would be something, right?
Dude, we're just gonna have to believe you about your fucking cameras.
We're gonna check it. You better look in the chat.
Yeah, there's cameras on rockets, dude.
And what happens when we shoot one of them at these comets or rockets or asteroids, whatever they are?
Meteors. What did they tell you that happens, dude?
You're not aware? We've tried this.
Sorry, are you included in this?
Humans. Sorry, I have an affinity for fellow human beings.
This is going to be you trusting
humans have done this.
JJ, critical thinker. Is this you?
JJ.
Is this you? Are you going to have to rely and trust the story that you are told? This fucking you. It's not we, is it?
Okay, so I can't. If anyone
You've done
tests
this.
something, I can't cite anyone else's test. It has to be my own personal test now. That's what the standard is.
At the moment.
That's the level. I think we are.
Thinking time.
I think your level of critical thinking is in the toilet at the moment.
JJ,
your critical thinking right now is either I test it myself or I don't speak.
JJ, is it because you're American? You think that if you talk more, you'll be correct? Is that what it is? What the fuck? I'm just pointing out something small to you. That actually you've got to trust this because you haven't done it. Now, this isn't a gotcha. This isn't all the flat earthers going, hey, high five, we got him. But at the moment, I'm just trying to point this out to you. That this we isn't you, and you have to trust that they have done what you're claiming.
Right, yeah, we can all look up. Different places have different, if they were lying, any place on the planet could look up and
that wasn't the standard, JJ. JJ,
invalidate
that was not the
These
dude,
are
that
all,
was not the okay, dude. That wasn't the standard. Looking up wasn't the standard. It was the camera on the rocket that you said was the standard. Looking around. So you said right now we can all look up. That wasn't what you said when you proposed the idea that a camera can be put on a rocket. That's not the same example that you said. So you're defending a point looking up versus a camera on a rocket,
I'm talking about changing the trajectory of an object in the sky after launching something at it and confirming whether or not you have changed the observed trajectory. Like, it's very fucking basic. We have objects in the sky under your scenario. Like, you have under a flat Earth. There is no reason why they wouldn't just fall down. Unless they're floating down. We have orbits that we can predict, and you have no way of knowing. And I'm trying to explain to you that we've actually contested many of these assumptions, and we're able to shoot things at them.
We just wait just a moment. Let Yoder come in here because he said orbits. He's trying to ask a question.
Yeah. Like, how do you know that they're orbiting anything?
Because they are because we have a constant observation of everything that confirms what it would be to be in orbit. Orbit describes the process of going around. Orbit describes what we have observed of things.
What's being observed?
Bodies floating around, larger bodies.
Yeah, I want to see an observation of an orbit.
An observation of an orbit.
Yeah, you said we have observations. I want to see this observation of an orbit.
God. It is the rotation, so the trajectories of planets and things in the sky.
Yeah, you're able to.
You're able to look. You can look that up. If you've never looked that up, if you've never actually, you somehow skipped school, go look that up. But when we
go look it up, I already have looked it up, and you know why?
We have sent. I'm going to post this. Like, are any of you aware of the DART mission?
Are you aware of any telemetry data that can demonstrate a rotational?
It was a yes or no. It was a yes or no.
I wonder if these niggas think space exists.
Yeah, listen, I've looked into orbits. Okay, you know what orbits rely on? Kinematic equations.
Yes or no. It was a yes or no.
Okay, no, I haven't heard of this particular case. What makes this so particular?
Well, this is a mission that was recent. That was established because there was an issue of if there are objects that are in the sky flying around, what stops an object from flying into the Earth or the moon? Right?
Yeah. How do you know that these objects are orbiting? I want to see an observation. I want the
this
data.
is not about orbit. These aren't. We're not talking about objects that are stuck in orbit. Like if an object is in the sky flying around, like 3IA Atlas or some other one. What stops it from hitting the moon or the Earth?
What is 3I Atlas? What makes you think you even know what 3I Atlas is or what the moon even is?
Observed object in the sky flying around. What stops it from going into the moon or the Earth?
Yeah. How did you figure out it's flying around its trajectory?
Something we see moving very fast in the sky.
Anybody?
How do you know where it is?
What stops it
Yeah, how do you know where Three Eye Atlas is?
No, yeah. Just basic question. What stops it from hitting the moon or the Earth?
What makes you think it's going to hit or not hit? How do you know where Three Eye Atlas even is?
Can you just answer the question?
What object?
How do you know what Three Eye Atlas even is or where it is?
We can take pictures of it. We can measure it. We can measure the
doesn't
radius.
Tell me how you know where it is. How do you know where it is?
They can look at the sky.
They can. Now, how do you know where it is, dude? You have no fucking clue.
Bro, you can look at this shit at a telescope at times, bro.
There's telescopes.
Yeah, that doesn't mean you know where it is. Telescopes don't tell you where things are.
You triangulate. You can't triangulate.
How do you triangulate where Three Eye Atlas is? Go ahead.
You use relative positions of other things and you base it. Yeah, it's very basic. And you also have.
Right. You need to know where your position is. How do you know where you fucking are?
Oh my God. I'm not going. Right now, what you're doing is trolling. Because
no, I'm not. Because
you are.
I'm gonna reveal to you the audience that what we're getting at is the coordinate reference system that's arbitrary.
I need to make a very basic point. I asked a question, and you asked a question like 20 times in a row, and you can't understand it. You asked like 30.
Because your question is preloaded with presumptions about where things are and how you think you know where.
No, I'm gonna leave if you can't listen to this. You
have no idea where you are, how to get your own coordinates.
Okay, can you get it out first? You want to speak some more?
Yeah, listen, I do want to speak some more. You have no clue how to ascertain where Three Eye Atlas is. And if you're going to suggest that it requires triangulation, this requires you knowing where you are or where the observers are. And I'm going to ask you how they know where they are, and you're going to invoke a coordinate reference system. And then I'm going to ask, well, what are you using? And you're probably going to suggest like WGS84. Force a mathematical model to presume radius. How did
Is this nigga's voice cutting out, or is it just me?
Yeah, okay. He's having problems. You're having problems. You're having problems.
This nigga thinks he's cooking. He thinks he's cooking right now. We can't hear shit.
Yeah, you're having problems with your mic. I asked a very basic question, which was what stops it from hitting the moon or the Earth? You can't answer that. You proceeded to ask me, I counted over 15, or I think over 15 follow-up questions. Each of which,
no, this is like, how do you know you stopped beating
answering? You can't answer a single question. That is called either you're in bad faith,
because it's a loaded question. What makes you think it could even hit the moon or the Earth?
Very insecure about your business.
It could even hit the moon or the Earth in the first place.
Because it is moving.
I am not insecure at all. I'm asking you, what makes you think Three Eye Atlas could even hit the moon or the Earth? This presumes a whole bunch of shit, a stack of shit that you don't even have any clue what they are. Like, you don't know what Three Eye Atlas is. You don't even know what the moon is. You have no idea where you are. You don't even know what a coordinate reference grid is or how to utilize one. You don't even know what choices go into making one in the first place. And this is the whole crux of the matter.
For claiming I do not know, when I'm asking questions to which you respond, either you have no idea or do not respond, is called
you are asking loaded fucking questions, and I'm exposing this to the world.
That we know exactly precisely how to measure things like trajectory, and you do not know. You have no idea. Because under your model, things fall downward.
I understand how this is done. You don't, dude. I'm asking you to explain it.
Here's how it works.
I asked you to explain it. You're like, well, we got this and we got that. We know. I'm asking you how you fucking know. You don't have a clue.
Here's basic. Okay, you asked me, how could this thing hit the Earth, right? Here's how. Because on Earth, things fall down. Things fall down. They fall down. And that clearly,
is Three Eye Atlas falling
down? In the photograph, here's the thing. Things fall downwards. And if it falls down, well, it moves, and it moves in ways that eventually do go downwards. Yes, that is part of the trajectory. So it could eventually.
Three Eye Atlas is falling downwards.
Part of the trajectory is to go in a motion that is downwards.
How do you calculate the trajectory of Three Eye Atlas? You're making a claim about
you have no idea. Question after question. So
how do you calculate the trajectory of Three Eye Atlas?
Can you just stop for 1 second?
No, you're making claims that you have no fucking clue about what coordinate reference system is used for Three Eye Atlas.
And you got triggered and asked me 40 questions in response.
What coordinate reference system is being used to track Three Eye Atlas? You have no clue. No, because you're bullshitting, dude. You have no clue what coordinate reference system is even being used to track Three Eye Atlas.
And?
The end. You have no clue what the fuck you're talking about.
Okay, so there's no. Can you explain? How can we chart the trajectory?
Not my job to explain your fucking claim. You tell us
have no
what
idea.
system they're using.
Okay, so you have no idea.
I didn't say I have no idea. You have no idea.
Apparently, they have an idea and they're getting it right. So here's the
Who
issue
is
with
they?
Oh yeah, the space people, right? The lizard people.
The space people,
Lizard
right? Yeah,
people.
they tell me everything I know
I
that's
asked
true.
you about DART. Here's another observation and camera observation that you're gonna have to claim is a lie, or else it's bunk. Everything
No,
you
I'm
think is
going to
bunk.
claim that they don't know what they're doing, and neither do you.
Right, but they somehow are able to hit an object in the sky.
You just trust that they know what they're doing, and you have no clue
so
to
you have
evaluate
to. Okay, so they're either hitting it, basically a grain of sand in the sky by accident, or they're lying, right? It doesn't make any. Your worldview makes no sense. They're hitting an asteroid.
So what coordinate
They're hitting an
reference system
asteroid.
used for these rocket
They're hitting an asteroid that you can look at on a telescope.
Okay, great.
You
They're hitting
how
an
range works on telescopes? How when you look at a telescope, it looks very far away.
Blah, 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 blah. What coordinate reference system are they using to track it, dipshit? Yeah, so what coordinate reference system are they using to track it? Any clue whatsoever and how that was created?
Again, I'm just going to post this for you.
Yeah, just trust the space people, Flurf.
No, hold on. You need to understand something. That when you can't explain something that's being happened in your observed reality.
Why do I have to explain anything? What am I supposed to explain to you?
Why do you have to? You don't.
Okay,
You're
right.
So
you don't have
can
you
I'm
reverse the burden any more than you have already? No, because if you did, you'd reverse it back onto yourself again.
I'm not speaking to you anymore. I'm gonna mute myself. I'm just gonna post
probably a good idea because you already fucked up in front of the whole world.
I'm gonna post a video and a link. I'm gonna post a video and a link with the video and observations and measurements. And you're gonna have to say that all these measurements.
You don't know what you're talking about. So you're going to let the video try to explain it to the audience.
Video and measurements, and data, measurements and data.
What the fuck is going on in your world?
I'm going to post a link with measurements, data.
Yeah, nobody cares, because you don't know what you're talking about.
Deny all of it because it shows us.
I don't have to deny shit. I'm not denying anything.
Sky and changing its trajectory.
I am not denying anything, dude.
It makes no sense to you.
How do you know what I think? You didn't even ask me what I think.
How do I know what you think? Okay, great. Watch the thing that I'm going to send. Look at the evidence. Look at the data.
Who cares?
Explain. Oh, who cares?
Listen,
great.
You've already destroyed your credibility with everybody. Nobody gives a shit about this video.
No, it's measurements and data also. Who cares though, right? Who cares what happens?
Measurements and data is in the video?
Right.
For real, dude?
Yeah, who cares?
You wouldn't know what data looks like in measurements if it whacked you upside the head.
Right. Okay, yeah. Who cares, right?
Yeah, you blew your credibility with everyone, so who cares anymore?
You can't see the forest through the trees, man.
Yeah, he has no idea.
Check the chat.
He's a babe in the woods.
Go through this and explain to me all the.
Why do I have to explain your claim, dipshit?
No, you don't have to, and I don't think you can, which is the issue. So
you can't explain your claim. Why should I explain your claim
it's not
when
a claim.
You can't explain your claim?
I'm posting what is a test. It has measurements. It is observations, and it kind of doesn't fit with your worldview at all. And it shows
how did you evaluate this claim is true?
It shows us answering questions that you've apparently never thought to ask yourself. What are the things that we're witnessing? What is that?
Really?
Why are you flying?
I'm asking the same questions to you that I've asked myself.
Read it, go through it. I'll come back.
I'm
go through
asking you the same questions I've asked myself.
You need to read it and actually educate yourself. I'll be back.
Run away.
Read it? I don't think you read it.
It ran away. Doesn't slow down enough to pause to think.
Yeah, what the fuck? Why should I have to be the one to explain your fucking claim? Why should I be the one to justify your goddamn baseless claims in the first instance? You come in here saying the science people fucking did it, the space people trust them, trust that they know what they're doing. Listen, this worldview isn't built around trusting other people. This worldview is built upon trusting your own instincts, your own senses, your own ability to measure and gather data and to make sense of it. The fact that you're coming in here representing other people's claims that you've never really looked into that deeply, the fact that you're unable to answer some basic questions which would help you to evaluate their claims, such as, hey, what coordinate reference system are they operating under in the first place? You have no clue how to even answer that. Why should we trust that you have any ability to explain any of this to anybody? You blew your credibility with the audience.
Exactly.
Oh man, you want someone to top that? We got Donald C that just entered the chat.
This day just gets better and better, doesn't it?
It's really
Dude, it's like a race to the fucking bottom, dude.
It's really good.
Like, which anti-flat earther is the best today? Like, fuck.
So do any of you have evidence for the flat Earth?
3i Atlas isn't going to crash into the moon, Flurf.
He's asked if any of you have evidence for the flat Earth. Yeah.
Yeah, let's go with that.
Okay.
He starts off all gentle.
Go pour yourself a nice glass of water.
I have plenty of water right next to me, thanks.
Awesome, there you go. It's all the proof you need, sunshine.
What?
That water's, sorry, it's like I need to explain, that water's horizontal upon the surface, as is all water horizontal upon the surface. Right?
It's actually not. It has a meniscus that is inverted.
Oh, okay, so it's a bit sticky round the sides, is it? That's not
a bit sticky round the sides.
Does that mean it curves inwards and is lower in the bottom? Does it? Is that the way that we're going to be measuring the Earth? We're now on the inside of a sphere. Lovely stuff.
Just amazing.
Should we go swimming into a swimming pool and we'll talk about the meniscus there, shall we?
Well,
should we go to a lake and talk about the meniscus there, shall we?
The swimming pool follows the curvature of the Earth.
Really? Have you got a measurement of that?
Maybe, but I have math.
No, I don't need the math. I don't need us to beg the question of the radius because we're.
I don't need facts. It's just what I look at. That's all that matters. Is what I look at.
Hello. We need the measurement to invoke the geometry. We don't know what the geometry is yet.
Hello.
Hello. Yeah. Hi. How are you?
We do know what the geometry is. It's not in Euclidean.
Okay, so I'm still going to need a measurement of this water in the swimming pool affixing to the curvature of the Earth.
Why?
Why? Because that's the claim. You're claiming that water isn't horizontal.
I can do it mathematically. I don't have to do it. I don't have to take a measurement.
No, we don't need to beg the question of an R because
math is not begging any questions.
It is when you invoke
You're such a silly goose. You think that math is begging the question? You cannot beg the question with math. Because begging the question only happens with like deductive arguments, and math is not a deductive argument.
That's nice. So, geometry, shapes and shit. You're going to need a measurement to deduce which type of shape.
Oh, I have that.
Really got two choices with a surface. It's going to be curved over distance, like you claim the water is, apparently, according to you. Or it's going to be horizontal. Now, you claim it's curving, so we're going to need a measurement of that.
It's either curved or not curved.
Hold on.
It can be curved like convexly.
Please.
And concavely.
Concavely?
I mean, you said that the only two options were curved and flat.
That's still curved, isn't it? Convex and concave.
You didn't say curved. I apologize. I misspoke. You said
no
like
problem. Apology accepted.
You said like the globe.
Yeah.
So the only two options are not the globe and flat. The two options are curved and not curved.
Yeah, straight line or curved line. So the line over the distance of the water is horizontal. We use it as a horizontal reference until that's why I told you to get your glass of water. And notice that it will be parallel to horizontal. It will be parallel to all horizontal surfaces.
False. It's not even. It's not even horizontal in the glass.
Show me a measurement.
Concave. Sorry.
Do you disagree that we use water as a level tall.
Well, but in a glass is different from a water level.
What? Sorry?
A glass of water is different from a water level?
I can get any contained body of water, and when it's at rest, it will be horizontal on the surface. Parallel to all other bodies of water and the plane of the horizon. That's how you get... Why are you talking through me? I don't understand.
You're saying false things.
Okay, then show me a measurement that isn't horizontal.
Okay, I have one right here. I took it myself. I mean, can I turn on my camera? Is that possible?
Oh, sorry. Are we talking about meniscus? Because if we're talking about meniscus, I'm going to point at you and laugh.
No, I'm talking about a measurement of the curvature of Earth. That's what I'm talking about.
Okay, over a body of water.
Well, I mean, this was not over a body of water. No.
Oh, sorry, no, we're talking about water. Remember the
No, we're not. We're talking about the curvature of the planet.
5 minutes ago. Flu season. Stay warm.
No, I just have allergies. It's just some phlegm. It's just a little phlegm.
Okay, apologise.
So no,
measurement
we're not
of that
simply,
water being
so no, we're not simply talking about water. We're talking about the curvature
yes, we
of the
are.
planet.
We're talking about the surface of the Earth. 70% of
yes, but that's not only water. That's not only water.
I know, but 70% of the surface.
Oh, then why did you tell me I was wrong?
Sorry, hold
when
on.
you agree with
we
me,
started
you silly
with
human.
evidence for the flat Earth, and I got you to get a glass of water. Now you want to talk about not water.
Came in calm. Didn't
yeah,
I don't care. I don't care if we talk about water or not water.
Saying.
I don't care if we talk about water or not water. All of it's going to conform.
That's what we were talking about. So please don't start talking about something else.
Okay, what do you want to talk about?
Right.
What do you want to talk about?
Shape of the Earth.
I mean, I'm trying.
It's flat.
So is there evidence of that?
Yeah, water.
Yeah, water.
Water conforms to the curvature of the Earth.
You got a measurement of that?
Yes.
Oh, you did?
Over water.
Another Glober?
Yes, over water. I have a measurement of curvature over water.
Okay, cool. Awesome. Over water.
I mean, you've seen it. I'm sure you have because I've shown it to you personally before, but give me a minute. Yeah, give me a minute.
You never did. It would have been viral. You never did.
Who was it? It was,
You'd be the first.
Jesse. No, not at all the first. Path of Light.
Well, then why are there flat earthers?
Because people are stupid.
No, we measured the Earth. It's flat.
You haven't, because I've measured the Earth and it measures curved.
But we want to see that.
Where?
Everywhere.
And yet here you are not posting anything.
I'm still Googling. Give me 5 seconds. Gee.
He's still Googling what he did.
I'm still Googling.
We thought it's something that you did. You said you measured. Now you're Googling something that you did. Is this where you keep your library of things that you've done?
No, someone else did this one.
So someone else did this. Right, this is why I get annoyed with you.
Someone else did this.
Because, yeah, exactly, someone else. Now, not you now.
I've done it. I didn't do this one in particular, but I have done it.
God, dear, it's like
you're a silly
chasing
human.
a oiled-up snake with you.
What are you talking about?
You don't seem to stick to what you're talking about, is what I'm saying.
I actually do.
I thought this was going to be you.
It won't let me show my camera, so I can't show you my measurements.
Oh, so that's why you're complaining.
What? I'm not complaining.
Kind of explain.
I never once complained. That's a silly thing to say.
Well, now this is why you're having to Google things. So not your stuff, someone
need
else's
something
stuff.
on the computer. You need something on the computer, so I'm finding something on the computer.
Okay.
Okay.
That you're not Googling.
No, actually, I'm using YouTube.
Okay, so it's YouTube now.
Okay.
What did they do?
What?
What did they do? Whilst it's quiet and you're trying to find it, what
Jesse,
did they do?
They measured curvature over. They measured curvature over water, like you're asking.
Okay, let's have a little background. What water? What did they measure it with? How far was it?
Oh my God! It's
what the thing that you know about that you're going.
All doing their own measurements.
Is the speed like kilometers or miles per hour?
Either one you want.
Okay, so did you know that miles and kilometers are both straight, essentially flat?
Not necessarily. They don't have to be.
Oh, really?
I mean, you mean to tell me you can't measure a zigzag? Like if you were to bike down multiple roads that turn multiple times?
That zigzag, are those straight?
Or go up like a mountain?
Up, like straight?
I mean, I don't know what you're getting at, because you're not measuring, like, if it doesn't matter if you're on a boat, on a bicycle, you're not measuring like in lengths. You're measuring in time and speed.
Yeah, speed is time over distance, right?
Right, but you can also calculate
what's the distance
with time to get distance.
What's the distance then? The actual distance traveled.
You calculate the distance with time.
Oh my gosh! You have to know. You can't get your speed without knowing the distance.
Right. So on a boat, there's ways of doing that.
Okay, how would you do it?
Through knots.
Are these guys hanging knots off are they tying off knots into the ropes? You know where knots come from? Because they would tie knots and put it in the ropes and then hang it off the side of the boat. Is that what they're doing?
No, that's how modern processes of instruments copy the measurements of what knots used to be and how they used to measure.
What instruments?
Quickie way.
What instruments?
That.
What instruments?
Instruments on boats. Like we have instruments that are on the bottom of boats that measure how much water they pass.
Instruments. Are those little paddles? Because I have a boat, and my speedometer essentially counts how many rotations, right, that little wheel does as I'm passing over water. The problem is that there are ocean currents, right, and that little wheel that spins, it's fairly arbitrary. It's sort of assuming that the water is stationary. Well, and you and I both know that's not the case.
Right, and they're not using that. So let's just get off that topic, right?
So what are we using then? Oh, now they're using GPS. Okay, GPS.
In the race.
Okay, in the race they're using GPS. What's GPS?
Well, I don't want to use the GPS as an argument right here. I want to say that, like I said back, many other vessels that did not have GPSs have used this before and get the same.
What are they using?
GPS knots.
What are they using? Knots. Okay, so they're hanging ropes off the side of the boat, right?
Right.
Okay. So you know that these guys in this sailboat race are apparently hanging really long ropes off the side of their boat, miles or kilometers and hundreds of those. No, they're not doing that. So what are they using again?
They're using GPS in the race.
Oh, GPS. Okay, so what's GPS?
No, what I'm saying is the same places that they have traveled have already been well documented by hundreds or thousands of vessels that have used knots.
Terrific. Terrific. So you have distances now. Are these distances over a curve?
Well, a curve is no different than a straight line.
Really? Can you draw me a curve and a straight line and tell me that they're the same?
Yes.
Okay, great. You draw me a curve and then draw me a line, and then you can go ahead and violate the law of identity by saying curve and straight is the exact same thing.
It is. I mean, you could take a string, measure it, bend the string, and it's still the same length.
Oh, so you have to bend the straight thing, and all of a sudden it's not straight. Okay, what curve are they navigating over? Can you show it to me?
I'm not saying it is a curve. I'm saying no matter if it's a straight line or a curve, you're still going to get the same measurement.
Really? So if they're both the same, then how are we going to determine which one is correct?
It doesn't matter.
Oh, now it doesn't matter. So why are you going to this diatribe about sailors and Antarctica and distances and strings and times if it does not matter?
It matters in the sense that if you have a straight line between point A and point B, and you want to argue whether that's a curve or not, versus the distance someone is actually measuring. You see what I'm saying?
Are you arguing that it's a curve, and who has measured it?
Like I said, you could measure it right now. If we put it on a sailboat, we can measure it with string.
We can't measure with string on a boat, bro. How much rope is on these sailboats? It's a race. These are small craft. I'm pretty sure they don't have a lot of room for rope.
I'm not talking about. We're off of the race now because we changed topic.
Oh, so we're not on the race. So now we're talking about strings and curvature. What curvature?
It doesn't matter if it's curvature or not. You're still going to get a measurement.
Okay, what's the measurement? Is it string?
Yes.
Okay, what string? What boat?
There's thousands of boats that we can look at that have measured distances. Thousands.
Okay, show me.
Europe to the United States.
Show me one. I love these grandiose claims. Thousands. Really? Show me one. Then silence.
No, dude, I don't have that in my pocket here. This is not the conversation I wanted to talk about. Remember,
you wanted to compare maps earlier, and you were hoping that the distances discrepancies, although you didn't know, one map and the other map are the same map, they're just different projections, and you're hoping that the straight line is actually curved, and you don't understand that distances are straight lines. They're not using a doggone fabric tape measure. You're lost in the sauce.
A circle?
Of course you can measure a circle.
And then you can measure a curve.
Okay, what curve are we measuring?
It doesn't matter if it's a curve or a string.
It doesn't matter.
You're not looking to see if it's a curve or a straight line.
Actually, we are looking to see if the curve, that's the thing that we're looking for, is the measured curve, not distance, not time, curve.
No, because I'm trying to compare two maps.
Oh, we're back to maps. You said the maps didn't matter. Now you're back to the maps. What two maps are you comparing again? Are any of them maps that we've claimed?
Any flat map.
There's a lot of flat maps. Which one do you want to use?
Any of them.
Pick one.
Whichever one you want to pick. It's fine with me.
This is not my example. I'm hoping that you will pick one so we know where to start.
Any of them.
Pick one. This is your example. I want you to have the advantage. Pick a map that you like the best. Which flat map? Do you want the Mercator projection? Maybe you like the azimuthal equidistant projection. Which one do you like?
Well, first of all, I did not want to bring this up into an argument. The only reason I brought up the boat race was just to get y'all's opinion on it. There was something else.
I've been asking. You asked us about my opinion. I kind of need more information to give you an opinion about a boat race. People raced boats across the sea level. The sea level is freaking flat.
Yeah, but again, if they're measuring a distance,
are they measuring
flat or curved?
Are they measuring it? GPS or strings, knots, ropes hanging off the boat? What are they using?
Again, it doesn't matter if it's curved.
Now it doesn't matter. See, you're in a circular loop. I ask you specific questions about the claims that you're making. I get, it doesn't matter, I'm not using maps. And then you go back to how they measure and then what maps we're comparing. Dude.
1952, the SS United States, you've got 1938, RMS Queen Mary, held records of speeds around 30.9 knots westbound from England to New York City.
That sounds like a great time. Seems like they probably set a record. What does this have to do with anything?
Well, you said there was no boats that have ever done.
I didn't say that there was no boats. I asked you which boat. What did they measure? Speed, time? Which one did they measure?
Distance and time, yeah, to get speed.
Okay, great. So can you verify the distance that they traveled?
Well, they claim that they went a certain amount of
I'm
knots.
sorry. You know what's weird is I asked you to verify the distance that they traveled, and you tell me that they claimed something, and you can't verify that. So you can't verify the distance that they traveled, but you can give me what they claimed. Can they verify the distance that they've traveled?
We don't need to verify. We need to look at multiple.
Oh, yeah, multiple sources. Okay, how did they get their distance, and how did they verify it?
Right. So they use knots. Okay.
They use knots. So they hung knots off the side of the boat.
Yes.
Okay, great. Show me that.
You want to show how they do it?
No, I want you to prove to me that they were hanging ropes off the side of the boat between one point and another to get their actual speed.
Brother, if that's what you're looking for, then just go do it yourself. I mean,
no, this is your claim. I'm asking you for the information that you're providing. I want to see the really long rope. How long? How far did they go?
No. Time out.
How long a rope did they have?
If you're going to get into an argument about whether or not someone actually did what they did, then this is
not an argument. This is not an argument. I'm asking you to prove the claims that you're making, and you don't want to do it. You want to talk about maps, but not maps. Distances, but not distances. GPS, but not GPS. You're kind of all over the place, bro.
No. First of all, if you want me to claim that what someone is claiming from 1938 that they actually did it, that I have video footage of, that's not possible.
I didn't ask for video footage either. I don't know what putting words in my mouth at this point. I didn't ask for video.
What proof do you want that they did it?
I want you to show me the length of rope that they hung off the side of the boat from point A to point B so that the knots are correct and the distance is correct. It's very simple.
Well, again, I wasn't born in 1938, and I don't have the exact ropes they use. You see what I'm saying?
Oh, okay. So I'm supposed to take everything that you're telling me at face value.
No, I want you to take multiple accounts, thousands of accounts at face value.
We did.
Thousands, okay.
The Earth is flat. We did. 1,000 people said the Earth is flat, so now it's flat.
Yeah. I guess we can appeal to consensus like you do. We can just say a lot of people say that the Earth is flat, and so apparently that's what makes it correct.
You're going to find more people say the Earth is flat than they say it's a globe, dude.
This is the reason that I wanted to talk today. Let's get off of that topic. The second topic that I wanted to bring up. Let's move on to that, please. Anyway, so I think I've devised a test in which we can actually test whether or not the Earth is flat or round. Okay?
Yeah, we'll do that. That would be great. And video for us too. Make sure you use like 2 cameras. That's the best way. So you get a camera of you doing it with your camera. Then you got 2 points of view. Yeah, that'd be great. Post it in here when you're done.
I think drop over distance would be the easiest, right? To just go ahead and see if the Earth is dropping over a distance.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah,
no, that's got nothing to do with it.
Well, isn't that what curvature is?
Well, I'm not trying to find curvature.
Oh, then never mind.
Isn't that the thing that you were talking about? We're trying to figure out if the Earth is flat or curved. So a curved Earth would have curvature, but you're not trying to find the curvature, right?
No.
No.
This test is testing something completely different.
So it's not curvature then. What are you testing for?
Yeah, what are we checking?
Magnetic poles is what we're testing.
Magnetic poles?
You can't do that. The magnetic mapping, we had it in here before. I doubt it's still in here, but
it's not like that.
The lines go all over the place, dude. Yeah.
I'll repost it.
They go all over the place. How you gonna call that? How you gonna follow that?
Well, that's not what it's about.
Here's a Mercator projection giving you the magnitude or the magnetic lines on a Mercator projection. So there you go. Already figured it out.
Okay, so what map of flat Earth would you like me to as your source for?
There is no map of flat Earth. Sorry, I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, all maps are flat, really.
That's true, but I'm not sure we have an accurate depiction of what the Earth actually looks like in map form.
Well, we know we don't have one of a globe because we don't have a globe to make a map of.
That's a good point.
So, the flat Earth map that's so commonly presented.
Which one is that?
I'll have to find the name of it. Let me get it for you.
I'll tell you what it is. It's an azimuthal equidistant projection. It's of a globe. It's a non-uniform scaling. That globe is actually not even a map.
Right.
It's a projection. It's not a chart.
Projection. It's a projection of a globe that was never measured to be a globe. So they took a flat, turned it into a globe, then they flattened it out.
Right. And
so if that projection, that azimuthal equidistant projection is no good, then that means that what you're telling us is that the globe projection is no good. That polar coordinate system, the one that you see on your teacher's desk, that's called a polar coordinate system. And that is no good, apparently, if the flat Earth map, the AE projection is no good.
Right. I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
But from a relevance of a flat Earth, we have a north and south. On a flat Earth, would the south be pointing to away from the north at all times? Is that reasonable to say?
According to all the maps and the compasses, yeah.
And so would the north be the center of our earthly universe? Is that?
Well, I don't know about that.
You don't know about that. Got you.
Mm-mm.
Got you. And if I were to travel around the world, would I be going in a circle, like turning, or would I be going in a straight line?
Well, you kind of answered your own question. If you say around, round is, curved, circular.
Yeah, and then so like
you realize circles exist on flat surfaces, right? They're a 2D shape.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So you can go.
I showed him how you can go roundy round.
Yeah. So round is circle. Circles are 2D. It's flat.
Yeah. Well, the reason I bring this up is because the equator on a globe is a straight line. Like if you were to walk around a globe, I'm not saying the Earth, I'm just saying a globe, right? If you were to walk around the equator, you would be walking in a straight line.
No, it's a circle.
Yes, but you're walking straight.
No, it's a circle. No, you are turning. It's a circle around north.
You're walking on the outside edge of the circle.
Yeah, I know. So that
turning left or right.
You're not turning left or right. You're walking straight.
So it's not a straight line. It's still curved.
Right. But as you orient yourself around that circle, you're not deviating from a straight direction.
There it is. And so now you're orienting. Hold on, T-Dub. He's orienting himself on a projection. So now he is standing sideways, hanging half off a ball. And he's walking straight in a circle around north on a projection of a ball. So I'm sorry, friend, your imagination help you here. You're going to have to prove that you're hanging off the side of a ball in the first instance.
No, I'm saying that if I would be walking in a straight line. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but you're not.
On a ball, you'd be walking in a curved line.
It's still a curve.
I'm saying I'm not turning my direction. I'm always continuing.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are. In the y-axis, you are changing orientation.
Yeah, y is changing.
The x.
Yeah, x. Yeah, x.
Or x.
So let's see. Yeah. So y, just y, x and y, x, left, right, y, forward, back. So forward, back. Yep, you're changing your direction. So not a straight line.
Okay. So then in the z-axis, then I'm not changing direction. There's 3 axes in the globe.
Yeah. So as long as you're changing one of them, that's it. You're not walking in a straight line.
Right. I understand what you're saying, but what I'm telling you is that there is an axis where it is not moving direction.
One of them, yeah, but the other one is.
Right.
Yeah, so it's still a circle.
So on a globe,
this is so hypothetical though. It's like if the Earth was a ball, and if it had an equator, and if I walked along that equator, like if
take a basketball,
it is a ball.
If you take a basketball and put a ring around it, and then you were to have a ball rolling around that ring, and you were to look at it, right? where you only saw one line, right, around the ball, that ball would never deviate from that axis. You see
what? That doesn't make any
A
sense.
ring around the ball and it was rolling around inside the ring.
right.
Yeah, you
So
would have two arcs touching each other at one point at all times.
Ring a globy.
Exactly. So if you put a ring around a basketball,
and we don't have that.
Yes, we can.
Is that ring a circle? A ring is basically a circle.
Yes.
Okay.
So right.
So not straight then.
No, not. There's no straights on a globe.
It's straight on one axis. It's not on two axes.
Nope.
Yes.
No.
No.
There's no way you're not going to turn a circle into a straight thing. Sorry, dude.
Hey, quick question: is when in history has it ever been alleged by those who believe that they circumnavigate on a ball that they went directly one direction or the other, east, west, north, or south, and never deviated from that?
No, what I'm saying is, if you were to have a ring around a basketball, that ring is never going to deviate from one axis.
Yeah, it'll always be curving. Right, it's a big circle. Like you said, ring.
Two axes.
Great, so it's still a circle? Yeah, 2D. Yeah, 2D. Yeah, circle. Good job.
No, that's 3D. It's 3D, not 2D.
Sorry, circles are 2D. You said ring.
A globe. We're putting.
Oh yeah, globe is globe is 3D, but the course that you're actually going on, that ring, that's 2D.
Right. Yeah, you can only make a point. You can only touch at one point, and that would create a ring.
That's because one axis is constant. That's the difference between a circle.
Oh my gosh! So are we on a globe or are we on a ring? Which one?
A globe.
Okay, can you show me the Earth curve measurements so we can verify?
I don't. We're getting off the wrong topic.
Yeah, we're getting off on the wrong topic. Let's stay on the hypotheticals where we're going to argue about whether it's a ring or a globe. No, why don't you show me the measurements of the Earth curve?
This wasn't going to be the experiment putting hula hoops around basketballs, was it?
No.
No.
Oh, good.
We should probably not play the hypothetical game and just see if the Earth is curving at any point. Do you have any measurements of Earth curve?
No, what I'm saying is a circle is literally a globe without an axis.
Yeah. Don't worry, buddy. I don't really actually want to argue with you about circles. I just want you to show me the Earth curve measurements, and then we can stop talking about the hypotheticals.
This is not hypothetical.
Oh, so the Earth is a globe. Great. Show me the Earth curve measurements.
A circle is a globe without an axis.
We're not arguing about circles. You said this is not hypothetical. Apparently, in reality, we are on a curved surface. I need the measurements.
Okay, so the test that I would want you or want me or anyone to do, right, would be to imagine Earth is a basketball.
I'm not going to imagine anything. I want the Earth curve measurements. The weird thing is whenever we ask for this, you guys never answer. You avoid it. You dodge it. You say we want to imagine. How come we have to imagine the Earth is curved when you could just go ahead and show me the measurements of the curve itself?
Okay, so again, the test is...
Bro, stop it. You are not going to get away from this point. I will hammer you with Earth curve until you either quit or I have to mute you. So, do you have measurements of Earth curve instead of going ahead and doing things backwards and hypotheticals? I don't give a shit. I want the Earth curve measurements. Your hypotheticals and your navigation and your GPS and your maps, it's all failing. I want Earth curve measurements.
This has got nothing to do with it.
Okay, so we're not talking about the Earth then. We're just going to live in an imaginary land. Is that right?
No, we are talking about the Earth.
No. Okay, so is the Earth curving?
It's 8 inches per mile.
No, that's not it. That would be an actual ramp or a slope or a straight edge, like the hypotenuse of a triangle. You're looking for 8 inches per mile squared. That would be a curve.
Mm.
Is there any measurements of the Earth curving?
I'm sure there is, you know.
Great, show them to me. You're sure of it. That means you are assured. You know it for a fact. Get them for me.
That's not what I'm here to prove.
I posted a live video of a satellite going around the Earth.
What are you here to prove then?
So what axis is that satellite not traveling on?
What are you here to prove?
Anyway, so...
Anyways, just ignore the question. What are you here to prove? You're not here to prove what. You are here to prove something. What is it?
Right. So you see that thing that Professor Triangle posted?
No, I don't see it. What are you here to prove?
It is like 2 or 3 things up.
I don't give a shit. What are you here to prove?
You see that compass that the man's holding?
Bro, what are you here to prove?
I'm trying to show you.
Okay, you can't just... You want to talk about compasses going around the North Pole again. Magnetic north.
Right, but do you see how he is allowing the compass to rotate as the north and south rotate?
That's how you navigate.
Right, on a flat Earth that would be the case.
No, on a globe, to go west, you would be turning, just like that compass turns. You should know that. That's a flattened globe.
Not on the equator.
Yeah, it's a circle. Remember?
Dude.
On the equator, the center of the...
okay, so whoever did it. Who did it?
Dude, he is almost on the equator. In fact, he is on the equator almost, isn't he? Yeah, on one part, he's on the equator. Look, he goes around following east or west. You're turning the compass.
You're not listening at all. You're just talking over
No,
me.
I'm not listening because I'm telling you, look at it again. He's moving around on the equator.
Right, he's rotating the outside of the compass.
Just like if it was in your boat.
No.
Allow me to ask you guys something. I'm drunk as a fucking skunk. Should I take a screwdriver, undo all...
In the real world, if you were to walk along the equator for, let's just say, a mile, 10 miles, 100 miles, the center, the actual north-south pointy thing would be rotating, but the plastic part that you hold in your hand would not rotate with it.
Sorry, friend. The equator's in the sky. Did you know that?
Okay. Again, if you were to walk around what they...
Yeah, bro. I'm sick of you ignoring me. Equator is in the sky.
Sure. That's fine.
Okay, great. So how are we going to walk along something that's in the sky, please?
No proof of that. Where's your proof of this in the sky?
How does make the Earth a ball?
Yeah.
The proof is that you use stars to create the equator.
You're not listening to what I'm saying. If in Earth today, if you were to walk along the equator,
you can't. The equator's in the sky.
What?
That's absurd.
Yeah, this is the other thing that you guys don't actually realize is that the equator is part of the celestial sphere. It's actually not on the ground. But because you guys are so indoctrinated and retarded.
It's both.
Yeah.
It's both.
You use the lack of Polaris for that.
It's both on the ground and in the sky.
Okay, show it to me on the ground, please.
It's not a physical line.
It's not a physical line. So what is the equator then?
Oh, it's a ground position of something straight above it, isn't it?
It's halfway between north and south.
It's a plane.
Let me guess. Is it imaginary?
If you were to take a ruler and stretch
is it imaginary? Is it an imaginary line? I want an answer to my question.
Not imaginary in the sense.
Is it an imaginary line?
It's not imaginary in the sense that you could go there, but it's not drawn in the dirt.
So it's not.
So it's
it would never be defined as an imaginary line ever anywhere by academia ever anywhere.
Is, if you were to go to what they call the equator,
is it going to stand by that, bro?
Depends what they mean by imaginary. Really, I'm willing to believe.
It depends what they mean by imaginary.
Well,
not real.
Oh wow!
Only existing in the imagination.
Well, so if they mean it's imaginary in the sense that it's not marked anywhere on the Earth, then yeah, it's imaginary.
So not actual. So only conceptual. So imaginary. Yeah.
I mean, it's as real as if I pick 2 points in my room and I say there's a straight line that connects them. Is that line imaginary?
Exactly. It's imaginary. It's conceptual. Thank you. Good job.
Sure.
I mean, I mean, fair enough.
Imaginary. He admitted to that. Anyway,
they said, yeah, no.
Yes, it depends
because
on what
it's
you
a
mean by imaginary.
distance. It's a measurement. That's what the equator is.
Now it's a measurement. Oh, what is it a measurement of?
Yeah, what's it a measurement of, dude?
Distance between poles.
Oh.
No.
And
what do you mean?
How do you know?
No.
How do you know when you? How do you know when you're at the equator?
How do you do it? How do you do it? How do you find the pole?
That's the claim, though.
How do you find the pole? How do you find? Oh, you don't know how to find the pole? Okay.
Or the equator. How do you know when you're at the equator?
Use a map.
No, you've got no map.
What I'm saying is,
how do you know you're at the equator? You don't have GPS. You don't have a phone. You don't have a map. You don't have anything. How do you know when you're at the equator?
If you don't have any of those things, how the fuck would you know you were anywhere?
Wow, that's easy
so
to
you
do
don't understand
without any of those things.
He doesn't get it. He did not listen.
All you need is one night of clear sky.
Oh, so you can use the stars.
Why?
He's getting it.
Okay, so I mean, I imagine that if you're on the equator, there's a certain constellation that's above head at midnight or something like that. And you can
Nope, that's not what it is, bro. You're so lost in the sauce, it's pathetic.
It doesn't matter how you find the equator. The point is,
now it doesn't matter.
It never did.
That doesn't matter. How would you find the equator then? If it doesn't matter, why would you need to?
Actually, it does matter how you find the equator.
Okay. Anyway, so the point is,
I suppose what you
is how are you going to prove?
Anyway,
how are you going to prove that the equator is a great circle of a sphere?
If you were to walk along the equator, what they call the equator, who cares if it's a real thing or not?
Okay, so how's this proving that the Earth's a sphere?
Because
let him answer your question.
Because
don't say if, say because someone did.
Okay, because when you walk along,
Who did it?
I'll do it tomorrow.
Go do it and come back.
It's the test.
Let us know how it went.
Document it for us, would you?
Right. I'm saying when you walk along the equator, for however many miles you want to walk, the center of your compass will turn, but you or the outside of your compass will not. And if you look at this guy, Professor Triangle posted in a circular map.
Circular. Follow a certain direction. You're either following directions or you're going to look at your compass spin. One or the other.
No, I'm saying you walk straight along the equator.
We can't do that.
So you're going east or west? Which way are you going?
Either way, the compass will spin and you will not.
Okay, just show us. Just show us that.
Well, hang on a sec, because now he's using a compass. He's using a compass, and the equator isn't determined by magnetic.
Mr. Australian, this one's for you anyway.
All right.
So he's going to walk directly on the equator. Which way is it going to spin? Is it going to follow the South Pole or is it going to follow the North Pole?
Are you asking me that?
Yeah. I'm asking you that.
Oh, it's going to follow both.
Whoa.
Okay. Well, but bro, you've got to understand that your compass reading isn't going to align with the celestial equator. There's geographic north and there's magnetic north, and you're going to be using magnetic north with your compass. That's not going to align with the equator, bro. You're going to go off course.
They're very.
You're going to go. No, they're not. They're going to go off course.
That's what I'm saying. If you were to walk in a straight line along the equator, the compass will change.
How do you know you're going to be walking in a straight line? How do you know you'll be walking in a straight line?
Brother, because you don't turn. You go straight.
How do you know over several miles, how do you account for the error margin that you could have accidentally made? A tiny little error. Tiny little error at the start can lead to a significant error at the end.
Sure, with the laser.
You're going to use a laser. You're going to follow the path of a laser across the equator.
for however many miles.
Bro, you're dreaming. Nobody has ever done any of this shit you're talking about.
That's what I said. This is a new test. This is what I started the conversation off with. If you were to follow the equator in a straight line, let's use. I'm need help here. How can we do this? I'm willing to put in the.
You had the test. Go ahead. You're the ones who came up with it. You said you have the test.
No.
You want to go do it.
I need validity from people who are flat earthers to help me devise this to where
you are a flat earther. You are a flat earther.
I get what you're saying, but what I'm saying is if I want to change people's minds, I can't do it in my way.
You need to do your own mind first.
That's stupid. That's why no one can. That's why no one can win you over in an argument because they're doing it in their way and not your way.
Arguments are not about winning people over. It's about presenting evidence for your claims. Right. So how would you find the equator while you're on the Earth? Just tell me how you would find the equator while you're on.
Okay, so this guy right here named T-Dub, he said it's impossible to walk in a straight line. And I just proved him otherwise.
No, you didn't prove anything. You made a claim. We have yet to have the proof.
No. You guys made a claim that a laser is shooting across 21 miles in a straight line.
Yeah, we demonstrated it.
That definitely.
Okay, and he said that's not possible.
No, it is possible. Not on a ball, though.
He just said it wasn't.
It's not possible.
I never said that, bro.
You said it was not possible.
I never said it was impossible.
Miles in a straight line.
Now we're taking words out of context.
Possible, dude.
Yes, you did, because I said I was going to do it.
Dude, on a ball, it's not possible.
Please don't take people's words out of context. It's not going to earn you anything here. So, the laser, not going to work on a ball, right? Now we've clarified that. Continue.
Okay, so my plan is to walk in a straight line for as many miles it takes to make the compass change. Right, and then T-Dub said that's impossible. I couldn't walk in a straight line that far. So,
oh my gosh,
I'm gonna use a laser. So we'll use.
It turns out on a globe, you will never be walking in a straight line.
How many people are you taking, and how many days are you going to do this over?
That's what I need your guys' help with.
I don't want to do that. I got to work, dude. I have things to do.
No. I don't.
Hold on a second.
Yes.
No, you're taking stuff.
Yes, I do. Have things to do, actually.
Brother, this is your apparently hypothetical thought experiment. I think you should just get to cracking.
Robots going in. I have plenty to do.
Yeah, get to cracking. This is your experiment, non-experiment, whatever. I would suggest you go ahead and start walking in that straight line. Just make sure that you measure along all, making sure that you're going in a straight path.
Listen, I would appreciate it if you guys would quit talking over me. I never asked you to come help me. I asked you to help me devise a plan, like, for example, bring more people. Okay, I'm not asking you to actually do that.
Sorry.
All right, hold on. I'm going to help him real quick. All right, here's the plan. Get more people.
Yeah, gather as many as you can.
He needs to talk with percentage.
Yeah.
Why percentage wants to go do stuff?
Yeah, this is very similar to what percentage has proposed, yeah.
Oh, force the line?
No, doing a straight line path from the equator.
You still need, like, how many people? 6? At minimum? And 2 to 3 lasers? And
I don't understand. Yeah, that would be the thing, because you would need to prove that the only part of the axis that is curving would be the vertical axis, right? So yeah, sure, straight line, quote unquote, you're going in one direction, but your vertical axis would have to be constantly changing. If you can prove that by whatever means, I think you should do this, and you can get as many people as you. So go for it. I mean, I don't know why you're here. You should do this. This would be great for you, and get that Nobel Prize.
Well, you get a lot of YouTube views.
So the vertical axis is going to be the thing that you're measuring, you're changing over that axis. But you're going to have a hard time finding the vertical axis on a sphere because there is no vertical axis on a sphere.
Y'all can read the chat because this guy's professor's talking over me. So.
Oh, don't get your feelings all hurt and everything.
I'm not gonna be screamed at about something I never said. So.
Screamed at? Who screamed at you?
Professor.
He didn't scream at you.
He did. He said he started screaming, "I've got stuff to do."
He's got. That wasn't screaming. Do you know what screaming means?
I can't go walk lines, and I can't donate equipment or money or anything. I can tell you, I'll get you a parts list. How's that? I'll help you out with that.
I just
I'll help you out with that, so you can. I'll help you get your idea going.
That's all I asked for.
There you go.
It's that simple. You don't have to talk over me and just let me finish my point.
Start a GoFundMe.
Anyway,
you'll have to excuse Mr. Professor Triangle because this is his normal voice. It's not screaming. If maybe you're just fragile and you can't handle people that speak loud because their microphone or their room, whatever.
Right.
I mean, it's not screaming.
No, it's just he's
get Matrix in here. Get him in there.
Yeah.
He's just answering something I did not ask.
Right? You said you want to go in a straight line.
Probably exhausting how ridiculous it is.
Yeah, I'd have liked to have been done with this conversation a long time ago because it really won't.
I couldn't go in a straight line.
The point is that if you were to walk on the globe projection that we were talking about earlier on the equator, not only
it'd be a big circle.
Right. So the compass would spin, but also you would spin with it because you would be turning.
On a globe projection?
No, on the kind of a flat circle map that we have. But as for a globe, if you were to walk on the equator, you and the outside of the plastic compass would differ from the arrow inside the compass. If you were to walk.
Well, it wouldn't work on a globe anyways because you have to hold a compass flat. If you're hanging off the side of a ball, it won't work.
I'm saying is on a globe project. If you're actually on a globe, if we're actually on a globe,
the compass wouldn't work. You have to hold compasses horizontal. Are you familiar with that?
Yeah.
Okay, so if you're hanging off the side of a ball, compass won't work.
That's absurd. No matter way, it doesn't matter.
Really? I'll tell you what. So right now, if you had a compass, you'd be holding it to make it work, right? Turn it 90 degrees and see if it still works. Meaning now the compass is going to be in a vertical orientation. Tell me how well the compass works in a vertical orientation.
Well, then you have gravity affecting the side of the compass differently than.
Oh, sorry, there's no gravity. Gravity doesn't exist.
Oh, yeah, I need proof of that.
Well, I can't show you the lack of something. I had this conversation with somebody earlier. Positive claim is gravity does exist. You would have to show it to me. I can't show you non-existence of anything. That would be a fallacy. So show me gravity and what it is and its existence, please.
But you can prove the equator's in the air?
No, that's just the claim about the equator. It's a celestial sphere. It's actually in the sky. You guys should really research more.
Can you direct me to where you're researching so I can find the information?
Yeah, any celestial navigation manual. They're, a few hundred pages big, but I'm sure you'll find it.
I don't think so. I don't know what that's kind of a vague term. Celestial manual.
You don't think we have a force on Earth that's pulling us to the ground?
Well, you'd have to show it to me to prove it.
Well, Michio Kaku doesn't think there's one. He said there's No such thing as gravitational pull. We lied to you.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, theoretical physicists don't even think that there's a force pulling on you.
So I agree with him. Yeah, I don't think so. There's nothing pulling me down. In fact, I feel good. Nothing's bringing me down.
So why do we have wrinkles?
Because you're sad and you worry about shit.
Kind of like what everybody does here, too.
No, we don't have to worry about it. No meteor's going to hit my house, dude.
Global conspiracy.
Nope, I'm not going to Mars. The planet's not going to blow up. Sun's not going to blow up. Moon's not going to crash into the planet.
They're lying to us.
You're still mad?
Still mad.
Who's so I guess this guy anyway. Who's lying to this guy anyway? Is he just watching entertainment on TV and thinks that's real?
Sounds like it.
And somehow that's our fault. Do you guys hear how this sounds? You guys watch shit on TV and social media and then come here and yell at us because you believe them. That's not our fault.
Yeah. Apparently somebody told them that gravity, whatever the hell that is, causes wrinkles. What is gravity?
Wrinkles? Stop worrying about gravity and you won't get wrinkles.
So how do you explain wrinkles? How do you explain stuff falling?
Nobody's here making any claims about wrinkles. You need to show us what gravity, just give us the definition of gravity and then show it to us. Is gravity, is it an independent variable in any experiment ever?
An independent
variable.
I'll help both of you guys out. No, it's not.
Oh, damn.
A variable would be the thing that you're manipulating within a scientific experiment setup in order to establish that it does or doesn't cause a natural phenomenon.
Well, you can't distinguish gravity from friction. So
friction? Holy cow!
I guess you could in a vacuum, though.
Holy cow! What?
I guess you could in a vacuum. But
so what's friction?
I don't think about
what friction is.
Yeah, he wants to talk about vacuums now.
anything that moves has friction.
All right. So, what do you know about vacuum chambers?
I love me a good vacuum chamber.
I guess nothing then.
Well, the hard part is to assume that there is nothing in a vacuum chamber, right?
No.
Oh my God, Professor Triangle, you use Home Assistant? Dude, I've never seen another person that uses Home Assistant.
I design industrial automation systems.
Whoa. Is your home set up with Home Assistant?
I run a couple of different things.
Wow. Crazy.
Which is kind of scary.
Why? Because he's a flat earther?
Well, if gravity doesn't exist, how do you explain?
How do I explain computers?
No, gravity.
If gravity doesn't exist, how do I explain gravity?
Holy cow!
How does concrete settle on a foundation? How does concrete settle on a foundation without gravity?
I tell you what, there's a great experiment. Do you think that you could put gravity in an experiment and show it is causing concrete to settle?
Well, no, LeBron James causes the concrete to settle. That's why his legacy is so great.
Actually, yeah.
One went down.
That's a pretty good theory.
One guy went down.
We should make our own movement. We should make our own movement.
Mute that guy, and then we can move on. There you go.
What do you mean by what is concrete settling?
I don't know.
Well, somebody brought up the fact that gravity causes concrete to settle. So I want to see the experiment.
The concrete settles. It's like colonialism. Like they just settle and take over.
I get what you're saying, but what is causing it then?
No, I need you to go ahead and show me the experiment where you use gravity as the independent variable causing the concrete to settle. You're asking me the question. I don't know the answer. You say maybe it's gravity. Show it to me in experiment.
You'll have to identify and isolate it first.
It's not gravity. I'm saying it's not gravity. Let's figure out what it is then.
Why?
How do you propose we do that?
Because what's gravity?
No, you're the one that came up with gravity. You're the one. You're asking me what's your imagination mean? I don't know, dude. What your imagination means?
That's your imagination, right?
Oh, I don't imagine that.
We don't know.
No, I don't imagine things. I don't imagine things like you do.
Okay, well, I don't believe gravity exists. So I'm trying to figure out.
Why'd you bring it up then?
No, you're almost there now.
I'm trying to figure
out how the Earth is flat. You don't think gravity exists anymore. You're just rolling right along. What's next, guys?
I just want to
no movement, and we're contained. Air pressure. Yeah, you're done. That's it. Welcome to Flat Earth. That was easy. All you need is 2 out of the 3.
It's strange that you would bring gravity up if you don't believe in it. You don't know what it is?
Oh, that is weird.
No,
what's gravity? I don't believe in it.
If I don't know what gravity is, I'm just trying to figure out what the effects are that are happening, right? Like what's causing it.
This is just an echo chamber.
No. The echo chamber guy finally got frustrated, so I'll just help him out.
Is it an echo chamber or an echo chamber? I thought he meant eco like we're green. No, we're not. We don't give a shit about that either.
So you guys are not interested in the phenomenon of the fact we're not flying around?
Why would we be flying around?
Why would you be flying around?
Well, why do you jump?
Wait, do you think something not happening is a phenomenon?
No, I think me jumping. I should just keep moving.
Hey, you guys want to hear something crazy? Check this out. I don't even know if I can say it without laughing my face off. Check this out. I can't even do it. Who's spazzing out?
Echo chamber guy, I think.
This is great. You guys have been good all day.
You guys don't have maps. You guys don't have explanations for anything. You guys.
Hey, Dak, what's bringing you down?
We're not proposing any, bro.
Dak, what's bringing you down?
Yeah, you're claiming that the Earth is not a globe.
Then that makes you sad?
Yeah. Did you ask us why?
Yes.
And what did we say?
What did we say?
We don't know.
No, I did not say I don't know why it's not a globe. You don't know. It sounds like we told you, and what you heard was
a single question.
Not you, Professor.
We answered him, and he heard. And then we asked, "So did you hear it?" No, I don't know what you said.
For the Earth to be a globe or a sphere, it would have to have curvature. Well, there is none.
Right, but the claim is that we cannot see the curvature.
Oh, okay, so you can't see it, therefore not there. So not a ball. I mean, that makes sense.
You have to spend an immense amount of money to be able to see the curvature.
Oh, how would you do it then? How much? What's the money for? Tell me how you would do it.
To go out of the atmosphere.
The atmosphere?
Further than that.
Atmosphere is air, sphere-shaped air. Is air like a sphere?
So, I mean, I would suggest that we all just band together, get enough money to do it, and then bam, it's done.
Do what? Go outside the atmosphere? How far away is the atmosphere?
Way further than the atmosphere.
How far?
Like these pictures you guys keep posting of Earth from space. That far. Let's go that far. I mean, if these videos
what pictures of Earth from space?
You guys, a professor has posted like 30 of them.
Where? I don't see any pictures of Earth from space.
They're in the chat.
Give me the timestamp. Give me the timestamp.
8:30 p.m.
8:30. That's not a picture of the Earth from space. What in the heck are you talking about?
No, that's the claim, right?
No, that's that's a GIF where the horizon goes from concave to convex. At what point is the Earth accurately depicted in that GIF?
That's not what we're arguing here. Don't change the subject.
It's not. So why did you bring it up?
Because you asked for a certain height, and I said, let's go to that height.
Well, I don't know what that height is. It's not documented in there. But if it's going to be a height, that would be above a flat Earth, because you can't have height on a ball.
That's absurd. So there's no distance away from a basketball?
No, distance away from a ball is a thing. Height is in reference to a horizontal. So you can't have height on a ball.
Yeah, you can.
Okay,
Yeah,
show it to me.
I walk away for 1 second, and now he thinks you can make height. No, well, so what diameter did you jump today?
Well, for example, you're assuming that the Earth is a ball, which it's not.
No, you just assumed that. Yes, we have to change all of our measurements now because the Empire State Building is now a certain diameter.
All right, you guys. See you guys. I'm gonna go to bed. Talk to you guys later.
Good night.
If your height is going to be a measurement of distance from the center of the sphere, and you don't know it's a sphere yet, then how are you going to know how high you are?
I just switched over to my computer and he left. Well, he didn't like the diameter of the Empire State Building.
Nope. That one really bothered him.
Well, what the fuck? That's what he said it was. That's a diameter.
Yeah, they think that distance away from the surface of a circle or a sphere is apparently height. Silly.
Well, it would have to be distance away from the center, wouldn't it? Because you'd have to know.
Yeah. Well, couldn't it be both? Because if you have an established limit or radius, and then you give an additional distance from that surface, that would be distance from surface, right?
Right. How are you going to know how far away from the surface you are?
I guess you could measure from surface to that distance, but I doubt. Like, let's say I did live on a circle, or let's say a sphere, and I jumped up a foot. Well, it'd be a foot away or out from the outer edge of the sphere. But it would never be up. It would never be altitude. It would never be height.
I jumped 1 meter today. diameter above zero, above. Let's see, how would you do that?
Actually, you guys are right, because you wouldn't have truly a distance. It would have to still be from a point, which would be the center of the or sphere.
Yeah, you have to jump a diameter.
Yep.
I mean, you'd have to call the edge of the ball datum and call it 0. And then when you dig a hole, you go minus from there. Otherwise, you have to start from the center out, one or the other. But then you have to make sure the whole ball is that same surface. So you have to work from the center out, then you don't have to worry about that.
Yep. You would never really know what was directly away from the surface of the sphere. It would almost be impossible to know. Right?
You what?
You've got an echo, so it's driving me crazy. But anyway.
Yeah.
So let's say you're on the outer edge of a sphere, and you think you're jumping directly away from it, but you really have no way of knowing that, because you'd have to measure from the center. Am I right?
Unless you follow Plum.
And that would reference the center.
Is this any better?
Right.
Yeah, that's better.
You guys could have told me it was doing that.
It didn't do it for that long. But that's the thing. See, Plum isn't Plum still vertical, or is Plum? Can you use Plum on like a sphere, straight towards the center?
Wait, you know exactly where the center is at. You can't say that Plum means it's pointing at the center, and you're telling me the center is like 1 inch wide.
Yeah.
Well, you don't know if you're on a sphere yet. This is the thing you're trying to find out.
I know how you can tell. I know how you can tell if you're on a sphere. Then you can hang a plumb bob like from your car and drive in a perfectly straight line. And if it just keeps hanging straight down, you know you're pointing right at the center of Earth, and that you're going around the ball. It's always pointing straight down. See? Glover's going to run with that one.
Okay, so Plum is always going to be vertical, because the first definition is depth. I plumbed the depth and found the bottom of the shelf to be 7 meters down. 2 is in relation to it's upright, so that's vertical. So Plum is actually never ever defined as pointing to the center of the sphere, ever.
If it's said down, that means horizontal.
Exactly. So even when Matthew Learns comes in here and talks about Plum, he's still talking about horizontal and vertical.
Maybe you need to clip that, because I went over that with him quite a few times, and he says, Well,
he's just arguing against the correct definition at that point, which doesn't surprise me.
What if you used the weight on the end of your plumb line, right? What if you use the gyroscope as your weight?
Is it spinning where the flywheel? I want to call it a flywheel. What's that thing called? You've got your gimbal. Is it the gimbal?
First, it's perfectly level and spinning.
Okay, so if you're hanging that on the edge of a string, but it's spinning laterally, right, or horizontally.
Yep. Then you travel a distance.
Well, that's what an airplane's doing, right?
Yeah. Right.
So your artificial horizon.
The concept we're looking for here is if you put a gyroscope on a plane and then you go halfway around the Earth, it should flip 180 degrees, right? So if that doesn't happen, it's clear evidence that we're on a flat.
I'll put it in the chat for you.
And I don't know why nobody's done this experiment. It wouldn't take much. It would take a 5,000 mile or a 5,000 kilometer flight, and then you'd have to get halfway off an ocean, maybe. And then if that gyroscope doesn't flip, clearly it's flat.
Well, they do this every day. Every time they fly, they have an artificial horizon, which is giving them the orientation of the plane. It stays the same. Once you leave the tarmac, it's holding that position. So if you go from one coast to the next coast and the horizon's the same, flat Earth proven.
Yeah, I agree. Because up north of Pond Inlet, the chief warrant officer was telling me that they didn't travel by compass, they traveled by gyro. And if they had to travel those great distances by gyro, it would be kind of hard if the Earth was round and it caused the gyro to spin and flip and flop. That wouldn't really make sense.
I know that some people are arguing because of pendulous vanes and all this other, that the gyro isn't necessarily a good proof. Although, to me, if those pendulous vanes are orienting the gyro to down, well, that's still vertical, and you're still flying horizontally. At no point could you ever calibrate anything to point at the center of a presupposed sphere. You just can't. Down is down, up is up, horizontal is horizontal. Welcome, BX. Been here before?
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Anybody there?
Yo, I'm studying.
Yo, what's up?
Nothing much, man. I'm chilling. How are you?
I'm alright.
Nice, nice. Welcome back.
Thank you.
So what's the topic of the discussion for tonight?
Are you familiar with celestial navigation?
Bro, I'm so sorry. I missed everything you just said. Can you repeat that one more time?
Are you familiar with celestial navigation?
Kind of. What about it?
Well, if you're just kind of familiar, I don't think you'll have an answer to my question, so never mind.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, were you trying to use it to measure a ball, or?
I just have a question.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, you can ask it. I'm sure somebody on the panel will have an answer for you.
Sure. Right, so when we're doing a celestial navigation fix, we have to plot lines of position. One of the things we have to compute to do that is to estimate the height of the star in the sky based on an assumed position. The formula for that is exactly the same formula used to get the distance between 2 points on the sphere. So that's my question. Why would that be the case if the Earth is not a sphere?
So what do you mean by estimate a star's position? Wouldn't that just be line of sight? And you think that star's apparent position and zenith?
Yeah, you have to compare the measurement of how high the star is to the computed value, so you can fix your location.
You mean like the star's actual position or its apparent position?
You correct for after you correct for refraction, you have what's called the observed position. That's after you remove refraction from your measurements. That's the one you use.
So you're going to use an observed?
How do you know which refraction you're removing?
Celestial refraction.
Which is what?
What do you mean, just what? It's the refraction that happened with the celestial bodies.
How do you correct for that?
With the table in the almanac for celestial refraction. The refraction.
Wait, I'm confused. You said that you're not going. You said you're not going to use the refracted position. You're going to use the observed position.
Yes.
Yeah, so that would just be line of sight.
No, the line of sight.
You would be accounting for curves then, right?
Well, the line of sight, like if by line of sight you're just saying like looking at it, that's the apparent position. After you correct for the effects of the atmosphere, then you have what's called the observed position. That's not the apparent one. That's the one after.
Yeah, but you just said you're not going to use the apparent. You're just going to use the observed.
Yes.
Is that what you just said?
Right.
Okay, so then if you're just looking at something, then where are you accounting for curvature?
I'm not talking about accounting for curvature.
Well,
you don't have to
you said it earlier. You said that it was going to. You said, well, no, at the very beginning, you said that you're going to be using the same formula of curvature. You're using the observed position of the star.
Yeah, I didn't say
you said that the formula matches, right?
I said what?
Did you say the formula matches?
I said the formula used to compute the altitude angle of a star from your estimated position is the same as the formula for the distance between 2 points on the surface of the sphere.
Okay, but you said you're not going to be using that one.
I'm not going to be using the apparent position because that has refraction on it, which is different than the observed position, which doesn't. And it's more accurate.
Okay, so I'm confused. When are you going to be accounting for curvature?
I'm using a formula for the distance between 2 points on the surface of a sphere to estimate how high a star is. A sphere is pretty curved as far as I'm concerned.
So how would measuring the ground give you an estimated position of something in the sky?
You're not estimating the position of something in the sky. You already have an estimated position for where you are, and you want to correct for that, because that estimated position isn't 100% right.
Well, I could have swore you just said that you're going to be using 2 points of a measured distance on a globe to get an estimated position of something in the sky.
That's why I said if you're not very familiar with celestial navigation, it would be a bit pointless to get into this question.
Well, no, I mean, I'm just trying to get clarification because
Sure.
it just sounds odd that you would measure the ground to get distance of something in the sky.
I'm not getting distance to anything in the sky. I don't know where you got that from.
Well, didn't you say that you would use the formula for measuring 2 points on a sphere, and that formula would be the same to get an estimated altitude of a star?
Yes, the altitude is an altitude angle. It's an elevation angle. That's not how far the star is. That's not a distance, that's an angle.
Maybe somebody else wants to chime in because this sounds confusing to me. Why you would take an angle on a curved. Well, why would you take an angle on the surface of the Earth if it's a globe?
You just want to know how high a star is in the sky.
How would you take an angle from a globe?
Well, you point to the edge of the globe, which is the horizon. You point to the star, you get the angle between those two.
Well,
you can't.
That line from the ground would be extending past the Earth, so it wouldn't be on the surface anymore.
Which line on the ground? The line that
the horizontal
the horizon.
line.
Yeah,
For the elevation
the
angle.
surface. Yeah, it would be tangent to the surface. So what?
Well, it wouldn't be tangent. It would be away from the surface.
That's not what you're doing when you do your measurement.
Say that again?
That's not what you're doing when you do your measurement. You're not saying, "Oh, this here's a tangent."
Yeah,
you don't have to say it out loud.
That's never done.
by the way,
that's never even thought of. Bacon.
Right, and by the way, is this your proof that the Earth is a globe?
No, I just had a question.
Okay, then, cool. Because you wouldn't be begging the question, right? Yeah.
Bacon is back. Wow, it's been a while. But the argument didn't change. It's the same one.
Oh, it's the same question since I got no answer. Like I never got an answer to this question, so I'm going to keep asking.
And you've been answered many times, but you don't want to hear it. That's the problem.
Well, try me one last time. Do you even know what the question is, by the way?
Ask it again.
Right.
Go ahead.
Yeah, why the formula used to estimate the elevation angle of a star from an estimated position?
It's wrong.
What? I didn't even ask the question yet.
It's wrong. It's wrong. Yeah, I remember the question now. It's wrong. It's wrong.
What's wrong? What's wrong?
They shouldn't be doing that. It's wrong.
Doing that what? Tell me what's wrong.
Using the distance on a sphere, using spherical assumptions in their equations. It's wrong.
Okay, but what do they use?
That's not a sphere. That's not a sphere.
Why do they use it then?
Because they think they live on a sphere.
And why does the wrong formula work if that's wrong?
Maybe it doesn't work.
So celestial navigation doesn't work?
Yeah, it works. It works, right? But maybe it doesn't work the way they think it is working. Maybe this distance that you're saying only works on a sphere is incorrect. But it generally got them in the right direction, right?
It works under a mile.
I mean, what would be the error margin?
If you're using a sextant, you can get within 1 or 2 miles. If you're using a theodolite, you can get within 1/4 of a mile.
Measured it.
Again?
Who measured that? And how?
Who's carrying
you can't
theodolites on ships?
Who's carrying long ass fucking tape measures? They use the knot method, the rope and knot method.
I couldn't get it. You're watching with me. So the answer is that they use the wrong formula, but it works either way.
Works well enough. I mean, they get to where they're going, but nobody gets to where they're going and then goes over the whole like measured distance that they just did and the time it took and all that stuff, and then take another elevation angle measurement. Like when they get to their destination to confirm, that what we did in that equation, accounting for a sphere, it worked exactly. Nobody ever does that, bro.
My connection is horrible. I know what you said. Just posted a screenshot.
Just a little bit. It's tolerable though.
It's like 5 seconds of delay. All right, it's back to 100 milliseconds. Yeah, it keeps getting in and out.
I mean, I'm just still kind of curious why you would be using a horizontal baseline.
A horizontal
on the surface
baseline.
on the surface of a ball that would be projected away from the surface of the ball, or trying to measure the surface of the ball.
Projecting away from this? I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, if you're shooting a horizontal line on a ball towards that ball's horizon, from that observer's point of view, that line would extend off into space, not on the ball.
So what? That's still telling me how high the stars in the sky. That's the point.
But it's just an apparent position. Right?
Yeah, that's why
it's
we
not
have
the actual star's position.
Right, that's why we have a table for refraction.
Is it a height of a star or is it an elevation angle?
Those are synonymous in the context of celestial navigation.
Oh.
If you ask someone that does celestial navigation practice, can you measure a star height? That person's just gonna take the sextant and see how high the stars in the sky. If you ask, can you give me an elevation angle? They're gonna do the same thing.
The height of the star is 45 degrees. Isn't that weird to say a height of a star is a certain amount of degrees?
No, that's the common terminology. Like, if you're not used to that, that's...
Isn't it weird to say that?
No, I'm already used to it. It doesn't sound weird to me.
Well, you know, those projected angles are coming from the center of the globe, right?
Projected angles? What do you mean? How do you project an angle? What kind of angle?
Yeah, like that star's zenith on a globe would be to the center of the Earth.
That's not a projected angle.
Yeah, we can't use that. And they don't consider that anyway. Now their ground position, they don't even draw a plane through the globe anymore. Now they put your feet as one ground position, and then the ground position of a star is another, and those two have their own tangent planes, and they also cross in the air somewhere, and they're happy with that, and they think that works.
Yo, the flat Earth, man. I'm here for it. Yeah, how flat is it, by the way?
You should have put an R in your name, then you could have made it Cryon in a minute.
Yo, how flat is it?
Did you hear the joke I made? Because you're going to be crying in a second.
How flat
Oh
is it,
my
man?
goodness. I keep forgetting I
flat
don't
is
have
it?
image perms in this account.
The guy asking how flat is it is you're coming in really super low. You need to up your volume so people can hear you talking.
Wait, what's low? What does that mean?
Yeah, turn your volume up.
It's already up.
It means you're beneath me.
Dude, you sound gay.
Oh, are you familiar with gays then? How people let you talk
Yeah,
to
I
you?
can tell that they're like the way they talk, actually. I can.
What kind of question is that?
Yeah, I don't know what sounds
Are you
gay
familiar
sounds
with
like.
The way you talk, man, it's putting me off.
Oh, that sucks.
Oh, stop it. He doesn't sound gay at all.
So what's happening here, man? Globe Earth? Flat Earth?
What's going on, crying?
Are you autistic?
Yeah, I paint a little bit, draw somewhat. I play music.
All right, this is
very artistic.
Got it.
Ran him off. Back to frying the bacon. Bacon's first day in here came in here with this big drawing, and he was going to flip shit around on the screen live for us, and we were watching. I said, "Oh, put it on the ground where your feet are supposed to go," and then it failed, and then he just left.
What do you mean it failed?
Yeah, Radwin, can I get image perms for this account?
I don't know what to do with that.
I know, it's like, I don't think I've ever given out image perms to somebody before either. Or TW, you know how?
You should have them. Oh, is this a fresh account?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, this is new. I'm not looking to get mod or anything. I still have access to my other account. I just go on this account depending on which device I'm on.
Okay.
Yeah,
I will,
it says
short
journeyman.
of leveling up. Yeah.
You need to find an admin or somebody that can say something, and they'll level you up. But otherwise, you better keep typing in there or something. Whatever you got to do.
Damn, never mind. Yeah, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Never mind. It's all right. I was just going to show Bacon some celestial navigations with angles coming from the center of the ball. But yeah, if you want to see these pictures, I guess you could just look up. You can just look up celestial navigation. Just go to the image section. You can see exactly how they do it.
Wait, how are you seeing stars from the center of the Earth?
I don't think anybody's claiming you can see stars from the center of the Earth.
Oh, well, then those diagrams can be chucked in the garbage then, right?
Does the diagram says you have to see stars from the center of the Earth?
If it's depicting two lines with an angle to a celestial star from the center of a presupposed ball, yeah.
That's your celestial sphere.
You're concluding
You're standing on the ground, and that's the celestial sphere those stars are on. They're not projecting onto a ball. That ball is the sky.
What is showing you is that the vertical line at the GP would intersect the center of the Earth.
So you just said the Earth is flat by claiming vertical.
Sure, Paul. So if your vertical intersects the center of the Earth and the vertical on the GP intersects the center of the Earth,
you shouldn't need to do that. You shouldn't need to show that. That should not be important. What's important is how you're doing it on the surface of the Earth. That's what's important.
Nobody
It
says
does, because that shows how you can derive the distance.
when you're sitting there on a ship rocking back and forth and you're drawing circles on a map, nobody says, did you make sure your point goes to the center of the Earth? Yes, Captain.
Yeah, that drawing is to explain you how you can derive the distance to the GP using the zenith angle. That's what the purpose of the drawing is. You don't have to draw that all the time. It doesn't make any sense. The distance
Why
is
are you just coming in here and lying to us?
Oh, tell me what the lie is.
Is this going to be the new thing for... I thought you were done with us anyway, but is this the new thing for next year? Now we're going to go to the celestial navigation, which we've never talked about before?
Oh,
Which I had to develop a test to make sure you guys understand how triangles work. and what right angles are and what ground positions are?
I don't even know what you're asking now.
It's because you guys love celestial navigation so much. I had to create a triangle test to see if you know what a triangle is.
Oh, it's good to know you know what a triangle is. Do you know how to get a position from 3-star angles?
Yeah.
Oh, you've done that. You've done celestial navigation.
I've got one of the almanacs right here.
Right. How do you plot an LOP? What are the steps you take to get an LOP plotted?
Well, I'm not getting all my shit right now. I'm laying down.
Oh, just tell me.
Nah.
No, you don't have to go get anything. Just tell me how you do that.
Dude, what's going on? Are you mad because I have that stuff?
No, I just want to know how you do it.
We went through this before with you.
You're claiming you can do celestial
You know what a triangle is. Let's go back now. Now that you want to
talk about what a
triangle test. Now that you want to take a triangle test, do you know what a triangle is?
Yes, it's a flat geometric shape with 3 sides, 3 points, and 3 angles.
And
what? That's what a triangle is.
The inside angles equal.
They add up to 180 degrees. That's not part of the definition.
We're getting a little broad. No. You can't let him have that. He's little broing you. Yeah. You forgot to mention that the sides.
That was
so you said not the definition 180 degrees. That's not in the
how you
definition.
define a triangle. That's an implication of triangles. That's not what a triangle is. That's a property of a triangle.
But you drown yourself by saying that it's a flat. So when a triangle is flat, it's always the sum of its internal angles is always 180 degrees.
That's correct. So I'm not disagreeing with that.
You drown yourself by saying that it's flat shape.
No, that's just what a triangle is. Triangles are flat. Why would you say anything differently?
So the sum of the internal angles, it will be always 180.
That's true.
So you can put it in the definition like if it is already.
Yeah, I mean,
so you cannot have a triangle on the surface of a ball. Either laying all the way on a ball, like a flat side all the way down on a ball, that won't work. It'll just rock back and forth. Or standing one side of the triangle on a ball, because it'll just rock back and forth. Isn't that true?
Yeah, the surface of a sphere.
Okay, that's all you had to say was yes. Thank you. That's all we needed. Welcome to Flat Earth, Mr. Celestial Navigation.
Why? I'm still curious to how you do celestial navigation. I think that's just bullshit. I don't think you have a first clue on what the first step would be. I mean, you mentioned people drawing circles. That's not even part of it. So I don't think you know how celestial navigation is actually done.
What's going on, everybody?
Studied.
Is everybody here flat earther?
No.
Oh, okay. What about you, TT?
You said DT.
Yeah, is that, or how do you say your name?
Let's. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, my bad. That's the name. Oh, yeah. I'm flat. Yeah. My bad, bro.
No, that's okay. That's okay. Yeah, and I guess it's there in your name as well. Did you guys come up with like? Well, I know you guys have like a lot of tests and stuff you guys have done. I feel like, man, I don't know. I just feel like with enough energy put towards a concept, or even like funding, like there's enough people who believe in the flat Earth at this point that it gave me the impression that like you guys could start like a GoFundMe, and then you guys could fund like a rocket shooting upwards up to a certain distance. I just don't know what's the restrictions there. If what you have to like get past in terms of like certain like flying zones, maybe.
Well, why do we have to go up if it's already measured flat on the ground?
Well, I think if with something like this, it would be a lot more effective for the rest of the population to become more aware. Something like it's going to take something like that, because that's what I kept thinking. I came in here, I listened to you guys. I don't have enough of an understanding of science to make sense of everything that was shown to me, but
Oh, well, that's okay because this doesn't deal with science. It's just geometry, measuring shapes.
Yeah, nothing to do with science at all, actually.
Well, yeah, maybe this is like a bad choice of words, but like I feel like if you guys want to make a big impact on the entirety of the population, you're gonna have to do something like go up and show something through like.
Well, wouldn't that be up to the individual?
I like keeping it a secret.
Yeah, okay. Well, I guess that's fair too. But
that way it's like we know something you guys don't know, you know what I mean? Like we know something for sure and you guys are all just walking around in a haze of like lies and shit and we know what's a lie and what's not. So it kind of gives us an advantage.
Kind of. It sounds like you're fulfilling your ego as well to think in that way.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Uh-huh.
Well, what do you think? Or is that like sarcasm or you're being serious?
I think you should spread, you know what you could do is go like on a highway with a big sign, hold it over bridges, Earth is flat. Do that for us.
Huh. Yeah, I don't know why you got that kind of attitude, bro. Like, I don't think that
I'm just trying to give you ideas on how to help us.
Well, you're coming off extremely rude, to be honest. Like, it's not that I'm proposing that like everybody needs to know. You know what I mean? You're being rude. Like, you don't think so?
No.
Why would I go hold a sign over a highway or a bridge
to
saying
help
that
us out?
Like, how is that going to help you out?
Flat Earth, discord.gg/flat Earth or put a big square code. What is that? The OCR or whatever they are now. 2D barcode.
I kind of get what you're proposing, but I don't think that's going to help either, man. Like, because they're going to come here, and what are the experiences typically here? Some people do listen in, and they're willing to like take the information in, but I imagine the majority come in here troll or still just disagree with you guys potentially, right?
I mean, you can disagree. I mean, how do you disagree with water, though?
Well, it doesn't matter, bro. What I'm saying is like this isn't effective, right? So most of the guys that I talked to here previously. Well, hang on one second. Most of the guys
24/7.
Well, it is. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying most of the guys that I talked to here previously, they're attempting, or it sounded like they wanted to share this knowledge with the world and want people to know and understand like the truth of their reality, right? So with that in mind, I would say like you probably want to approach it from many fronts, not just the Discord server and pulling people in here. I think, I'm not saying you guys are not effective here, because I know there's probably a lot of you guys here that were not flat earthers before you came here, potentially, stuff like this. But to reach a larger audience, you're gonna have to have many fronts that you approach. Which, I'm not saying you guys are not doing this or something, or that you need to do this, because I don't even know that much about the flat earth community, but I know you guys have had things where you guys debate people, or you guys do like tests out in public, things like this, that like, these are other ways to reach an audience or the people. But yeah, I just think like, man, I don't know why, but like in the back of my mind, I thought like there's got to be some kind of something that could be done with an amount of funding. It would take like some amount of money. I don't know what this thing would be, whether it be like a rocket that gets shot up, but something that would make people think twice. Most people, because of how this topic is perceived, they think this shit is silly, basically, right? Most people, because of like the propaganda, you could say, against it, they don't take this serious at all. But I feel like if there was some kind of like test outside of the test that I've currently heard being proposed, wasn't there like a flat earth guy that was flying a rocket up, but he died because he like
No, that was just a YouTube video. Hey, did you know that NASA was renamed a couple, maybe 2 months ago, reclassified as an intelligence agency now? You don't have to worry about, because you mentioned propaganda. Did you know they were a propaganda agency the whole time?
Yeah, but I look at it in a different way than what the flat earthers would propose, because I believe in things like secret space program and discoveries within NASA that they're not sharing publicly. This is kind of my perspective at the time being.
Perfect, because that's what they want you to think. Things are secret. That's why they're so secretive. What they want you to think. That's why they need so much money.
Well, yeah, they're definitely like intertwined with like the intelligence agencies. There's this.
No, they've been reclassified officially. They're not intertwined. Okay. They are an intelligence gathering agency now.
Yeah.
So nothing. Yeah, they don't do space shit. So
within like, and I don't know if all the flat earthers would subscribe to this, but like, do some of you guys think it could be a flat earth, but we can still go to space? Or do all flat earthers agree that you cannot get into space?
I'm gonna say no. That's the outer space that the globe paradigm exists within. That outer space, no.
Nope. Flat Earth is not floating in outer space.
What is the restriction? Because I understand like there's a vacuum, so we're like enclosed, is what you guys would say.
There's only a vacuum if you live on a globe. Yeah, according to NASA, there's a vacuum.
Oh, okay. So you guys mentioned that because you're trying to disprove the model that they're proposing.
No, we already debunked the model. It's just people don't believe us, so they have to try it themselves. And when they try it themselves, then they come back in here with a flat tag next to them and everything else.
Okay.
Yeah, we just apply the scientific method. So when we do that, gravity fails to pressurized gas pressure gradient adjacent to an area of lower pressure.
They have an answer to this, right? But it's not something that you guys subscribe to. Don't they say like our atmosphere is what contains it?
You can't say air contains air. That's what atmo means, air. Air ball contains air. Atmosphere, air ball contains air. They can't say that, no.
Yeah, because there are already experiments where we tried to use gravity to pressurize gas adjacent to an area of lower pressure. There's only one thing, which is a state of matter. Because we know gas cannot contain gas adjacent to an area of lower pressure. Neither can a liquid. It has to be something solid. That's the only thing that we know of so far that has been an independent variable capable of pressurizing gas or gas pressure gradient adjacent to an area of lower pressure.
So what about sending a rocket up to as far as you can send it, and then showing the results of that actual outcome, which would be it's not gonna get anywhere.
I'll show you 2 shots from rockets. Here's 2.
Okay.
Oh, one's from a balloon. That one. I think they might be from balloons or they might be from rockets. I don't know. Anyway, these might be from balloons. How far up? The rockets don't go any higher than this.
Well, see, that's the thing. Like, what about taking it to the max and then showing exactly what takes place?
Why are they using GoPros for everything?
Right. So when you guys fund and do the test, you don't use a GoPro, I guess, right? Because I don't know if there's a restriction.
When we do that, yeah, we just get a flat horizon. Then you guys say, no, something's wrong with the camera. You're supposed to be a globe.
I think it depends how high up you go, but it's my understanding you have to reach a very high elevation to even see the curvature, and it's very high.
But you can't see it from an airplane.
Right, exactly. Or this is like the scientific understanding would claim that like in order to see the curvature, you have to be of a certain elevation.
And you can't see it from the Red Bull jump either.
Right. So what about going higher than these things? Going even higher.
So you can't see it from the ISS either.
Well, it's not even a matter of like seeing higher. What I'm saying that is because you guys are proposing that you cannot enter space. You cannot enter outside of like our containment, right? So what about reaching the limit of the containment and then showing that? Wouldn't that make people like reconsider or think like, what the fuck? If they saw a video and you guys funded something where you reached that limitation and you said, see?
Why?
Like,
yeah, but why would they believe?
The rocket won't go that high.
They wouldn't even believe our footage on the ground. We have people denying our footage on the ground, already calling it CGI. Why would they believe it? If
the rocket would just stop pushing and it would come right back down.
Yeah, why would they believe our footage from a higher altitude?
Wait, why would the rocket come back down necessarily?
It needs air pressure to fly.
So what could you construct a rocket that could go that high, or you're saying nothing can go that high?
Nobody can. Rockets don't work in outer space.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if it's combustion, ionic propulsion. Neither of them work in a vacuum.
So what's a way? So looking at these ones here, you guys showed these GIFs, and I'm assuming these are balloons that went up. What about like making an even larger balloon, something that has more gas or whatever in it to continue to elevate? What about that?
Oh, I don't know.
I mean,
they only
go so high. Earlier, even if we were to go 1,000 times higher than the Red Bull jump, we already have people denying our footage on the ground. We have people calling the Black Swan CGI. We have people calling our 21-mile laser test CGI. When you can literally do it today.
Yeah, you can just go yourself and do that. Yeah, just go with your own stuff and do it. Like I can, because I actually own the gear. And a few people in here have all the gear and can just go and do this shit if we want to. Like I used to do it, but I don't do it anymore. But yeah, I already know it's flat, so I don't have to keep going out and doing it. It's the fun part.
Yeah, the Globers that are named. Yeah, we already know that it's a globe, so we don't have to go out and do it. That's how we know that your footage is fake, and we believe NASA.
Well, even there's probably some trolls, and there are probably some people who legitimately think like this is CGI. They think they're being tricked, but there are answers, though they may not be reasonable, right? They may not be logical, because what they'll tell you with the laser test is what the laser's curving, right? Isn't that what NASA would propose, or science, or pseudoscience? I think they would say that like light bends. What do they call that? There's a name for it. I know you guys don't like subscribe to that idea.
What, refraction?
Yeah, refraction, right? Isn't this what
How does it know which way? How does it know which way to bend the light?
Well, see, I don't know this stuff well enough, man. But what I'm saying is like there are, even if it's a form of pseudoscience, there is like a pseudoscience that these people can reflect on to make them say like, okay, you've done the laser test, but that's just refraction. That's why they're not taking it a step further. But
yeah, exactly. So why wouldn't they claim these same things for our footage from a high altitude balloon, like super high, right?
And also, as soon as you claim that and say, yeah, you're not seeing it because of refraction, then you have to call the military and tell them they're using line of sight with targeting systems, that they're not allowed to use them anymore because they're not really shooting at anything. It's just an illusion.
Yeah, because the Globers can literally claim whatever. We can go to like 10 times the height of the ISS if we wanted to. They're gonna claim like gravitational solar luminescence causes the footage of the globe to look flat. So
what about attempts to reach the limit and then getting scientists involved and showing them like, hey, we're funding a project.
I am a scientist. What do we need to do?
Right. Getting like public figure scientists involved. Somebody like who's that physicist? Who's that black guy? That physicist? That's
Neil deGrasse Tyson. Yeah, he won't come on our show. He's afraid of us.
Well, what about like trying to get him involved with an experiment, saying,
he's
"Hey, we're
afraid
going to
of us."
Yeah, he actually can't come on here. If he comes on here, like he can't answer one question. That's it. Like he gets destroyed. It's better for him to not come in here and keep calling us retarded.
He would not last long if he came in here, and because it would go everywhere. He knows it.
Yeah, because even if I was just to ask him that simple question of an experiment, like I stated earlier, for gravity pressurizing a gas pressure gradient adjacent to an area of lower pressure, there has never been one validating the independent variable.
What would he say in response?
He's saying you don't have to do it. That's all you would have to say. That's all they ever say. That you don't have to do the experiment. They can just propose it and not follow through with the rest of the scientific method. You just say it.
Yeah, you just got to think. You just got to think it and convince 3 other people, and they all got to say that sounds pretty good. Then you guys can all say, hey, "Look, it's a consensus. This is how it works."
Yeah, they literally skip a step. They go straight from observation, hypothesis, conclusion. They skip an entire step validating the independent variable in their hypothesis. Like, I really wish it was that easy to be a flat earther. You could just claim random shit all the time without ever having to do anything. Like, imagine if, like, this is like half the stuff we said, right? Like, imagine if the horizon was actually curved.
I want to know why Globers want us to fly rockets into the sky. How come we can't measure the Earth at the one that's in contention? Because we don't give a shit about the sky, actually. We just want the numbers for the curved Earth.
Yeah, you know that. Yeah, that's one other thing, and I do think I saw the test with that, and what I thought is like, could it be possible that the curvature that they're giving is inaccurate, and they're doing that intentionally because of what they would justify as national security, for whatever reason that might be, that they are lying about that, but that maybe we are on a globe, but it's far larger than what's being proposed. Maybe we're on a very small portion of the globe. Something like that.
Well, then everything else is wrong. Now everything in the sky doesn't work anymore. Distances to suns and moons and everything. Nothing works now. It would just be a secret that I guess like 3 engineers, after they do all the conversions for all of the prints and everything at NASA, the 3 guys there know, and then 3 guys in China know, and 3 guys in Russia know, and 3 guys in India, they know. But do you see what I'm saying?
The thing is, those things can't be verified anyways, right? The distance between us and the moon, you can't actually. It's all based off of what they're claiming, right?
It's all based off the radius of Earth.
Okay. So yeah, those things could be off, and maybe they are off, but maybe these are not verifiable anyways. So that is a possibility. Right? Or I don't know. Actually, no, not necessarily from your guys' worldview because of the other thing.
It's not curving, so.
Well, the curvature thing, you also got to realize, like, to see the curvature, you have to go, I think, higher than like the USS or whatever. The space
Why? Why can't I just measure the ground at the beach with my buddy?
We're talking about measurement because we're not just talking about looking at it.
Yeah. But the thing is, if the Earth is way, way, way larger, it would appear flat until you wouldn't be able to do a distance test, right? You'd have to do a massive distance test to do that.
Yeah, we have the equipment to do massive distance tests. Yes.
Like what? Let me ask. Okay, yeah. So let's step back for a second. So the laser test, what's the longest distance you guys have done that's been like recorded, I guess, or documented?
I think 41
even if it's just
miles.
like a rough estimate, 41 miles. Okay, what do they propose is the radius? What do they propose is the radius of the Earth?
They don't use that to propose a radius. That says the Earth is flat. If you pick a radius and that's 41 miles and you're seeing it, I don't know what that would be. You'd have to have like a 10 million mile radius ball or something.
Right, exactly. And maybe it is such a thing. That's a possibility still, right? It's
how many suns do we have?
We have 1 sun. What do you mean?
How does it move around all that Earth and
maybe the sun is a lot larger than.
Oh, wow.
Maybe
so everything's got to. So in order to have the Earth be a ball for you, everything's got to be super big now, because the size that they claim, and since we don't see that, since we see it as flat, it's still a ball, but it's so big that we don't know we're on a ball, and we don't know that we're moving because it's so big.
What I'm saying is that still holds a potential possibility. That's it. I'm not saying that is the case.
Same possibility as that it's everything's an illusion and you're a brain in a jar. You have the same chance.
Well, no. Hang on a second. So you're telling me that you do subscribe to what they propose the size of the sun is. That's what you're saying right now.
No, not at all. I already debunked outer space. Space is fake. No, the sun's not a gas ball. And it's not floating in a vacuum. So the sun is absolutely nothing to do with what anybody says, because nobody knows what the sun is, does, how it works, where it comes from, where it goes, why it does what it does. Nobody at all. So we can't use the sun for anything. Moon, stars, nothing. No planets. We can't use them for anything.
Even if you were hypothetically a planet or a giant ball with a 10 billion mile radius, you still would not be in outer space because gravity still cannot pressurize that gas.
Okay. See, that's fair, and I get you. So there's other pieces of like evidence you guys are using to say like it still wouldn't change the dynamic too much. But in terms of like the laser test, it might be even bigger. That test may not be as concrete as we look for it to be, right? Because it could be much bigger and it could still be flat. But
well, maybe we only have one fact.
It's not a ball floating in a vacuum, I can tell you that.
Yeah, outer space as depicted by the mainstream is not possible.
What about, I don't know, I won't be able to relay this information too well, but if anybody has done research on like the pyramids of Giza, if I'm not mistaken, people were proposing, this is more of a theory, I don't know if it's proven, that the ratio between like the Earth and the moon are incorporated into the size of the architecture. Something like this, that ratio. Does anybody know anything about that?
Wouldn't see the correlation between the two.
that you would have to subscribe to what they're proposing the size of the moon and the Earth radius are, etc. But they would say that, yeah, I've seen somebody like present this before. I'd have to go back and look at it. Maybe I can come back and show you guys and see what you guys think about it. I don't think it would necessarily impact the way you guys see, the model. But yeah, anyways, let's forget that for now.
Yeah, I wouldn't even know why you would want to subscribe to a ball in the first place if there's still no measured curvature. So even if it is
Yeah, that's
possible,
weird. It is weird to go, I know there's no curvature because everything looks flat and everything is flat, but we are on a ball. I just believe it because I want to go to space in 10 years with Elon Musk and have dinner with him like Captain Kirk on the Starship Enterprise.
Because that's the thing. Even if the Earth had a 10 quadrillion mile radius and it was a big ass ball, what would even give you that? Like, how would you even go about proving that in the first place?
Well, I don't know, but when you guys propose the laser test, what it tells me is that, like, with just the laser test proposition, we're not coming to anything with certainty, right? Because it could be far larger potentially. I'm not saying it's necessarily globe, but I'm saying looking at that data, obviously it doesn't fit what they're proposing, but it doesn't mean that we're proving that Earth is.
Well, that's the thing. Like, right?
We'll go to 250. We'll go to 251 miles next. Then
we can have multiple causes for an effect, right? Like for water boiling, we can have, let's say it's temperature, right? So far we know it could be temperature. We can propose that, yeah, it's temperature, but it also could be little microscopic seahorses blowing bubbles at the bottom of the container, right? Like that's a possibility. They could also be invisible. No. So that's why we can't see them. That's also a possibility. So we can't rule that out.
That is being fair. It's the same exact thing.
No, it's not. It's not, because listen for a sec. So let's look at just the data from the laser model. Forget everything else that you know, right? So when we do the laser test, all we're saying is the radius they're proposing is not matching up. And it looks flat at this many miles. That's all you know with certainty, period. You cannot go beyond that, right?
Everywhere on Earth that has ever been measured and explored
it's always flat. Yeah, listen, if it's always flat, what makes you think you live on a ball then?
Well, I'm not even saying it's a ball, man. What I'm saying is, like, we have to look at the test and know with certainty what is it actually showing us. Because just because at that far distance we can see it's still flat, it doesn't mean that it's flat necessarily forever. That's all I'm saying with that test. But I know you guys have multiple.
What would make you think that it's a giant ball of anything or a giant anything that's not flat?
I honestly, I don't have like an argument, brother. But I'm just trying to show you that specific test, you can only come to certain truths. There are limitations based off of the
because you have to assume that you live on a ball. Then after that, if it's not flat, it has to be a ball floating in the vacuum of space, and we've debunked that.
Yeah, so if you want to go back to like my example of the water boiling, right? If you want to suggest it's something else, then you'd have to go about proving it. So for example, we can have another cause for that effect, right? By placing that water in a vacuum. But you would have to actually prove it. You can't just say microscopic invisible seahorses at the bottom of the container and then just not do anything about it. You have to actually go about proving that, right?
Right. So within the dynamic of it could be a much larger like sphere, I would have to come forward with more data and information. The only point I was trying to make is that like we use this test to come to some specific truths. With the rest of the data you guys use and the tests, you can say, hey, we already know it's not a sphere, right? But all I'm saying is with that test, you're not really proving it to be flat necessarily. Maybe
that's
in
all
conjunction.
We have so far.
Yeah.
That's like literally anywhere that's ever been measured, anywhere that's ever been explored has been measured flat. That's the only data that we have. There is nothing else. to propose that it could be anything else.
Plus all of our documents for flying and how planes are built says you need a flat and stationary Earth for this plane to work, and if you want to be a pilot. So, I mean, they throw that in there too, I guess, because some reason you guys think that you live on a ball anyway.
How could they fool all of these pilots? Let's talk about that, because like
pilots don't see a ball. You said you can't see a ball.
No. Nobody can see the curvature. We already agreed on this. You have to go higher than the space station.
So how are you fooling a pilot then? They think they live on a flat Earth too.
So all of the pilots that fly airplanes assume that they're on a flat Earth?
How can you not? You don't fly upside down ever. Your gauges don't sit there and spin while you're flying and like you're doing nosedives the whole time.
Well, what are they proposing? They're proposing gravity, right? Isn't this what they would say, that gravity is like pulling them back down?
You're just gonna. All right. So I want to use invisible seahorses blowing bubbles, and those bubbles are magnetic, and they pull things down.
Okay, so that's the point that you're wanting to address, right? Is the fact that you should say it like that, so that people like me could understand you better. That like gravity and the way that they're defining it is just this magical like term that they use to push the globe model, right? Something like this.
Absolutely. So, without gravity, your globe doesn't work. But your globe can't work anyway because you can't make gravity in a vacuum work. So you can't just imagine it to work. We can debunk that part.
Okay, because why do you say that? Because we're not able to replicate this experiment?
Because I have a vacuum chamber, yeah, and I can put a glass of water in there and remove the air, and the water turns to gas, proving that gravity didn't hold it down in the cup. It was air pressure.
See, I don't understand that well enough to like discuss it with you. But what I would say is like most pilots, back to that, they would assume they're not on a flat plane, that gravity is...
No, they assume their maps are correct and they're flying over a flat plane, like their maps show
them. Well...
Yeah, it's supposed to be mass attracting mass, or bending warpy space-time. It's supposed to be affecting all mass.
What do you guys think about the, I think it's like the Perry-Reese map? It shows like the outline of Antarctica without ice. It showed like the edges of the land underneath Antarctica. Are you guys familiar with that?
Oh my goodness, I got a phone call, sorry.
No, not really. I mean, I'm not ever going to go there. I might go there, but not now. I don't know. We're taking a cruise. I don't think she'll go for that one now.
Yeah. Would you guys propose, if it wasn't an ice wall, that there's land that encapsulates like the water?
Never said there was an ice wall. None of us say that.
Yeah. What do you guys say, or what do you guys think? Or do we just not know?
I haven't been there.
But we don't have to go to a presupposed edge to prove that all the land within that presupposed edge would be measured flat.
Right. But yeah. I think these edges, like the top edge or the side edge, etc., are really what would like baffle people and make them actually like consider this.
So now what are you going to do? Where's your edge going to go?
I mean, just imagine somebody says that it's CGI. We happen to take pictures of the edge. Then what? If we showed you a picture of an edge, would you believe it?
Well, maybe you guys, just like they're proposing they're going to take people to like space, you guys could like sell tickets to the edge.
Oh, I got it. I know what I could do. Here, I can do this. I can take my camera, go in my closet where it's pitch black, take a picture, right? And then so it's got the all the metadata in it, and then post it and say, I took a picture at looking down off of the edge of the earth, and this is what it looks like. You can't see anything. I tried to light it up, but it's a black hole. It sucks all the light in, and then you guys can believe me.
Yeah, take a picture
No,
of the
you
edge of
could
space.
you could sell tickets to take people there.
It'll be a black square. I'm going to sell you guys for like $150 for your wall poster of a black square. But that's actually what it looks like when you look off the edge of flat Earth. You can't see anything. It's just blackness. So that's how you prove it. That's how I prove that's what's there, blackness, because I got a picture of a square, black square. Now, if you can't debunk me, then I'm right.
I mean, that's just silly, man. Obviously, you're joking, but listen, like, you could actually have a business model in saying, hey, we're going to take you to the edge, right?
Wait, how would you know that's not what the edge looks like, though?
What the fuck?
How would you know? What if that is just a black square?
Don't you listen in on me, Jedi.
And it's not even like it's not even the edge. What you really would do is like, hey, we're going to take you guys, we're going to show you that the entirety of all of the water on the planet is encapsulated by like land.
Oh, you can't see that far. Yeah, you can't see that far.
No, not that you can see that far. You're going to take them out on a boat, and then there's going to be like a so many day like cruise kind of thing, where you're going to like, yeah, you're going to go. You may not be able to circle the whole thing. I mean, I don't know how long that would take, but
why don't I just take them to like a beach and say, here, we're at the end, and if you go in there, there's monsters. It's up to you. It's your risk.
Well,
and
listen.
And then we just put guys in the woods with guns and shoot them if they run in the woods.
No, don't you think that sounds like a problem for the individual? Why don't they just look at how the Earth is measured? Why do they need to travel to all these obscure places?
So hold on one second, Jedi, to catch you up. He wants to go on trips to the edge. I said I can just go ahead and take a picture in my closet of blackness and say I went to the edge and I looked down and it was just completely black because there's nothing there because it's a black hole and it sucked all the light in. So that's my proof that I went to the edge of flat Earth because it's a black hole at the edge, the black hole they keep talking about. Now you have to believe me because I took a picture and it's just a black square in my picture.
He sounds lost, doesn't he?
So,
Matt,
I'm just giving you guys a new thing for if they want to go to the edge. So all you have to do is tell them, I'm going to get you guys a picture. You can pass it to them, say, here's a picture of the edge. And then they can't argue with us.
What I'm saying is this, like, if you could take people and say, hey, if we travel this direction on the water and we go a certain distance, you would expect us to hit the continent on the other side of the world. But instead, what I'm going to show you is we're going to hit landmass in every direction, and that we're encapsulated by land, right? There's water and there are islands, which are continents, but there is landmass outside of that.
So boring.
What's he on about?
Here, I can give you an example, right? What you're doing right now.
Wait, what's wrong with the idea?
Encapsulated by land?
Yeah.
What is that idea?
Wouldn't you guys just... Well, because I asked about like the ice wall. They said we don't necessarily believe in an ice wall, right?
There you go. So an ice wall. So that would be the land that we don't believe in that you're saying that we can sail to.
You must be encapsulated, right? Or where do you think that water...
Sorry, you said that was land.
How's the water being held?
I don't know, dude. I don't know. But this sounds farcical.
How so? What would you prefer?
Because you're telling us some type of fucking bollocks business model where you think that we should be doing tours around the world. Why? What fucking bollocks is that?
I don't think it's bollocks. It's just an
It
idea.
is total shit, man. What are you talking about? It's not going to prove anything bloody either way, apart from all over here. Here's some stuff. It's not our claim. Claim isn't about the edge of reality. Our claim is the Earth's measured flat. To demonstrate that claim, we measure the Earth. We don't go for trips everywhere. The fuck?
Yes, but this idea and concept could get people to open their eyes towards the idea that yes, it very much could be a flat plane existence. Most people, you know this, they don't even consider it. They think that this is a silly idea. So if you had a concept to say, hey, hang on a second, I'm going to show you that like even what
They don't think it's a silly idea to think they live on a spinning ball inside a vacuum chamber with water and air around the rock.
Yeah, it's a good point. I get it. I don't know. I'm trying to think of something that will like challenge people, that will make them.
Yeah, all I do is say that to them, and then they go, "Well, damn, that's a good point." And let me think again.
Okay, let's go back to the. I want to try to understand this better. Can you go? You said that you have the ability to create like a vacuum, and then you were trying to tell me that like, can you explain to me how gravity cannot be like a contributing factor? What happened? Could you go through that again? What you were saying?
Does gravity hold water in a cup?
Yes. Yeah, I would assume so. Yeah, this is what they would say. Yeah.
Okay, so take a little bit of water, put it in a cup, because I want to do this quickly. I don't want to be there all day. So I'll put a little bit, maybe, I don't know, a quarter inch in the cup, set it inside my vacuum chamber, turn my vacuum chamber on, and in about 45 minutes to an hour, the vacuum chamber will be completely dry. There won't be water anywhere because I sucked the air out, which caused the pressure to lower above the surface of the water to the point where the water turned into gas because it didn't have any air pressure pressing down on it, not enough to keep it in a liquid form. So it had nothing to do with gravity. So, because to prove that it was gravity, I needed to at least remove the air pressure. So we can definitely prove that gravity holds the water down and not air pressure. And when we did prove was it's really air pressure, not gravity.
What do they propose? Are they saying that the way that's being done is because the atmosphere is what like protects us from that happening?
Well, I don't know. They get mad at me when I do that trick. Not even a trick. It's reality.
He thinks the atmosphere is magic.
Well, I'm not saying that I think that, man. I don't even know how that.
Why would you say that the atmosphere is doing something then?
Bro, I'm trying to ask you, what do they propose, right? Because I don't have an understanding
I'm trying to ask you what you mean by the atmosphere does something.
I'm asking you is if that is what they propose, my man. Am I being like ridiculous to ask that question? I'm asking you what they propose.
They propose that gravity holds the air to the floor.
Until I debunk them, and then they get mad and they yell at me.
Right, but they would say like when they look at his model, they might or his test, they would say the reason why.
Say, I saw your test. Now you're an asshole, dickhead, and then they leave.
What test?
The test that he just talked about. He's got like a vacuum.
With the vacuum chamber, the real one I've done.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you can only create a vacuum inside the container.
Yeah, and they freak out when I do it, and they go and look it up and research it, and they say, well, you're right, but what? But nothing. Goodbye, I gotta go, you're a dick. And that's how they leave it.
Well, they would say that you're within the model of it that exists. They would say the reason why we don't have that happening is because our atmosphere protects the water, right? It doesn't allow the water to turn into a gas. Isn't this what they would say?
Yeah, you need air pressure for liquid pressure, yeah.
Yeah, you need air pressure to create liquid pressure.
What do you need to create gas pressure, though?
Oh, come on, bro. I gave you the answer earlier.
Odds, what do you need to create that air pressure?
Oh, dude, my heart's broken. Oh, dude.
I don't know. What did we say? I don't know.
A container.
Oh yes, okay.
Yeah,
The
remember when you're
consequence of putting gas
proposing?
inside a container is the gas is pressing against the inside of the container. Can't expand anymore. It's under pressure. It's the consequence of containment.
I think earlier you were stating that gas could pressurize the gas. The gas within the atmos could contain itself. I told you that was incorrect. We know that liquids can't do it either. It has to be something solid because gravity can't do it either.
So when they describe our atmosphere, what are they saying? Our atmosphere is like a gas kind of substance thing?
Yeah, atmo, that's gas. The gas that we breathe, the oxygen and the nitrogen. It's gas.
Mm.
Mm.
You
the
can, as you
gases
can
take
see,
shapes, or do they take the shape of that container?
Okay.
Do gases take their own shape, or do they take the shape of the container?
They would take the shape of their container, right? Yeah.
Awesome stuff. Good.
Yeah.
So the atmosphere, that's just gas. But gases don't make shapes unless they're inside a container. We understand this, right? I understand what you mean by atmosphere, but that's the gas that we breathe. According to you, it's spherical shaped around the outside of a sphere. Can you have shapes of gas inside containers? But they would say the atmosphere is stopping from increasing entropy and dispersing into the available space because there's something called gravity stopping gas expansion.
See how easy it is to debunk a globe?
I see what you guys are saying.
Do you?
I think so. The only thing is, like, even if what they're proposing is not accurate, what if there is another way for the gas to be? Maybe, listen, okay, yeah, this is what I have to say. What if there is something causing an effect that they are calling gravity, and because they don't understand gravity, they're just saying gravity, but there is something scientific.
Yeah,
No, it's not.
I get what. Sorry, dude, I do apologise. I get what you're saying. So, gravity, people point at things when they drop solid objects, right? I pick up a pen and I drop it. That's gravity because all things go down. That's not true, though. Not all things go down. Gas, for example, expands in all directions. It's omnidirectional. It has infinite degrees of freedom. You pick up your pen and you drop it. It's only got 1 degree of freedom. That's straight back down again. So not all things go down. So when they say that gravity causes the gas that's moving in all directions to come back down, then that's fucking bullshit. Right? We don't observe this behavior in gases. What we observe with gases is gas expansion. It expands to fill the available volume. It doesn't come back because something that it left behind was really big, like the Earth. That would be stupid.
Yeah, we don't mind you like proposing new ideas, right, for why we have gas. They would just have to be proven. Like we don't care if you try to propose magnetism, UV light, like literally anything. It just needs to be tested and proven.
I get it now, though. I didn't have these understandings of even like the globe model or how they say the gas is being contained, things like this. But I get what you guys are putting on the table in terms of like they're saying gravity is keeping the gas in, which. And I didn't understand some of the properties of gas, but like just talking about it, obviously, yeah, gas is going to fill its container.
Yeah.
So I still would reach back to the idea of reaching the edge, and not necessarily the edge of land, but like the top, because you could show that it is contained by something physical, right? Because you guys would propose it must be physical.
How?
So, well, okay, so we talked about some things. What about like doing a balloon test on an even larger scale? So they've already done a balloon test to reach a certain elevation. What about like scaling that balloon to an enormous size and then and sending it up and see if it reaches like a physical. Would we still be able to communicate with it? Like in terms of like, yeah. What do you think about that? Scaling up a balloon test on a large scale to the point where you try to get it higher than it's ever been. What about that?
Oh, that's lovely, but it's not something I'm going to do. And I understand what you're saying, because we always get this kind of, well, what if we do this and what if we do that, and all of these hypotheticals, but really we're not going to be doing that. The highest that we can send balloons up, right, we can send them up. They don't appear to reach some kind of magic distance where they can't go up anymore unless there's a less amount of gas pressure outside the balloon. And it's not going to solve any problem either way, dude.
How does do you guys think that the ISS station is up there or no?
Up where?
And if you do, wherever they claim that it's sitting, like in
exactly
low
where
orbit.
they claim. It's possible. Yeah, it's possible. You can see things like the ISS transit the moon, and people see they can see it go across the sky with the International Space Station tracker. So there's something in the sky. Okay, that's fine.
How does it sustain itself up there and not come back down? How does it not fall back down?
I don't know, dude. There seems to be lots of magical technology that NASA seems to be touting around. Electrodynamic tethering, for example, because of the electromagnetic field in the sky increases or whatever. They have developed a technology where they just literally throw a mile-long aluminium cord or something up to get the charge. So it could be like working like a Dodgems car, mate. I don't know. But if you want to, I'm not speaking bullshit. If you want to Google electrodynamic tethering from NASA, tell you all about it.
So it's possible they're using something that they're not telling us to get it to sustain itself. Is what you're saying?
It's always possible that they've got technology they're not telling us. Yep.
Okay. What about satellites? Is it possible for them to have satellites up there within your guys' understanding?
I mean, we can just go back to the previous comment, right, about technology in the sky and how it works. Now, the claim about a satellite is very specific. Satellites orbit, that's rotate 360 degrees around a sphere. But they're not doing that because the Earth isn't a sphere to rotate around. The things are in the sky and they do circular paths above the Earth. That's it.
So
Sky's a bit of a mystery, dude. That's what I'm trying to say. Sky's a bit of a mystery. We have to rely on everybody else, NASA and so on, to tell us what's actually above a certain altitude, because we're not going there. So, yeah, there could be fanciful things up there, dude, for all we know.
What about this? Okay, because they're saying that if they send something high enough up there, because of for whatever reason, it's going to become lighter and lighter, and they can get it to float basically up there, right? That's what they're claiming. How the satellites are sitting. What about sending a balloon up with a mechanism that can test the weight of an object as it goes up in elevation, and we can see a difference within the weight as the balloon rises to a very high elevation? What about something like that? Because if we see that weight does not change, that could be another provable point to stand on, right? Or what do you think about that? Or does that sound stupid?
Provable point for what?
I don't know if even what I'm saying is like a possibility. So you send up a gas balloon, and then on that gas balloon, there's a device that has like a scale, and you put something of a weight on that scale, and you have a camera looking at the scale. So we see that the weight on the scale is 25 pounds, but after it reaches a certain elevation, it should we would expect, based off what you guys propose, that weight stays 25 pounds no matter how high it gets. So if we can show this, is this stupid? Am I making any sense?
Yeah,
what do you think
it's
about
something that us guys propose. I haven't proposed anything.
Or no, not that you guys propose. Okay, well, okay, hang on. Let me step back. So what I'm trying to say is like, within the model that not you guys are proposing, but NASA, they would say the way the satellites are sitting in the sky is because gravity has less of an effect on them up there, so they're able to float them in place.
That's not quite true.
Okay, what would they say?
The NASA story is the satellites are actually falling to the Earth, but because they're going so fast, they just miss the Earth every time they fall towards it. Get a cannonball, shoot it. You get to enough speed that eventually it'll go around the Earth and smack you in the back of the head. Same principle applies with satellites. They're going fast enough, the Earth is pulling down towards the Earth, but because they're going fast enough, they just miss the Earth. This is an orbit.
But they stay stationary at the same elevation, is what they say?
Say stationary. Geostationary orbits aren't actually stationary. They're just moving in time with the Earth's rotation.
Okay.
They look stationary from our point of view.
I'm gonna have to look deeper into that so I can understand what does that mean in terms of how they're proposing the satellites are staying.
Yeah, man. Just Google it quickly or whatever. It's fine.
Okay, but yeah, I'll search that up. But what about? And the reason I'm thinking that direction is because when they show, and I'm not saying this is real, but like footage of somebody on the moon, they would show that like they're kind of like bouncing in a way that like it doesn't have the same gravitational pull as it does on Earth, right? And that's a very far distance that you would have to go a very far distance. So I don't know if that's possible, but back to the idea that I proposed, like a balloon that reaches a very high elevation, shouldn't we see the weight change on the scale if it goes high enough based off what they claim?
Based off what they claim, yeah.
So this could be a test that could, once again, you guys could stand on to show like, here we go, here's another testing point that shows you like what they're proposing isn't adding up, kind of like the laser test. Or does this sound silly? What do you guys think about that idea? I guess it depends how high it would have to go, but
yeah, like I said, I'm not doing this. I understand you're theoretical, but it's not something I'm going to be doing. And I don't mean to like fob you off with that. It's just I'm not doing that, mate.
Yeah, that's fair.
God, how many times I gotta tell you flat, bro? Many goddamn times. Hello? Is anybody here? Yo.
Sounds like you need to take care of that cough, mate. You're right.
Jedi, how many times I gotta tell you the world ain't flat, brother?
I don't know how many times you want to tell me.
Dude, I've given you proofs after proofs after proofs. I have.
Refresh me. Refresh my memory.
I have. Day and night cycle.
It's not proof.
That's proof right there.
That's
literally.
Not. It's not.
Dude, How can a flat Earth have a day and night cycle?
By moving the light source.
No.
No, so you can't
Do you
move the
realize
light
how
source.
big the sun is?
See, this is why we think you're hilarious and take you seriously. It's like you don't
realize how
think that
big
you
the
can have a stationary surface and move a light source and it be above a certain portion of that flat surface and not above another portion of that flat surface over there somewhere at distance. You think that's impossible, you fucking idiot?
Yes.
Well, then, I don't know how to help you then. If you think that that's the proof that the Earth is a sphere, then on your way, sunshine. I mean, I'm really disappointed with your fucking brain skills, but if that's what it is, dude, then on your fucking way.
God fucking damn it, Jedi.
What?
Why don't you
You're an
get
idiot, dude. I'm trying to make the conversation easier for you by telling you politely to just go. You're obviously a waste of time
don't
here.
understand what you don't
believe
understand.
that this is the proof that proves the Earth is a sphere because the light moves and then you can't bloody see it anymore.
It's daytime in
It's
China
like, why
right
are you
now
still
and nighttime in
talking?
America. How many
Dude,
times have
shut
I told you
up. Stop talking. You're fucking embarrassing yourself, man.
Like, I tell you over and over.
No, don't tell me anything, mate. No, don't.
No.
Stop
We're having
talking.
a fucking debate here.
No, we're not. You're talking. I'm telling you not to. It's a waste of time for you to be here. Fuck off.
No, all my friends are here.
You haven't got any friends. Stop lying.
I'm friends with F.E. Bateman. I'm friends with Loud C.
You can't even say his fucking name properly, so I doubt that.
I'm friends with Amigo Wigo. I'm friends with Odds.
Who cares? You're an idiot.
No, I don't know this guy.
Yeah. Me and Odds are bestest of
Oh, it's
friends.
the Alpha. I should have scrolled down sooner. You're definitely an idiot.
Listen, Jedi, I told you, bro.
What?
Day and night cycle.
Day and night cycle, yeah, the sun moved. Hold on. Let's measure the sun's position in the sky. How are we going to do that?
Dude, Jedi, I sent a video
No, there was a
where
question
I
there.
took a
How are we
time
going to measure the
lapse
sun's position in the
of
sky?
the shadow
Hello?
of the... What?
It's probably best that you don't talk when I am.
What are you saying,
So how
Jedi?
are we going to
What
measure
are
the
you
sun's
saying?
position in the sky?
Dude, you can do it with the stick, bro.
Well, yeah, we can get a solar elevation angle, can't we? We can use a stick to do that.
Aristophanes, bro. Come on.
Yeah. Do you know what a solar elevation angle is?
It's the elevation of the angle of what the rotation is on the planet.
No, we're talking about the sun above the horizon for a period of time. So we're going to be talking about
you know
the
why
sun
we
in
have
the
an
sky
horizon?
and its
Because of the
elevation
curvature of
above
the
the
Earth.
Earth. Are you a fucking idiot?
Like, I don't get it. What he doesn't understand.
What? Do you know what an angle is?
Dude, we all know what a 90-degree angle is.
Could you know what a 45-degree angle is?
Yeah, and you know, the horizon proves
Can
the
you
Earth is a
tell me,
globe.
sir, who was obviously very learned in the subject
The
of
horizon proves
angles,
the Earth is a globe, dude.
if you can have a curved line in one of your lines of an angle?
Dude, curved
No, there's a question there, dumb fuck. Let's ask you again.
Pi r
Can you have a
squared, buddy.
curved line in an angle?
Pi r squared.
No, not pi r squared. Can you
Curved
have
line.
a curved line in an angle? Like 90 degrees, as you so said earlier. Right? If I was to curve the horizontal,
no.
would it
That's
still
what
be
an
90
angle is.
degrees?
Look up the definition of the word angle.
So you should be able to answer it then, shouldn't you?
I just told you there's no curved lines and angles.
Awesome stuff. So when we measure elevation angles off the surface of the Earth, where's the curve then?
Hey, buddy, it's called the rotation of the sphere.
You're not listening, are you? You probably got dropped on your head a few times as you were a child.
Goddamn, dude, I don't know what you don't understand.
Because we're not talking about that, you fucking idiot.
Like I tell you, I've been
talking
telling
about
you.
rotation, dumb fuck.
Yeah, you realize that the Earth
You're
is
talking
spinning,
about day
correct?
and night, aren't you?
You realize the Earth is spinning, correct?
No.
God damn it.
No.
How do you not understand this?
Can you show me a measurement of it moving, please?
Yeah, it's called a what's the thing? The experiment, the pendulum? Look up a fucking pendulum.
Like in my grandfather clock.
They got it at every single major national science
in my
museum
grandfather
all around
clock,
the world.
like that
They
type
have
of
an
pendulum.
experiment to test the
And you're just a
rotation of the Earth.
fucking typical American. You just keep talking and eventually you'll wear me out, won't you?
They have experiments at
Explain
every
it to
major
me.
science museum
Explain
on
it to
the
me.
fucking planet.
Explain the experiment. Give me
Yeah,
the
so
hypothesis.
if the world was flat and
He's
not
literally going to
moving,
affirm the
the
consequence before our
pendulum would
very eyes.
go back and forth
No, you're an idiot.
indefinitely.
You're an
But
idiot,
because
dude.
of the rotation of the Earth, it sways the pendulum ever so slightly.
What happens when it goes backwards?
Dude,
did the Earth change
how
its
many
direction
times
of motion?
You need me to post a video? Do you need me to post a video?
You're just going to fucking talk. What happens when the pendulum goes backwards? Did the Earth start
It's called
spinning the other way?
angular momentum.
There's a question here, dumb fuck. Are you going to answer it, or do I have to mute you?
Dude, hold on.
What happens when the pendulum rotates backwards? Did the Earth spin backwards?
Yo, it's called gravity.
You're an idiot. Fuck off.
You know that, right?
I'm asking you, what happens when the pendulum turns backwards, and you say, you ask me, you know what gravity is, right? You're a fucking idiot. Stop wasting our time.
Okay, I got a quick question. The balloon that you guys shared in the side chat, do you guys know the elevation that reached off the top of your head? Because something that I see here, it says that
What balloon? Where? What, at 41 minutes past the hour? Talking about balloons? Okay.
Wait, sorry, I didn't hear you, brother. What did you say?
I'm asking about the balloons that you mentioned. You're talking about the picture posted at 41 minutes past the hour.
Let me double check here. It's at 7:55 by Professor Triangle. They showed
55.
Yeah, 55, and it's basically like a balloon they sent up, and they're showing that it's still flat, the surface. Using like
I can't remember the height of that one. Sorry, dude.
That's okay, because one thing that I see here is based off. It basically states, or at least the AI is saying, that you would have a difference of 0.2 to 0.3% less for every 30,000 feet in terms of like the weight of something. So now I'm trying to understand how far are we able to send the balloon up? Because this, I don't know.
Sorry, dude. Yeah. I think the main reason why he posted that image at 55 minutes past the hour is because we go from living on a convex Earth to a concave Earth because the horizon distorts, right? So it's convex and it's concave. It's horizontal between the two, but I think that's the main reason why he's posting it.
Right. It's showing that they use like a fisheye lens or something, so it's giving a curvature look to it. But I'm just curious, how high can we send a balloon up? Because it is possible to do the test that I'm proposing, which is to put a weight against a scale, and then if you can get up to a certain elevation, you should see a difference in pounds.
I think the highest we've sent a balloon up is about 250,000 feet. It's like twice as high as the Felix Baumgartner jump, which was about 120 something. So I think we've doubled that now.
This is pretty considerable because it's saying that even a 30,000 foot gap, you'll see a little bit less than a pound difference. So if you can scale that to even 200,000 feet or 100,000, you should see at least a minimum of a pound difference. If what they're, you know what I mean, or you wouldn't see that. And this could be
Does that mean that as the rocket flies up, it gets lighter?
Well, that's what they say, right? So what you would do is you would do a balloon, and then on the balloon you have like a little like.
Yeah, I get your weight, dude. I get what you're saying.
Yeah, because it could just be another test. You can say, hey, why is the weight not changing? We went up 100,000 feet. We went up 200,000 feet. The weight is the same, and it should be changing. It should be becoming less of a weight. I don't think that works actually, because this. Yeah, it's I don't know. I guess I'll have to think about it more, but yeah. Well, the scale would also be affected actually, based off like.
Well, yeah, that's right. How you gonna tear that? But I mean, it's really subtle anyway that they're claiming. I mean, even at 250,000 miles high, where they say that people are inside the ISS, I think it's what is it again? I looked it up once. It's around 9.6 meters per second instead of 9.8. That's your fall rate difference. Like that's insignificant. So like if the ISS could like park, all right, and stay hovered up there, everybody hit the deck. Like they'd just be feeling like they would barely notice the freaking difference in the amount of gravity. Like, so you're going to have to send something a long way away, like even further than that probably. I mean, yeah, precision scales like could probably pick up the slight differences, but how are you going to account for, how are you going to calibrate your scales and all that? How are you going to make sure that it didn't suffer any something that could throw its balance off and whatever, its instrumentation, and give you a false reading.
Yeah, because it would have to be very stable. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you don't even have to leave the ground. They reckon that you could just go to the North Pole, weigh yourself, and then go to the equator, and you'll weigh less.
That's what they say. They say you're at a mountain. Yeah, they say if you're at sea level versus being like at a very high like mountaintop, you would see a difference even there, but it would be very small difference. But there would be a difference, is what they claim. They say it's measurable, even between sea level and the top of a mountain. That is measurable, but it'd be very, very minimal.
But even if that's true, even if you get the best pair of precision scales that you could possibly buy on the market, like commercially, or even build one or something, and then you go do this measurement, okay? All right, so let's say that it's true. You weighed something at the bottom of the mountain, and then you weighed it at the top of the mountain. It weighed less. Now what?
Well, what I'm saying is like maybe you'll find it within this test that it won't weigh less, and it will show you that.
But either way, now what?
It's to me, it's just another test and a piece of evidence that you can further your point of view of it being flat and it not. It's not lining up with what they proposed.
Why can't it be flat and you still get different weight readings?
Well, I asked a question earlier. I was asking, how do the satellites stay up there? And is it because they're within the model that they proposed? They would say that there's less of like a grip. Oh, you know what? I don't think I understand the satellites thing enough yet. But they would propose, based off what I'm seeing, that the higher your elevation, the less gravitational effect because you're further away from the center of the Earth, right? So
yeah, it's very gradual. Like I told you, even at the height of the ISS, it's barely noticeable.
So hang on, let me try to understand this better. So you guys don't obviously believe in gravity. What holds?
I wouldn't say that entirely.
Okay. Within your guys' yeah,
go on.
Within your model, how do you guys propose that water is sitting in the cup? How does that work? Oh, it's because it's contained. Or hang on, I haven't thought this through too much. Let me have to give it more thought.
Look, I can help you, okay? Because, all right, so matter just seems to distribute itself in a specific manner, right? So that there's more dense at the bottom, less dense towards the top. It seems to be that way. We can make density towers, right, of differing substances in differing states of matter, liquid and solids and all that. And we'll see how they are, and we can shake the bottle up, right, and then let it come to rest, and you'll see how it layers itself and arranges itself, even with a little bit of air at the top, and gas will still be at the top, right? Bro, why that is the way it is the great mystery, right? So they have Globers come along and tell us, no, we know why that does that. It's all to do with the gravity and the Earth being a sphere, and this is why everything else in the sky is a sphere, and it's the way the universe works, and black holes, and blah 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 blah, right? But there's no scientific evidence. Nobody's ever performed a scientific experiment to demonstrate the actual reason why, like an object, like a solid object within the medium of air, has a propensity to go down towards the ground. Nobody. Because what are you going to... You need to, in a scientific experiment, to manipulate your supposed cause. So you're going to propose a cause of the effect that you observe. So you saw an apple fall off a tree or a rock dislodged from the top of a cliff and it fell down. Okay, why did that happen? That's a natural occurrence. I can investigate that. I'm a scientist. What would be the cause of that? Well, you're going to have to find something, because it's going to be your independent variable that you're going to manipulate within your scientific experiment to establish that it does produce that natural effect. And if you can't find one, then you don't have an experiment, and it's still a mystery. Now, you can come up with as many ideas based on your philosophical ideas of what you think the shape of the Earth is, because you looked at some stuff in the sky, right? Come up with as many ideas about that as you like, but it doesn't mean it's true. You would absolutely, because you observed a natural occurrence, right? Something happening in nature, you will, to adjudicate the cause of it, perform a scientific experiment. And if you can't, then you don't have a cause. The cause is unknown. Now, is there a reason? There must be a reason. There's reasons for why things happen, right? There's reasons. Right. There's a reason why the thing falls. But I couldn't tell you what it is. Hey, it's an unknown reason, and call it gravity if you want. But like I heard Jedi talking to you earlier, not everything abides by this reason why some things fall, right? Not everything gas doesn't, right? So it's case specific, right? So you're talking about liquids and solids within a medium that they are more dense than, because if they're less dense than the medium, they're going to go up. Right. they're not going to go down. Like a beach ball, push it under the water, they're shooting out of the top, shooting out of the water into the air. Where's gravity stopping it from going back up? But just whatever the reason is, right, for why things fall, call it gravity. What's gravity? Do you know they got Neil deGrasse Tyson in for an interview, or I think it's a podcast called Star Talk, right? So, or Star Child or something, right? And they asked him, "What is gravity?" And he said, "I don't know. Next question." And then he tries to apologize for it. He said, "Look, we know, we kind of measure it, and we predict with it, and we kind of do stuff with it, kind of. But what it is, I don't know." He doesn't even know. He couldn't even tell you. What he really should have said, right? If he really believes in gravity, like a lot of the globers that come in here believe in it, he would have said, well, it's the bending and warping of space-time, the curvature of space-time due to the disproportional distribution of mass as proposed by Einstein, blah, 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 blah. Or maybe he leans towards Newton, where they say, well, mass attracts mass, and the greater the mass, the greater the attraction, blah, 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 blah. But he didn't. He chose to say, I don't know. Why did he do that? Why did he say I don't know? Could it be that as a physicist, he understands that there's actually no scientific experiment to establish the cause of why something falls down?
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
I appreciate your thought process. I appreciate your keenness to investigate. It's more than what a lot of people do, right? They just take things on face value. They don't challenge anything. They don't question anything. They don't want to test anything. So my hat comes off to you for wanting to come up with ideas and ways to test claims and challenge what we're told, right? And by all means, if you want to do these things and find out if they're true or not, if they're saying that when you take something up a mountain and weigh it, it'll weigh less, right? Because you're further from the center. Then by all means, you go for it and you see if that's true, right? But it doesn't necessarily mean that the reason for that they give you is true either. Then you have to investigate that claim, right? So, okay, it weighed less up the mountain. Why is that? Let's see what they say. They'll tell you, oh, that's because the Earth's a sphere and it's further from the center, right? Well, how are you going to establish that to be true? You got another claim you have to investigate, see if you can confirm
Within your model, would you expect a weight to change at different elevations, or not necessarily? Or you're saying it could be that way and it could still be flat?
Yeah, I'm not proposing any particular type of model, right? It's not an endeavor, an attempt to explain such things or predict such things. Yeah, it's not that. It's not what we're presenting to the world. It's not what we're attempting to do here.
Okay, well, what do you think about this? So if you guys would make the claim that we are in an encapsulated space, like enclosed space, right? A physical like encapsulation, or not necessarily?
That'd be my best bet.
Okay. Within that concept, should weight change the higher the elevation you go, or not necessarily within that?
Well, okay. Well, this is interesting. All right, let's think about this, because if you've got a book in a chamber, all right, and the chamber's filled with air. Let's say it's at standard sea level pressure, 14.7 psi, and you set it on the scales, and weighs, let's say, 5 kilograms, right?
Mm-hmm.
And within this chamber, right? Now you suck all the air out of it and leave everything the way it is and suck all the air out. Is the book going to weigh more than 5 kilos or less than 5 kilos?
I don't know. And how do you? Yeah, I have no idea.
It's an interesting thing to think about, isn't it? I think it actually weighs more because the presence of the air is providing some form of buoyancy. So it's a medium, right? The solid's existing within. It's providing some buoyancy. It's like it's lifting it up a little bit. You take that away, remove that buoyancy, it settles onto the scales, causing it to weigh more. So, by that standard, right, you'd think that if you took an object up a mountain and there's less air, right, that it probably should weigh more.
How do you remove the air? Is that even a possibility, or this is just like a hypothetical?
No, there's claim. Well, there's less pressure as you get higher, and the explanation for that is that there's actually less air. There's less gas particles the higher you go.
Right. Okay, I see what you're saying.
Is there less gas particles, or is there just less oxygen? Because air is made of
There's
more
less.
just oxygen.
They're saying there's less gas. Well, yeah, oxygen's a gas. They're saying that there's less gas. That's why there's less pressure. That's the claim. Colder air of the same amount probably would be harder. That would provide more difficulty in breathing, which could explain why it's difficult to breathe at those high altitudes like on Mount Everest. More difficult to breathe than at sea level. And it just simply being colder air could explain that, but the current explanation for that is that there's actually less air, and it's colder, which is a double whammy.